sales we had to go to because they hunt little people. Yeah,
We are vaping now.
Got it.
we have cut down so much on actual smoking.
Anthony had 5 cigarettes during our full Colorado trip.
Wow. How's the vaping treating you?
It's really well. Except that it makes me cough more because it's heated vape.
Water vapor? Yeah. Or liquid vapor? Yeah.
Inhaling instead of smooth smoke that soothes the lungs. Instead of that, it's heated vapor that also soothes the lungs, but in a different way. So you cough a lot more. I cough a lot more when my allergies are acting up because tobacco smoke naturally it shuts off the cilia in your throat, shuts them down. And so you end up as a smoker with a lot more hit in. You basically walk around as a smoker with a low grade upper respiratory infection at all times.
And you just don't care.
And you just don't care because you don't really feel it because the cilia isn't kicking that shit back at you. A couple of days of vaping, you don't have the smoke doing that to your cilia. So you start coughing up all this shit. Lung goblins just galore.
Yeah, but I remember, I have a distinct memories of you talking about as a smoker, waking up, coughing up lung goblins all the time. So how's this different?
Yeah, because once you're a heavy smoker, that stops. You don't really have those anymore when you wake up.
You've just destroyed yourself too much.
You've destroyed that cilia so much that it doesn't do that anymore.
It's also that you might wake up with the cough, partially because you haven't smoked for a while. So it's had time to settle. With the vaping, you cough more frequently, getting it all out.
Yeah.
For lack of a better word. Anyways, yeah.
It's better.
That's right.
Point. It's sure. I'm going to tell the kids sure they can go to
Alexia's. Yeah. That's fine. Oh no.
What?
Somehow this jumped around while I was trying to put in
Well, you were trying to put in
the notes about the librarian because we both remember it, but it's funny enough it should be immortalized.
Are you actively writing, or can I ask you to do something, Becky? You're writing. Okay, I'll wait till you're done.
No, I'm done now. What's shaking, Bacon?
Your mom.
True.
Hang on a second. All right, starting on. Oh, I see where you are. Damn it. Actually, you're at perfectly the right place. Would you mind, partially for the recording, and partially just so we're back on, I know that we're back on the same page. Let me see how much this actually is. No, it's not bad. And because I like to hear you read, will you read starting with After Lunch in the Maritime Market?
After lunch in the Maritime Market, they drop off the request for information on artificers and sorcerers living in the areas, and then stop into Prosecutor Vorlance's office. Temerity has a bit of information on who owns the warehouse, Ilis Frond Freight and Roboche Reka. they could check that out, that would be excellent. Ari and Merle take the subway back to Constable headquarters, and as they approach, they get paged on their badges. Another related case. Lieutenant Ivelda will have more information. When they walk into the station, they're told that there is another murder case, this one at River Garden Apartments, and rather unusual. The door was forced open with claw marks down it. Body is frozen and encased in ice. Definitely 2 rays of frost or cold blast, but as Eerie looks around, she realizes that the deceased, a half-orc, was putting up heavy druidic defenses. So, either a winter wolf is on the loose or someone is shape-changing to frame them. Maruk Dalka is the victim's name. A shame. Wonder if she would show up in the list of importers. As Eerie walks through the magic and the fight, Merle begins investigating the apartment. In a credenza, he finds a notebook with records related to the Drew Grimm Holding Company. Behind a locked door he picks the lock on. He finds 4 lock boxes, each at least 20 pounds. Lock, 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 lock. There is a lot of lock in that sentence. My apologies.
This is why I muted myself, because I just barked laughter. Lock, 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 lock.
Figuring if it's gold, that's 8,000 gold easy. Good Lord. Well, Fallon Grimm is a Gloomstalker Ranger. Let's ask him some stuff. Working idea. The Winter Wolf is hunting down those responsible for its captivity. So, try to check that out. Head to Isla's Frond Freight, inquire about the address of the warehouse and fighting pit. After about 10 minutes, a gentleman, quarter orc likely, with a milky left eye appears. He says the building was sold, then asks to speak with the inspectors outside. Then it changed to it was repossessed a few years ago. Business was rough, you see, and they couldn't make the payments. Finance company was Othen Steel Finance, based in Eltham District, somewhere south of the river, but neither of us are familiar with it. Frond can't find record of the repossession, but it seems sincere, not obfuscation. Who knows? The address of Drew Grimm is fairly close in Greenwich to the incident last night, as well as the apartment of the murder this afternoon. Eerie and Merle take the conveyance over, and on the way, Fallon Grimm says he can meet them at the apartment in an hour. So, to Drew Grimm instead. Merle eyeballs the orc in there while Eerie asks for the boss. He comes on down, and there's a bit of a standoff, with Eerie being unusually standoffish and rough. Jesus, I've got to get at the SARS. Maybe not the best to work with the working class. After asking about Maruk, but not disclosing why, Eerie invites him down to the station to discuss things soon. Then they hang around, walking around the property for about 10 minutes. They can spot cages, and they see the large orc heading off towards the apartment of Maruk. They take off after the orc, having called for, I've got to stick to one perspective, having called for uniforms to watch Drew Grimm. They chase the orc to the apartment, and he's inside trying to look for something. Merle punches him unconscious, and then they wait for Fallon Grimm, who agrees to take on the case of tracking the Winter Wolf, while agreeing it's intelligent enough to stalk and harm those who might have had a hand in its captivity. Then they swing by Drew Grimm with sandwiches and coffee for the uniforms, catch up, head to the office. After depositing the still unconscious orc in a cell, Eerie is trying to sell Merle on the benefits of her new indexing system, and then Temerity shows up. And she shares that Othen Steel is more of a shell company than anything else, and while it goes nowhere, there's an interesting question about Drew Grimm and its change of ownership 7 years ago, and the management company that now owns it. Eerie and Merle catch Temerity up on what's happening, and then Temerity moves off to leave. She pauses for a moment near the reception and then seems to be hiding. A bit obviously. There's an intake sergeant speaking with just the shiniest, smarmiest looking guy ever. He's arguing that the orc is his client, and holding him unconscious for this long is a violation of his rights. The desk sergeant relays this information to the inspectors, who indicate that aid has been called for and the orc isn't going to be going anywhere for a while. The lawyer, Alvin Browngrass Faskett, is pretty pissed. Turns out Thorngage can be frustrating to a lot of different types. Haha. The lawyer leaves after a bit, pretty ruffled. Eerie takes Merle back up to the records room and spends a bit of time trying to explain the indexing system in a few different ways. And then the checking starts, and through it they manage to pull 2 hits, 2 known associates that might help them figure out where the wolf is heading next. If they could figure out where Vikma was, that'd be helpful too.
Okay. Any questions, comments, or follow-up before we get back into it? Also, do you notice any difference in my audio? Because on
Yeah, you're a little crisper.
because on the brief recording I did, I was coming through way clearer, but I don't know if that's a function of the machine or the actual thing. Yeah, I mean it's a better mic, so
Um,
and it's a little more directional. I'm sorry.
I had one minor thing.
Sure.
Yes.
We were going to change disguise kit to alchemist tools
Oh, for your character.
for my character.
Yeah, let me do that.
And I've never noticed until now.
We were going to change disguise kit to alchemist tools because that doesn't make any fucking sense.
No.
How is he going to be disguised? Also, that's lying.
What? No, I because my mom was an alchemist and yada yada, but and I was she wanted me to be one, and it also I have tattoos on my face. Why would I try to disguise myself?
How are you going to disguise yourself?
Right,
You're a half orc with great big stripes on your face.
right.
Yeah, I'm going to go. No, not that one.
There was a decent amount of time spent with Erie trying to explain to Merle the index system,
Yes,
and then
there
he
was.
finally caught it.
I finally figured it out once I made a couple of successful fucking checks. I could not make a fucking investigate roll last game to save my goddamn life.
Oh, because he must. Yeah, okay.
Since rewatching that, I have quoted that to Becky like 90 times.
Accurate.
Oh, another minor thing, but not really minor, but we ended up doing it default correctly with Anthony. So we made two mistakes that ended up mechanically being the correct procedure.
Nice.
So flurry of blows. I think if we watch the video, flurry of blow, you did a bonus action unarmed attack, and then you did flurry of blows.
You can't do both. We agreed
You
on
can't
that.
do both, but also we were doing one attack on flurry of blows. Go back and read flurry of blows. It's two. That
Oh.
would be the point of doing it. So it is a bonus action spending key points, as far as I understand. Although watching, also remind me when we're done, because I don't really want to break game flow any more than we are for fixing Anthony's character sheet. That like parts of Crown of Candy, especially at the end, were pissing me off. Have you guys watched the end of it?
No.
Oh, okay. Then I won't say anything.
Goddamn right you won't.
Because I thought you had talked about starting it, but I
We
could be
have
wrong.
we have started it, but we got sidetracked into some other shows, and we haven't gone back. What's the one that we just finished up, Anthony?
We just finished up Escape from Blood Keep. Also, the next time I visit you, Josh, I'm going to Taco Temple. So you know, the next time we
Well,
visit you.
So the
What?
next time you visit me, we're gonna have to drive 2 hours to Morro Bay to go to Taco.
Oh, God damn it. Because it's next time I'm going to Morro Bay, then I'm going to fucking Taco Temple.
There
So
you
this
go.
You've
Fourth of
seen the
July.
logo for that fucking restaurant 9 zillion times.
I can just move it if it bothers you that much.
I don't know that it bothers me. It's just now drilled itself into my mind. Yeah.
Background proficiencies, disguise kit, thieves tools kit. It's because of your investigator.
Yeah.
That's why it won't let me. Okay, you know what we're gonna do is because it won't just let me straight up erase it. So what I'm gonna do is we're gonna just add new proficiency, alchemist tool,
And ignore disguise kit. Okay.
and then why does it? No, remove that. Isn't alchemist tools a standard one?
I believe so. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't.
Well, let's give it a sec. No, because like when you add new proficiencies, you say, "Oh, choose existing," I chose custom immediately. I immediately went to custom.
Okay.
It's Alchemist Supplies is what it's called, but that's fine. So,
Knowing how good I was doing on proficiency checks last game, I'm sure I'll do a bang up job with Alchemist Supplies.
It was me telling the kid to have a good time.
Yes, I know. I recognize yours.
yeah, actually, and because of your family background, Ari, I'm adding them to you as well.
Okay.
And what I'm also going to say is, remind me how I need to. Tool proficiency is the one I forget how you roll
It's
it.
usually, I think the proficiency means you just add your proficiency bonus.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it is. Your proficiency, if you've got proficiency in it, it means you get to add your proficiency bonus as well.
Okay.
So disguise kit and alchemist kit.
Well, I was adding alchemist supplies to yours, and you have thieves tools. I kind of, so here's the reason I am bonusing. And why were we switching out alchemist supplies for disguise kit? What was our narrative reason, Ans?
Because I have no reason to have disguise, and my mother wanted me to event. What's that?
His mother was an alchemist.
And my mother was an alchemist and wanted me to be one. That was my original path.
Okay, then even though it's going to annoy me, we can't just take it off of your character sheet. You know what? I'm going to worry about that later because I just occurred to me that I might think of a way to be able to do that, but I'm not going to do that now because we're not going to behave like somebody who spent 3 hours fine-tuning homebrewing a magic item that may never come up just because I wanted it to do. Oh, and by the way, if you double check go into your inventory, or not your inventory, but your spells, and you'll notice that you don't have a bazillion levels of sending anymore because I figured out how to fucking fix that by building this other homebrew item.
12 charges of communication.
Yeah.
I figured out how I wrote it incorrectly. So now you are on the correct. And then I went through and just fixed, deleted out everybody's old badges and put in all the new ones. And goddamn. But the stuttering, that's what we're going to talk about. No, the reason the reason that I wanted to make sure that we are familiar with it is because it came up in the last game that Becky's like, I don't want to waste charges. And I'm like, no, wait, it's sending. So it's there and back is 1 charge. But also that partner to partner is sending for 1 charge, and inspector to the office is 2. So when you go into and because I did it correctly this time, you'll notice it says 1C at 3rd level and 2C at 4th level. So what should happen is that when you should be able to click the correct level depending on where you're calling, and it should reduce the charges for you automatically. And then they reset at dawn, which I discovered you don't have to do that. And on the new, but that actually makes sense for the inspector's badges, but on the new magic item that I homebrewed that you may never come across. But I fucking was going to get it right. God damn it.
I understand.
It has to be.
I did the same goddamn thing with magic items. For, I don't know, Bex was texting me while I was doing it. I lost my motherfucking mind. She was at work one day. I'm going to make these fucking magic items good to work. Okay, baby. That sounds good. Hooray for you figuring it out.
Yeah, I mean, I cannot tell you how many copies of existing magical items that behave in a similar way that I had to go through and delete by the time I was done.
No, I would say like 20.
Well, there's one that I kept deleting when I thought I had it, and then had to go make another copy of it.
God damn it.
Anyway, I say that to say, I figured out you could set the charge reset after a long rest, which makes it automatic, because if it's after a dom, there's no way mechanically on the character sheet to do that. You just have to click up the fucking charges again.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And so I just wanted it. I wanted the automaticity. I was like, it doesn't exactly make sense that this thing recharges after a long rest. Actually, the magic item that I made, it sort of does, because it's drawing off of the character, but whatever.
Yeah.
It works. You found a way to justify it.
Okay. So much for not interrupting narrative flow.
Fuck it. This is what always happens. I'm not stressed about it.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm trying to open this.
Becky's trying to open a thing.
I'm having a hell of a time.
What are you trying to open? Are those edibles?
Yeah.
Okay.
My hip was fucking killing me and did not contribute to non-koozie behavior during the Colorado trip. I'm trying to alleviate that fact now.
When you say non-koozie, do you mean, when you say koozie, do you mean like a kooz, or do you mean a thing that we keep soda cans warm in or cold in?
A cunt. I was a raging bitch most of the trip.
She wasn't.
I was.
She was stressed. There's a difference.
It's like I said to Sarah, it was a miserable trip, but that's what trip homes are supposed to be, right? To remind you on every single level why you're no longer there. It's all good. Also, Anthony and I had a great time at Meow Wolf, and Calvin, who had been bugging us for months and months to go, ready to go less than 30 minutes in.
Yeah. 30 minutes after we got there. Well, I'm done whenever you guys are ready to go.
At what? Meow Wolf? Is that the thing that you sent me those pictures of?
Yeah, the
Yeah.
Omega Mart.
Yeah.
I was going to say, I thought that was called Omega Mart.
Yeah,
The
it's
name of the collective that does it is called Meow Wolf.
Mm.
but yeah. 30 minutes in and just, can we go now?
No. Go fuck yourself. That's what we can do.
Yeah, we stuck around for another hour and a half. We only ended up leaving because I really hadn't eaten all day. And I was getting hunger pangs to the point where like my stomach was physically hurting. So I had to go get something to eat. But it was awesome.
By the way, if you guys want to make hair guns for my Greyhawk game, I'm completely ready for it now.
Say it again.
Aragons?
The Aragon character for my Greyhawk game, I'm completely ready for it.
Aragons? What are Aragons?
Or Haragon, the
Oh,
rabbit.
Herringons. The
Herringons.
rabbits? Herringons?
Yeah. I'm also adding turtles. Because fuck it.
Because Josh won't, so I'm gonna have the fucking medieval Ninja Turtles, and you can all suck a dick.
Exactly correct. Oh. I also have a way that I can do non-evil. In the Greyhawk setting, I have a way I can do non-evil way of long death monks. They're just like everything involving death in the Greyhawk universe. We just goes, nah, that's all right.
How far into Crown of Candy did you get?
To the point where I saw the character come back in as a long way of death.
Way of
Monk.
Long Death, Cotton Candy Monk?
Yeah, that cotton candy monk. I saw that. I didn't stop watching for any particular reason. I just got distracted by other shit.
Yeah, no, it's fine. So let me, since we're already fucking, well, I promise we'll get back to narrative. I promise we'll actually play. I just have to get this out of my system. I went on a fucking Dimension 20 bender and was like, for 3 days, I was only sleeping 3 hours at a time. and then getting up, going to work, coming home, crashing for 3 hours, watching Dimension 20, because I wanted to finish sophomore year of Fantasy High. By the end of sophomore year, I have to really say that Allie Beardsley's and Emily Axford were annoying the shit out of me.
You mentioned that.
And it got worse. It's the constant shenanigans. It's the constant, like, I'm not in this scene and somebody's having an emotional scene, but I'll like insert myself in, like I do a blah, blah, blah sort of thing. And Allie's just sort of way of being stupid on purpose because they think it's funny. And like Crown of Candy, Brennan was for realsies not putting up with that shit. To the greatest extent, Brennan does not put up with it, right? So and my new standout from Crown of Candy, my like, oh my God, somebody who's been a little backgrounded but plays with deep emotional investment is Siobhan Thompson. And like, there are several episodes where Siobhan, I think, cries real tears, like is seriously emotionally invested. And I think at the end, I'm like, I'm so frustrated with a couple of things they do as players. And I'm like, you know what? This is totally unfair of me because, I mean, I don't think I'm giving anything away to go because not everyone has the same understanding of medieval battlefield tactics and warfare strategies. And I'm just like, no, don't fucking do that.
Your mic cut out completely.
You're muted.
I think Meat might have muted me because of shouting. I was like, no, don't fucking do that. That's stupid. What? Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm like, I went, okay, everyone relax. And by everyone, I mean me. Okay, calm down. And it wasn't terrible, but like, it wasn't like he was going, no, blah, blah, blah. But there's a couple of times where he goes, absolutely not. And honestly, in Fantasy High in season 2 and sophomore year, Allie says, I'm gonna do this and use my like ribbon dance twirl and that can be like Featherfall. And Brennan goes,
No.
Okay. No, he goes, okay, roll a performance check. and they roll their performance check and he just picks up a handful of dice and goes, shuka, shuka, shuka. You take 47 falling damage. And Allie kind of for a second goes, what? You mean I can't? Like, no, absolutely not. There's just a couple of times. And also, I will send you the link, but it's the greatest series of, that's also where Siobhan starts to stand out towards the end of that. It's the greatest Arthur Agfort fucking making godlike moves. And then the payoff later is he's like, nope, you're not supposed to do that. I shouldn't have done that. I've been going ham, and the sun didn't want to do that, and the magic didn't want to do that, and I shit an ocean of blood. It was anyway. Okay, I'll stop.
Okay.
But it occurred to me that Anthony and I would have been fantastic advisors at that table in the last two episodes of Crown of Candy.
Since the kid is gone, I'm gonna open this door.
Okay, baby.
I'll be right back. I'm sorry. I should have stepped away a moment before.
You're fine.
I like how she describes the fight in the notes. Merle punches him into unconsciousness.
Yeah. Fucking, I will have respect, goddammit. I had a very unmonk-like response when he went down, which was, what?
That's true.
Oh. I like how you kept describing in that fight. You're like, yeah, it whips past you, and you feel really lucky that it didn't hit you because there was a lot of power behind that. It's like, no, I get it. I take 1 or 2 hits and I'm done. I got it.
Snacks.
Rex got snacks.
Just exactly that.
Okay. So an hour later, 50 minutes later, not bad for us, honestly. 2 known associates that help them to figure out where the wolf is heading next. If they could figure out where Vikma was, that'd be helpful too. Okay. You have, I will put them into the chat, but there is an orc named Hogar Berislav, and you have an address in Raboche Reka.
Okay.
Let me see if I'm spelling that correctly. Yes, I wrote it incorrectly on the paper. Reka. That's
Hoping my
good.
noise wrappers now.
Reka. And then there is, this is Maze Hill, a hobgoblin
Named Fred.
there is not now, nor will there ever be a hobgoblin named Fred.
You don't know.
I do know.
Okay, I'm making a new character. It's a hobgoblin named Fred.
I disallow. And a hobgoblin named Kerna Butcherblade with an address in Maze Hill. Okay, and those are in the chat.
Probably closer to.
For that, let's go to the map. Maze Hill is closer. Yeah, Maze Hill is closer. I'm going to go to the map, but Maze Hill is closer. Did I mention that Maze Hill was closer?
You did.
Okay, so
Heard that somewhere.
you guys are here. Raboche Reka is there. Maze Hill is here. There's Greenwich. There's Maze Hill, which Josh, why did you call it Maze Hill? Well, that's a great question. I'd be happy to answer it because this is exactly what it looks like. Like it's just all row houses and housing and a little bit of parks, but like if you're not from there, it's it's south of the river. It's not exceptionally well marked. It's you either know your way around it or you kind of don't. But Maze Hill and Blackheath are next to it are sort of sister districts that are kind of the same thing. And if we zoom in on it there, it's more or less the same thing. A lot of really working and lower working class housing. And then that financial firm, Oathen Steel Financial, I think is what it was called, right?
Yes.
Yes.
That's down here in Eltham. Okay.
What time is it for us? We have lunch. We went and busted this up and came back here. It's been a couple of hours.
Yeah, lunchtime. Then you go to so at lunchtime in the Maritime Market, you went to Temerity Vorlance's office, and then she asked you to check out Eilis Fron Freight and Raboche Reka. So that's a trip sort of back across the river and then in the other direction.
And then we were there for at least an hour waiting for Fallengrim, etc.
right? So did you know Fallon Grim was after the whole thing with Drew Grimm?
Yes.
Oh, no, you're
right
right.
after.
Yeah, so Ilis Fron Freight, Erlen Mary, Jesus, tapped into Christ, Arian Merle, go back to headquarters. As they approach, they get paged. Lieutenant Yavelda, another Murder River Garden. So you didn't actually go to Rabotre Rick. You went back to headquarters, went to the Murder in the River Gardens. Then you dealt with that, met Fallon Grimm there. Then you went to Ilis Fron Freight, who sent you over to Drew Grimm, right? Right.
Yes.
So it's like, and then this took you a while because dice. So we're gonna say it's like 6 in the evening.
Okay.
Okay. So we've been in the
Oh,
records.
that was a typo on my part. I fixed it in the notes. It's Berislav, not Verislav.
Okay. Berislav. Okay.
Yeah, V and B are right next to each other on the keyboard.
The hell you say?
I know, right?
Hmm. You know, we could get out to Maze Hill pretty quick. Subway's going to come through there, right?
Yes.
Does the subway go far south of the river?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I will never get on the subway again. I hear it's untrustable.
Goober.
Yeah.
So we could the subway ride out to Greenwich and then down into Maze Hill. That'd probably take us 30 minutes or so.
Also, the time working in the records room counts as a short rest. So give yourselves a short rest, and then if you, I think
We already did. You gave us a short rest at the end of the last game. I believe that was it.
thank you for being straight, hands.
Yeah.
So even with that short rest, you're still down 4 hit points. Okay.
Yeah, he fucked me up. It was no small thing. When he hit me, it was bad, like he said it would be. Luckily, he only did it twice.
But don't let him hit you. No shit.
Yeah.
Okay. And you have 5 temp HP. I think you probably still. Do you still have that? I'm unclear in the rules when temp HP goes away. I think it until more temp HP. You can't stack temp HP. I know that.
No.
So I think it's until you either get more or it goes away.
Yes.
Okay.
It's got a duration of 8 hours.
Yeah. It's
so you
got a
still
long ass duration. It's a buff. It's a meaningful buff.
If I cast it at a higher level, once I can start casting at 3rd level, it'll be an extra 5 HP for every level above.
Nice.
But yeah, it lasts for 8 hours, and that was around, I want to say 1-ish would be about the timeline, because it was she hit him with that right before he got into the fight with the guy, which is
And
smart.
what was that? What spell? Remind me.
aid.
Oh, okay.
It also gave the boost to it temporarily boosts the max and the current HP. Oh, it wasn't right before it started. It's after she saw him get walloped one time.
Yeah.
Because she was running around the side, and as soon as she got in range, she cast it. So, but yeah, that was the aid spell. Well, Merle, I think you're the one with more obligations than me, but we could probably pretty easily head out to Maze Hill.
Yeah, let's do
Check around there, and then we're not too far from the Isle of Dogs.
Well, I already spent a silver sending a message to my wife. I was not coming home until dawn. So yeah, let's go ahead and do that.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, I
Okay.
didn't know you thought the records room was that insurmountable.
No. We had more shit to investigate. I sent back when we were going out to fight that dude. Is
Oh.
when I sent that message. I was like, I'm probably not coming home till late because mountain of paperwork is what I was thinking.
Ah.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of, how's he looking after our time in the records room? We're gonna swing by the cells and check him out.
Oh, I'm like, are we still talking about Merle? You're talking right to him. What do you mean? How does he look?
How does he look? Green.
How's our little orky friend look?
Careless eye.
Your quite large orky friend is looking less thumped, but he's still. No, he's probably awake.
You want to have a talk?
He's bruised.
What are we going to talk to him about?
Ask him what he was there looking for.
We kind of know, don't we? I mean, yeah. Sure.
I mean, we assume we know. He might tell us something different.
Yeah, let's go have a I'm not going to tell you anything conversation with this guy.
Can we get a cheese plate?
Yeah.
I feel like it would make this a lot easier. Excuse me, Sergeant, what is our snacks budget on a daily basis?
You have a snack budget, madam.
Well, you can take it out of your pay unless you can justify it work-wise.
Confessions.
This is a forensic charcuterie board. It shouldn't have to come out of
Look at the way it glows.
Forensic charcuterie board is the name of my I don't have one.
My bloody romance? No, My Chemical Romance? I don't know any of those.
You guys, I think this pen is leaking.
I think so too. Go
Just
with that
maybe.
instinct.
Yeah.
Let's say you're wrong. What's the best outcome possible here?
That's too bad because I really like that color on the page. Well, that's disappointing. Okay. Yeah, it suddenly looked down. Why is there blue ink all over my hands? I haven't even been handling anything. What just happened?
I don't know. It's a dramatic gasp from Becky though. That was fun.
I just accidentally closed everything right in the middle of editing.
If you are in Chrome, Control-Shift-T should open all of it back up.
I am, and it did, but it took me a moment to just the sheer panic of, oh no. Yeah, it's got to stay second person. I can't switching back and forth between that's too much.
That's all right. You're doing way more. Yeah, you're doing so much effort. Stop beating yourself up over it. It's yeah.
I know you said stop beating yourself up over it, but until you said up, I swear I heard stop being yourself over it. Like,
I mean,
stop
I
following,
think it's accurate.
stop following your established normal nature, Becky. Okay, so are you going to take him from a holding cell into an interrogation room, or are you just talking to him out at the holding cells?
We're going to take him into an interrogation room.
Okay.
Do you want to do the talking on this one, or
Sure. I
okay?
get along with the blue collar types quite well.
I'm gonna stand in the background and look menacing.
You do? Okay.
He's responded to that so well so far.
Yeah.
This-
Well, we'll swing by and Erie State Purchases will say, "It's so good to see you awake."
While you're walking him to the interrogation room, you both notice a the easiest way to say this is a goblin teenage newsie jump up off a bench in the waiting area and bolt out of the waiting area.
We've got 5 minutes tops.
I don't suppose do I have to say teenage and newsie? I guess some of the newsies were younger than teenage.
Most,
Yeah, this is an elder newsie.
Okay, so
some
we'll say a tween newsie, not a teenage newsie, but a goblin tween newsie.
I'm going to take him into the interrogation room. We've currently got you on breaking and entering and assaulting an officer of the law. Anything you want to say that'll put anything in your favor?
Well, I think you'll find that technically it's just entering because the door weren't locked, weren't even closed, and well, that other bit was self-defense.
He was a duly announced officer of the law whom you assaulted. As far as the door, while the door might not have been locked, it was clearly marked with our police and constable inspector's tape. It was evident.
Oh, I thought
One more shot.
Vem was decorations.
All right, so you're dumb as well as strong. Not a big surprise there. Time's ticking, buddy.
Colossally stupid.
Colossally. Who taught you that one? Did they tell you what it means? She's purposefully needling him.
Okay.
She's trying to get him to snap, you know. Now, I know you're just a dumb errand boy, so don't worry about it. I wouldn't trust anybody like you with anything serious anyways. You're just there to pick up a couple of heavy boxes. I mean, that's all we've got. Of course, there were the other items you were carrying that we discovered when we frisked you. That's unfortunate. That's going to land you a pretty heavy sentence. Shame, shame, shame. But I guess nobody can be too surprised. Of course, your boss is going to have somebody down here any moment, just raring to get you out.
What did you find when you frisked him? It's not in the notes, and I didn't rewatch the video.
Fucking nothing.
Okay.
But let him squirm.
Okay.
Let him try and run through and surreptitiously pat himself down and figure out what's missing that might not be missing.
This is a very different approach from Erie. It's a little unfamiliar. Roll me an intimidation.
I have a +4 on my intimidation. How the fuck do I only get a 7?
Well, you rolled a 3. That's math.
Fucking murder you.
It's the way we're rolling our fucking proficiency rolls in this game. I'm not doing anything but stating the obvious.
I'm making observations of factual occurrences. He goes,
how the fuck did I do that the same way we've rolled all the shitty rolls we've rolled?
Yeah, and you don't even have a proficiency in intimidation. That's just straight charisma, baby. Anyway, you say what he says is like, that's right, darling. I'm just dumb and big, and all I do is move things, and whatever you got off me, I was going to send you anything for a long time, my little lolly.
She's going to get up and walk out.
Holy shit. Hi.
Mo?
No. It's just a straight up dog in our yard.
Oh, there was a great big German Shepherd in our side yard.
Yeah.
Okay.
Luckily, Daisy is still with Alan.
Yeah. But,
Oh, I don't think oh, for the trip. Okay.
yeah.
I was wondering why this game session was going so smooth, and I
Right? No.
Yeah, it is. It really is going very smoothly because there's no constant Daisy stopping. Daisy.
So, anyways, as soon as it becomes clear that her attempt to intimidate him doesn't work, she's not going to waste any more time.
okay. Does Merle do anything?
No, I this is kind of what he expected. That's not a dig on anybody. That's just yeah. Let's go have a I'm not telling you nothing conversation with this guy. That was what that was about. So
Okay. So, do you turn to leave, or are you just looking at him do you just follow when she goes?
Yeah.
As you turn to leave, he goes, "Oi."
stops and turns and looks at him.
He points at his almost swollen shut eye, and he goes, "Nice."
And he
And he goes,
laughs and throws a cigarello on the table like throws a cigarello and a match on the table and walked out.
all right.
Doesn't say anything to him, but it's also like, right? That was fun. I like fighting. Fighting's good.
Yeah, he was about to say something else, and then you threw him a cigarello, and he's like, "Oh, okay."
Yeah. It's like when you disarmed the guy, grabbed his drink and handed it to him, and then patted his face. It's just that's who Merle is.
All right, where are we off to now, my lovelies?
Subway, Maze Hill.
Yeah.
Okay, you get outside, and it is full ass nighttime. On your way out, did I ever say Alvin
Basket.
Fasket? He's a halfling, isn't he?
Yeah, he's super schmarmy.
Shiniest, smarmiest looking guy ever. Yeah, you didn't put it in the notes, but I can just tell by the name that that's a halfling. So you see that halfling being lawyery at the at the desk sergeant. I'm not going to role play it. Being demanding and lawyery. Very Gene Wilder at the end of Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, etc., etc. Yeah. How does Josh role play NPC lawyers? He just says etc. all the time.
Ad infinitum.
Ipso facto. Okay. All right. You take the subway over there, uneventful on the subway, as it should be in a town that in a city that theoretically abides by the rule of law. You get out, and both of you roll. You have an address. It's not the easiest, it's called Maze Hill for a reason. So both of you roll survival checks for me, just because I think that's what you use for navigation. Unless you can think of another role that you can narratively.
I actually know what you use. It's nature.
Okay, then
that doesn't help me any more or less. But that's what nature's for, navigating.
Oh, okay.
$21.
Pay attention to me, character sheet. There it goes.
I was going to say, it looks like you're rolling, but it's just that dice is.
Roll a 1. Oh, good.
So Merle is just absolutely positive you need to head back towards the river. And you're like, no, it's really not here. it takes you. It's all of a
It's like a maze on a hill.
right.
Yeah.
Oh, no. It's not the easiest thing, and it takes you 10 minutes from the subway stop to get there. But mostly the first 3 minutes of that is convincing Merle that he's completely wrong about where he wants to go.
Yes, I understand we're south of the river and you know the south of the river, but trust me, I can tell on this one. You can't sight along the streets that you can see. They wind back on themselves and you can't trust the building backs that you can see. It's all a trick. It's built into curlicues and cul-de-sacs. What you have to do is you have to line up against behind us. You need to look for the steeple of the church and naming off landmarks. And come on, trust me, it'll be okay. We're just going to keep going this way.
Sure.
It'll be
yeah.
fine.
Are you saying sure, yeah, and you're gonna be like sorry when we're wrong? Like I'm gonna.
Yes, that's exactly what he's doing. Yeah, way to pick up on that. Yeah, sure. Yeah, obviously. I rolled a 1. I'm certain I know what we're doing, and that she's completely wrong.
Just a confidence, just an absolute.
It's
All right.
Tina and
So
I have
after the first 3 minutes on your 7-minute walk, 11. Becky, your your passive perception is okay.
numbers 12.
Okay.
Yeah, and Merle's is 15. Both of you clock what is like a cloak covered shambly homeless person, sort of muttering to themselves as you in like the first minute of your walk, and then you get another 2 blocks, and then you're just both street aware, and that that shambly ass homeless person in a cloak appears to be following you.
okay.
And they did not smell good when you walked past, and
Maybe that's why we both.
they were muttering to themselves.
Well, I continue rehearsing my
I told you so.
I was right and you were wrong in my head, and as I clock that guy, and I look at you, and I glance don't turn and talk to your wife. Look at the camera and talk to
I'm trying so
I do this like at the guy, like, and then look at you meaningfully.
just a little nod.
Yeah, okay. Would you like us to make deception checks, Josh? Or stealth, perhaps?
It would be go ahead and roll.
Do we get advantage of that because we're together?
Sure.
What are we rolling?
Hold on.
Yeah, sorry. We want to make the dice go clicky clacky.
Clearly you do. Because you're not, this is deception. This is not stealth.
Yeah.
And you both roll with advantage.
Okay, rolling it. Oh, you motherfucker. Okay,
15.
that's not bad.
It just wobbled off the 20 to a 2.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, did you see it?
Mine just wobbled off the 20 to the 2. Is that what yours
No,
did
mine
as
did
well?
the exact same thing. Mine was it was bouncing along. It was going as a 20, and then
And
it was 2.
Yeah.
Okay. You don't get the sense that this homeless person has noticed you two signaling to each other.
I'm just going to continue, not loudly, but vaguely arguing my directional points. But there's a couple of them I'm going to see, and then if we turn left up here and
Yeah.
Both of you. Okay, so are you actually turning left? I mean, are you inserting fake turns into your trip is what I'm asking you.
No, because I know the right way to get to where we need to go. And I'm not going to do fake turns because then
Merle will use
people
that
think that
as
he
your
was right.
right.
Even though I know he's not right.
Okay.
So this is an area where I'm fucking us over
Yeah.
because of pride. It will not be the last time.
So
Let's-
that is very, human nature. And even though you're not a human, that's fine. So both of you roll. Are either of you? So he's following you the whole time. I should say they, but it's a he. He's sort of muttering. Are either of you trying to hear it, or are you just you're talking loud the whole time? So
Yeah.
if you want,
loud.
huh?
I made it a point to say I'm not loudly arguing it, just continually.
Okay, so what I'm saying is if Merle wants, because Aries running the ruse, Merle can roll perception with disadvantage to try and hear what he's saying.
Working all day.
No, you can't quite make it out.
Okay.
Okay, so you walk for another, that was after minute 1. This is now after minute 2. After minute 3, he is definitely following you.
Oh yeah.
Sorry. Every once in a while, just need to stand up a little bit.
So it's just the one man.
Are you going to make an active sort of sweep of the area to see if you picked up anyone else?
Yes.
Both of you, or just Ari?
Yes, both of us.
Both of you roll perception with advantage then.
And on this one, she's going to argue and be like, see, look around. You can totally tell from where we are that we're heading the right way. 17 all
Come on,
day.
motherfucker! Fly a snail! 25 all day.
Yeah, you don't. So both of you, because I'm sure you're sharing information as you go. So it's just Ari who's fucking you by insisting on going in the right direction. No, gently chiding. On the 20, as you're like looking around, not only is nobody following you, but like you noticed a couple of people have crossed to the other side of the street. Like you walk past other people kind of getting home, they kind of clock him and move to the other side of the street. And another thing you notice, Merle, whether or not, and you decide what you're going to pass on to Ari, you can say all of it, you don't have to role play it.
Yeah.
Is you, as you're like looking around going, I'm telling you, we had to go. Is this person has is barefooted and has like, it's dark and they've got a cloak, so you're just seeing flashes, but they've either got some like kind of gnarly toenails or they have claws on their feet.
Or they have what on their feet? Claws. Claws on their feet. Yeah. Yeah. He's going to relay all of this.
Okay. Keep in mind, you have yet to see hands or face because it's
a creature.
It's covered. He's covered, but you did hear muttering in an accented common as you walked past.
Okay.
I mean,
Well,
parrots can be
suspicious.
taught to speak common.
Wolf. It's a wolf. No.
Where's that librarian?
You distinctly remember a footnote in the entry about the winter wolf. It said, "Nota bene to paranoid half orcs. Winter
Yeah.
wolves cannot change shape."
NB Merle Sanderman. When you read this, do not be alarmed. Too late.
They cannot change shape. They are not shapeshifters.
Also, don't announce this to the librarian. Ooh, I shouldn't have read that part out loud, huh?
Whoops.
She's gonna immediately tell her goblin friend. Oh no.
They pointedly whisper while looking at you as you leave the library.
Yeah.
You notice the open sign. Everybody is kicked out 30 seconds after you leave. No, okay. Anyway, back in the moment.
What a prescient author.
So you've got probably this is strictly an airy piece of knowledge because Merle is convinced we're going in the wrong direction. You've got about 2 or 3 minutes before you get to the address you're going to.
We can't lead them straight there. We can't make it obvious.
You want to just have it out with this guy?
Not right here. No, you're not talking. She's going through things in her head as this
Oh, I
information. is
thought
being
you were
relayed.
having that out loud.
Yeah, I
No,
thought
sorry.
you said that out loud too.
Yeah.
In Erie's head. In Erie's
Okay.
head. Here, this is what I'll do when Erie is thinking to herself, so you guys know.
Perhaps you should have thoughts in your head. No,
All right. Sure.
no, it was.
She's gonna veer off. She'll be able to tell where an inn is. They're gonna veer off and find a tavern somewhere and somewhere else to be. Leading them straight to the door of who they're here to talk to is not a great idea. She can deal with it later and get out and try and skulk around. It'll be a couple of ducks down alleyways. Keeping in mind, Erie has a very, very good memory, and she's got schematics and diagrams all over her home of maps and ships and weapons and everything.
Plus, this is just confirming for Merle that she has no idea where she's going or what she's doing because she said none of this out loud. Oh, we gotta go down this alley. Okay.
Thoughts in my head stay in my head. So that's what she's going to do. If somebody's planning an attack, down a dark alleyway is going to be there more obvious rather than out in the open. It's going to be a better shot for them. We can pick and choose where we want to fight if that's the case. If nothing else, heading to an inn nearby, but not on the doorstep of who we're trying to go and investigate, might give us a little bit of a chance just to settle in, scope out the area, and see anybody who might be paying attention to us. All of that is going on in her head, and instead all she does is she leads them to the left down a street and then a dog leg over, and then starts winding her way up and around.
Okay.
And she says, we're going to go to the Collared Queen.
Okay. You take that turn down. What did you say?
The Collared Queen. It sounds like collard greens, but it's also a collared queen. It's a good tavern name. I like it.
Yeah. You turn down that alley or that side street, and the hooded figure, like full on slasher movie style, stops in the entryway, turns in, and as though they're like facing you, and then both of you blink, and when you look back again, they're gone.
Oh, good. They're magic.
Wow. Excuse me.
You need a sec,
The
Bex?
grapes are so much healthier for us.
That was my pipe. That
Oh,
was my weed.
Yeah.
Which always makes her do that. So now
he's disappeared. I don't think there's a likely chance we can catch up with him. Bucket, she'll say, okay, either we go to the tavern or we go straight to.
let me rewind for a second. They take a step into the alley, which is darker, and then they disappear.
Right. No, I got
Oh,
it.
into the shadows.
Yes.
Yes.
I thought you meant like they stopped at the entrance to the alley and then they were gone. Like
No.
had run
It
on
occurred
past.
to me that how I narrated that was more ambiguous than I meant.
You also assume that I know slasher movies.
Fair. Like I said, I went back and re-narrated it in a more specific way.
Excellent. So, well,
Now, I will make a GM note that you two have been relying on passive perception to keep an eye on this person.
Okay, can I make a check to see if I saw him slide away in the shadow?
actively looking around.
Yes, and you can both make it, but you're making it flat, no advantage.
Well, I sucked at it. So
18 all day for me.
Rex didn't suck at it.
Yeah, Ari, what you saw right before they disappeared was they went from walking sort of down the middle. They took a step toward a building to put themselves in more shadow and then seemed to just a fucking peer.
Okay. Well, that's fun for them.
Do you relay that?
Yeah.
I just feel the need to ask because you had a whole internal monologue.
That was about whether or not, yeah, that was something else.
Okay.
That was all. I have, don't I? I'm sorry, I'm looking at my equipment and I'm not seeing it here, but I'm pretty sure I have a little lantern. But I don't.
That's not a hard thing to retcon in here. Like you have torches. Does that not work for this?
My eye skipped straight over torches, then torches it is. It's bright, but I've got torch and tinderbox. Fuck it, if they're gonna use the shadows, we're gonna take that away.
Okay.
Hey, tell me what you do.
I assume she carries a torch at her hip, kind of like modern cops have the mag light flashlight there.
Sure.
So gonna pull it out and
Do you not have any light spells?
no.
Oh, okay.
No, I really don't. That's what I was looking at. And then I realized, no, I went offensive for the most part. I have prestidigitation, but I don't think that can, it can't fully light something like.
Right. You could, its examples are shower of sparks, puff of wind, magical odor.
Oh, I can't instantly light my torch though.
Yeah. You don't need a tinderbox. Light or snuff out candle, torch, small campfire, clean soil, warmer chill. Yeah, I would say you could just prestidigitate your torch fucking up, right? You could.
Yeah.
You don't need a tinderbox per se. That's fine. And then what are you going to do?
So here's what I'm going to do now that I know I can do that. Ari's going to say, he's in the shadows off to that side. I'm going to light my torch to Merle.
Okay.
And then she's going to light it and say loudly, you are following 2 constables. Announce yourself and your purpose.
And you're just holding it aloft. You're not. For a second, I'm like, are you about to fling a lit torch at somebody? That's where I thought you were going.
We could burn down the city.
He has
That
claws on
cow
his
last
feet.
year. That motherfucking cow last year in that other city caused a lot of problems. We're not fucking with that.
That's why we don't want the Irish. It's O'Leary's cow.
Yeah, she's just holding it aloft because it's going to light the alley. It's a contained space. It's going to channel the light a bit. It's going to hopefully disseminate some of those shadows, or dispel, not disseminate. And she's announcing it that way. When they have to kick whoever it is his ass, they can say, no, we announced ourselves, and they knowingly and willingly attacked 2 officers.
Okay. When they disappeared, they were probably um, 70 feet behind you. When you cast the torch, they have closed distance to 30 feet. And they're just standing there facing, and you hear sort of an leading us to the captors. They are going to get revenge for measles imprisonment. We are. Take us to the bad man.
I get a good look at this fella now that the light's in his face.
No, because the hood is pulled down, but you see like you see sort of gray, dusty, kind of scabbed knuckles with little tufts of fur on them, and you could swear the right hand has some sort of scarring over the top of the fingers. If you want to roll just a quick medicine check to be more specific about that scarring, that's fine. No advantage. If you are like, okay, he's got some weird scar over his fingers.
Okay, 21.
That's where you roll well.
I know.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Well, Merle
Little
goes.
savant over here.
Merle goes, but Ari does not. Oh, that's a weird place to have rope burn all over your hand, because they're like it's like rope burn has dragged across the
top of his hands.
Yeah.
Like almost like he had his hands tied and he whipped the rope up around them so that when he was getting pulled by
that is based on what that explanation makes perfect sense. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if they were rope burns on the inside, that could have happened any number of ways. On the outside of the hand, that's super weird, right?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Yeah. So the sort of pulling, and I'm gonna wrap this up, and then it still gets fucking yanked out of my hand or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah. I go, oh, what the fuck is the name of those motherfuckers that captured the wolf? That were bringing them to town.
They were just random poachers.
They were just poachers. What is the forest that they're from?
You guys just call it the South Ron Forests.
South Ron?
Yeah. Like Southern, but said in a different way.
Yeah, South Ron. Okay. South Ron, yeah. I go, sir, you're from the South Ron Forest, aren't you?
Talking to measles, they is now. Sees us, they do. Back away, we should back away. And he starts to like back up.
After the men who brought you here, aren't you? The bad men that brought you here?
Thinks
What
it
brought
was
you here?
men. Thinks it was men. They do. Thinks it was men. They are demons from the Shadowfell. Demons. We are here to kill the demons. They're starting to back away.
Don't have to be afraid of us.
Harry's gonna lower the torch slightly so it's less intimidating and closer. And she's gonna go, we mean you no harm if you mean us no harm. Please. If it makes you more comfortable, I'll put the torch out.
They go into sort of a low, a crouch is not, I got to put myself back on camera. Like Becky, remember, said the thing that you liked about Mead is you could totally hide yourself. I keep doing that, and then I have to be able to see myself for what I'm doing. They were kind of standing like this with their hands, and then you go to put the torch low, and a leg swings back. I'm still under the cloak. They're doing this. But you're to them, so they're more like alley is that mouth of the alley is that way. There is no chair. And they're turning like this, which could be, and remember, this is under cloak, right? So you can't see you're seeing a shape of this. And this could be, like Merle would know as much as anyone, that could be I'm about to run or I'm about to jump, right?
Yeah.
Can I try a persuasion check as she's doing this? Just
yeah, go ahead.
And she's gonna put the torch out and go, we mean you no harm. Please stay and speak with us 24 all day.
Ooh.
And she's snuffed out the torch.
That wasn't fantastic. When you snuff out the torch, I need you to both roll perception again.
God damn it. No, we're both watching together. Do we get an advantage?
Sure.
Hooray.
Hooray!
That means we have a chance of making it.
Not with the 10 all
with the
day
10
for
all
me.
day.
Is that what you got too?
No, you got no. I got a 23.
Okay.
She's
I
blind.
was waiting for him to bolt, honestly.
Ari, when you put the torch all the way out, this person full on fucking disappears to you. Merle, you can see this outline, and it's clear that they are slowly backing away and kind of cat-like watching, like not backing away as in steps, almost like leaning, putting more weight on the foot. Let me describe it in monk terms. Putting more weight on the back foot away from you, which again, still a little ambiguous, right?
Yeah.
That could be to, or that could be to like dope the fuck out. And I will say, see, this is the other thing about this mic is I can move it closer when I want to be more like low voiced. I don't know if it actually helps.
It does, yeah.
Okay. It goes, so constantly, I need a camera crew. That's what I need. You can hear it. You can both hear it muttering to itself. Goes, says it means measles, no harm. They says the little one says it's, but the big one looks like the demons. But it is not the demons. Just looks like. Measles is close now, so close to the demons. And then
Dwarven Ranger bursts out of the shadows and starts hitting the head. No.
Would that be a Dwarfus Ex Machina?
That would just be our luck with this adventure. And like the guy we put on the thing to help us just suddenly bursts in and fucks this up for us now.
God damn it, Fellingram.
No, but I do need you two to roll initiative.
Okay. Seven. Woo!
Okay, Ari. Something's about to happen. You can feel it. You're not entirely certain what that is, and you still, for the most part, can't really see it anymore. You can hear it. It's constant mumbling. It's constant, like, So both of you, I don't think, have to roll to figure out. You can figure out how it keeps referring to itself as measles, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So measles is there going what to do to find the demons, because these hunters are not going to share in the kills with measles. So I needed to tell me what you're gonna do. Your gut, your fucking adventurers and inspector's gut tells you something's about to happen, but it is honestly, measles is playing this so fucking ambiguously, and you're like, I don't know what the fuck right now.
Prisoner's dilemma. Are you asking us both or her specifically first?
You're like, mechanically your initiative comes after its, so just her.
Oh. I'm going to cast Calm Emotions.
Mm,
Nice.
smart play.
What?
Each humanoid in a 20-foot radius sphere centered on a point I choose within range must make a charisma saving throw. They can choose to fail the saving throw if they wish. If a creature fails the saving throw, choose one of the following two effects. You can suppress any effect causing a target to be charmed or frightened. When the spell ends, any suppressed effect resumes, assuming that its duration has not expired in the meantime. Or you can make it indifferent about creatures of your choice that it is hostile toward. This indifference ends if the target is attacked or harmed by a spell, or if it witnesses any of its friends being harmed. When
So
the spell ends, the creature
I got it, Bex. I got it. I mostly just needed to know what the saving throw was. And your DC is 14?
I believe so. Yes.
Okay. Just because I like the way I've seen this on Dimension 20 and I like it. Like, even, there are some like Zone of Truth, if somebody's passed their saving throw or not. I just like it. Like, you can feel measles shrug off that calm emotion. I rolled an 18. Like, I'm not narratively not making this work. That was a really fucking smart play. And if they hadn't the saving throw like that, this goes in another direction. But so you cast calm emotions and you can see Bex, have you seen Ratatouille?
Yes.
You remember when the food critic, the childhood memory pings and the eyes go sort of big for a second?
Yeah.
Like, you see that happen and then it, like, just a flash, right? Like, and like all you see is eyes and like teeth, just to be weird for a second. And you hear, don't mean arms to the measles, must get the demons. And then the squinting comes back and then there's a teleport.
Okay.
Like, and both of you roll Arcana.
I was melting into shadows, wasn't it?
Roll your Arcana, metagamer.
Advantage or flat?
Advantage is fine.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna re-roll it then, or roll again. Actually,
Just roll one more.
Nat 20.
I got a 15.
Okay, that was not like a standard. So teleport usually moves across in the same plane, or just is a location bridge, a magical location bridge. This feels like somebody's clipping out of this plane and he's going somewhere else. And Merle, actually on the 15 you get that too. Like, that's not a standard teleport. And there's an after effect that's like, I don't know that in Mundus the exact term Shadowfell is used, but
Well, he's used it twice now. So
who has? Measle?
measles, yeah.
Oh, okay.
He said Shadowfell 2 times.
Did he?
Yes.
Yes.
It's referred to the Shadowfell demons twice. So
The ones who brought it here are demons from the Shadowfell, and
Oh,
then
yes, okay.
it says Merle looks like the
And he
demons.
has, and you do.
yeah.
But I will say that both of your understanding of what Shadowfell might be is pretty tantamount to like folk tales, especially yours, Merles.
Yeah.
You don't have any magical training, not really, especially since you went artificer. Fuck all that.
That's not what happened. That's
They got these cool tattoos.
Fuck your Yankee blue jeans, Mom. Okay.
We're
All right.
serious.
So you're down this alley. We're out of initiative.
Well, shit.
Fuck, he's gone.
Yeah.
Well, all right then. We've got somewhere to be.
Yeah.
Anyways, it had to take us down a strange path. We'll come out. We'll make a left when we hit the end of this alleyway, up 2 streets, make a right, and then another left over, down a street, and another right, and we'll be there.
I'm starting to think she does actually know where we're going.
That is absolutely fair. Ari, I need you to make a stealth check with advantage. Just Ari.
An 18 all day.
Okay. Cool. So you come up about a block away from.
She's not going to go straight to the door.
Right. So what are you going to do? Well, I mean, I assume you tell your partner, hey, we're a block away.
Yeah. No, what she very specifically told me where we were, and that's when you went, yeah.
That checks out with my map. I concur.
Okay. So you two are gonna plan, sort of talk about this for a second. I'm gonna run pee, but speakers are loud enough. I should be able to hear you.
I don't know that we're going to say much.
Okay.
All right. I don't want to go straight to the door. I want to circle around. I want to try and see who else might be watching us around here.
Yeah, that poor creature.
I messed up.
I don't think you messed up. I think you handled that as well as could be handled.
I shouldn't have cast it. Every time he looked at you, he seemed to get more worked up. I thought if we could calm him.
He doesn't have much experience with half orcs. I think all of us are an enemy to him in his experience, and he's probably right to assume that. When you meet my wife, please don't tell her how much I smoke on duty.
It'll be our secret, but you're going to have to learn how to properly air out your coats then.
Fair.
There's a fairly unused cloak closet, cedar. It'll help draw the scent out.
Okay.
She's going to pick it up otherwise.
Yeah.
Also, you could fully just prestidigitate his codes before he goes home every day. Yeah, you're like, I'm not. That would be me aiding and abetting my partner against his spouse.
I don't know, but if this broad chose this guy, I don't want to cross her.
Yeah.
That seems like a bad idea. And I know bad ideas very well. Yeah, we'll circle around. We'll check it out. I'm a little worried. What kind of... You're right. You do know south of the river better than me. What kind of force do we have down here, if any?
They have bailiffs, Josh?
Maze Hill? No, there's a precinct here. Every district has at least one precinct.
I thought there was one that didn't have any.
No, that was bailiffs.
Okay.
And there's a really bougie ass district north of the river that has 2 precincts and 100% does not need it.
It's almost like the cops are really about protecting property in the rich.
Laws are just threats that are made by the dominant socioeconomic ethnic group.
Want to make some bacon? Mm.
Yeah. That was on fire the whole time. The whole time.
I would still like to get my cross stitch. So if I
Yeah.
cross stitched that for you, would you like it, Josh? Or would it be a thing like you're like, please don't give me tchotchkes?
No, that would
The what is his name? Bud Covey. Bud Covey's whole thing. Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely. It's one of the 9,000 things that are sold out on the Dropout fucking gift shop. Like everything is sold out.
yeah,
And like I want all the Bud Covey stuff, but yeah.
yeah.
I know how to cross stitch. I just haven't been inspired to make anything. And then Anthony showed me some of those, and I was like, oh, well, I could make those really neat. I could also do them. There's an easy way to do rainbow gradients in thread when you're cross stitching. So,
Yeah, that would be very cool.
what do you think about asking for a couple of uniforms just to come down here in general while we're up and looking? I don't like how quick he was able to move. That measles.
Sounds right.
Yeah, I don't like how quick he was able to move, and that wasn't a standard teleport.
No.
He went to another
Well,
plane.
Let's get to the precinct, which is where?
We don't need to go to the precinct. We can call in a request to
That's right. That's right.
headquarters
That's right.
and ask them just to send a couple officers out here for
Yeah.
foot patrol.
I key my mic and ask.
Okay, you ask. They say they will send to the Maze Hill precinct, and that uniform should be there in about 9 minutes.
Okay. Well, we wait.
Are you so this is the end of row houses, so you can't go all the way around. It's a row house. So I heard Ari say you guys were gonna sort of check out front and back first.
We're gonna circle the block first and just the area first and try and see if we can figure out anybody who might be hanging around acting as lookout, anything like that.
Are you being particularly stealthy about this, or are you just walking around? So you have 3 ways you could do this. You could be stealthy, you could be deceptive, or you could just be walking around. Stealthy is full on hiding. Deceptive is, no, we're not cops. And walking around is, I don't give a shit who sees me.
I mean, honestly, they don't have a uniform.
You do, but it's dark, which is why deceptive is an option, because you have your badge and you guys are supposed to be wearing tabards. I have referred to you as uniformed inspectors before, and that's how everybody knows when they see you. But it's dark out, and Maze Hill's not particularly well lit. It's not dark. It's not street lights. It's like lanterns and stuff here and there, but it's not like torches, or it's definitely not magically lit like some other districts. So there's plenty of shadow here, which is why you have deception and stealth even as options. Or you could just walk around and be fucking inspectors. And the point to that is to say, like, hey, maybe this is not the time to be fucking around. Like,
Yeah, I'm in favor of that last option.
we're not from here. We know that, but guess who we are? Maybe we're not interested in anybody's little fucking, what are you doing on my block, homie? Bullshit.
Yeah. That's where Aries and Clint, and she's gonna say that to Merle.
And Merle's like, yeah, I think that's the way to
All
go.
right, both of you roll perceptions with advantage and tell me what you're looking for.
At this point, I'm looking for more enforcers from the Kingpin. From the import-export company. really looking for horses would be my first thing to look for, because Mings Hill doesn't really seem like a horse heavy district.
It is not. So,
So,
you're looking
yeah.
for if there's anybody else here from Drew Grimm? Is that what
I'm
you're
gonna
saying?
look for money. That's what I'm gonna look for, signs of.
Oh, signs of money.
Yeah. And then I'm gonna make my perception check.
All right, both of you roll perception with advantage. And what is Ari looking for?
I'm looking for anybody who's hanging out.
Oh,
Anybody who's hanging out and looks like they might be sitting as a lookout, getting ready to call out to stuff,
Oh.
or signal to people. With a 10.
Ari, you
Oh.
don't notice anything, and Merle, you see in the same set of row houses on the same side of the street, but 2 away. You see a house that has like a particularly nice set of sort of door lamps that are actually lit, made out of brass. And then across the street, 3 houses up, somebody has just had some work done on the front of the home.
Okay. And now I guess we're waiting for uniforms. I point those out to Ari and say, and now I think we're waiting for uniforms. Yeah.
Okay. Ari has multiple times said we're not going right up to the door. Where are you waiting in relation to the house?
How long of a row of townhouses is it? Are we talking like 5 units stuck together, 10 units stuck together?
Like 10.
10 units stuck together. We can get an angle on it and be down the road a bit. At a break between 2 others. Can we find somewhere like that to just stand for a bit?
Sure. So we're gonna just say that like it's this house here, which is actually a duplex. Here's another duplex. It's sort of here. So you want to go down this way. You want to go further into the curve.
Further into the curve, I think.
And then you're on the same side or the opposite side?
Opposite side.
Okay. So say like here-ish?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
And she is going to try and blend into the shadows at that point.
Okay.
Just-
Roll me. Are you doing that as well, Merle? Or are you just like
No.
okay? Then roll a flat stealth, Ari.
9.
You're like, I am the knight. We both see and hear you.
The night.
Oh.
Do not argue with the knight.
The night needs a snack. There's been a lot of walking. Where's my granola bars?
Where's my granola bars?
My
Okay.
boots are so tired. My boots are so heavy. I don't go on the campaign trails anymore.
Right. All right. Before both of you make flat perception checks.
$15.
Okay.
19.
Yep. The uniforms arrive. There's two constables show up. I'm not naming names. We're going to call them Constable A and Constable B.
Can one of them be A hobgoblin named Fred.
Named no.
Can one of them be named Fred Colin and the other one Nobby Knobs?
No,
Why not?
because I said no.
You're no fun.
That's true.
You don't know how to play the game right.
Sure. The weirdest fucking combination. A hobgoblin and a gnome show up in a weird sort of like somebody was fucking making a statement on the two of you as a pairing. They sort of sent related versions of you as uniforms.
Are they about to launch into a vaudeville routine? Excuse
They-
me, call routine.
They are not. They're very serious.
And this is bullshit.
Yeah.
Aries sees them coming up and she goes, "Do you think they
Are they
did that on
mocking us?
purpose? Is this some kind of, are we some kind of joke to them?"
Did headquarters tell them what we were and send them a specific pairing to be dicks?
Give me a sandwich. I need to talk me.
Anyway, they come up and the gnome, who has sort of a neutral, more neutral south of the river accent, goes, "Good evening to you, constables. How can we be of assistance?"
We are going to be approaching an individual. We're a bit concerned about a potential runner. Townhouses we can't easily circle. We were hoping you would keep a bit of a lookout for us.
Sure. Would you like us to go around the back then?
Please.
Okay. Which one is it then? And you point out the house to them.
Yes.
Okay. Cool. You walk there. They walk around this side, and you give them time to get into position. And then what do you do?
Murrow,
Yeah.
I think it's your time to shine.
Walk up and start banging on the door.
Well, I mean, it's don't bang. It's not like it's an emergency. There's a little something called decorum, rather.
You were saying it's my time to shine, and honestly, I mean,
I don't. People south of the river don't tend to take me seriously.
I see. I get the picture. Okay.
I don't want to sound racist, but I'm a racist.
You want me to go in there and black it up? I got it.
Here's a watermelon.
Yeah. Oh God.
Don't worry, it's seedless. Okay, so you pound on the door. Are we gonna
Yeah.
do that initial thing? Okay, so this is Maze Hill. So this is a hobgoblin. The name is Kerna Butcherblade. A hobgoblin female answers the door. She's a bit, she's youngish, maybe late teens, early 20s. She's kind of dressed like what a south of the river sort of club kid looks like. Long hair in a bunch of like braids that colored.
Chab. She's a chab. That's what you're trying to say. Yeah.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah.
Yeah.
And she answers the door. And, oh, hello, officer. What is Merle's charisma? Not great. But above average. She's like, what are you doing here?
We're here to speak with. God damn it, Josh. What is his name? Buck.
It's in the chat, dude. Kerna Butcherblade.
Sorry, chat. Going to the chat.
And it's a gal.
Okay,
Did I type that wrong? No, I typed it correctly.
We're here to speak with Kerna Butcherblade.
Oh, that's my mom. Hang on. And she turns and goes, Mom, it's the Cousins.
Hmm.
A late 30s, just kind of yoked hobgoblin comes down, and walks with a military rigidity, and you see some scars on their face. In fact, both of you look on the face, and you're like, oh, there's 3 parallel scars along the jawline. That looks like an animal fight.
Yeah.
And she stands to the door and goes, officers, good evening. May I help you?
I look at you, and I kind of go, look
What do we
down.
do now?
What's that?
What do we do now?
No, that's not what he does. He's gonna go, I'm just gonna tell her her life's in danger. What do you think? Do this in full view of her.
What does Anthony say? I'm just gonna what?
He looks
Not
down at his partner and goes, I'm just gonna tell her her life's in danger. What do you think?
Fair, straight.
you get a cocked eyebrow.
Yeah.
Like you said that audibly, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And Erie responds, fair, fair. Play
Yeah.
it straight. Good idea.
I go, Madam, your life is in danger. One of your associates has already been killed by the winter wolf you captured. There's another creature wearing a cloak.
You
That you
can
also
see-
captured?
So we're gonna go back a second, and you can see, Madam, your life is in. I'm gonna tell her life is in danger. Madam, your life is in danger. And you see, she starts to go, and then you go winter wolf, and so continue saying, and
Yeah.
just like,
And I go, the winter wolf you captured and another creature you captured are stalking you. They will probably arrive sometime this evening. The creature in a cloak, he tries to describe the hooded cloaked figure named that we believe is named Measles. Is also trying to locate you. Believes you to be a demon of the Shadowfell. I would like to take you into protective custody, you and your daughter. And then he takes a bite of his sandwich.
We stopped by the Collared Queen.
okay, you said I would like to take you into protective custody. I wish I had a sandwich. No, I would like you to take a bite of you in protective custody, and then, as a surprise round, you hear Shadowfell demon and come sailing.
Here it comes.
Just so you know, I rolled a nat 20 on its stealth, and then I just rolled a nat 20 on its fucking leap. Measles comes sailing over Aerie,
Yeah.
and in the doorway, and just full on lands. Here, let me
Show us, Measles.
yeah, that's Measles without
His cloak.
without his cloak on. He's not he's got that fucking nasty short sword out.
Mm-hmm.
Not the garrote. And I need to roll damage, and then you guys need to roll initiative again.
Uh-huh.
You know we can see your sheet, right?
Yeah, you're still presenting. Thank you.
No, I did know. I reshared the incorrect tab.
Oh, okay.
Another stellar fucking 7 for my initiative. Can I just
Woo,
keep
I
7?
got a 4.
Can I keep 7 as my initiative for the rest of the game?
It's his natural enemy.
I mean, if you so choose. Karna. That was terrible damage. So that's 4, 7 minus 6. Okay. Oh. Goddamn. Okay. I need to roll initiative for Kurna as well. Okay, Kurna gets a 16. There.
Could you take down the map while we're doing this?
Sure, I would love to.
I only ask because that way when so I have your faces here and my character sheet here, and it just makes it easier for me.
No problem. Okay, so this
Finds that funny.
Measle comes sailing over with that nasty short sword in reverse grip, like it's the fucking big ass dagger, and like sinks it into Kurna's shoulder. And then Kurna, in response, who is grappled, takes. Okay.
I'm fucking intense.
Okay. No, I'm clicking between tabs, and I clicked away to look at something that covered your pictures, and I come back and Anthony's got fire. And
Fire in my face. Yeah.
This has become a LARP. Let's
You have
go.
to let it flame for a minute, and then you blow it out. That's how incense works.
So Kurna is on the ground, somewhat semi-grappled, and with a fucking blade in her shoulder, and is sort of like trying to grab that arm so Measles can't withdraw it, and just goes poof, poof, and socks Measles fucking hard in the face twice. Hold on. Wait. If you're not a monk, unarmed damage is just your strength +1, right?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. Okie dokes. Okay. And then next in the initiative is did you get you got a 7 again? What did you get, Mary Sandy?
4.
4. So it's Merle's go.
Oh.
So you've got a Kurna on the floor, back on the ground in front of you, now fully engrappled with Measles, and Measles is sort of back to you, butt to you, on top of Kurna, getting punched in the side of the head.
He says to Kurna, as he's going to grapple Measles and pull him off of her, any attack on this creature will be construed by the law as attempted murder. Athletics check to grapple whatever the fuck Measles is.
Don't you have to hit an attack roll to hit?
Yeah, I have to hit an attack roll. Okay.
We'll let you keep that athletics check.
Thank you. And then I'm going to make an attack roll. And I'm going to fail.
No, I should have said advantage because Measles is grappled, so they have disadvantage. So
Okay.
just roll it again.
I will roll that a second time then. Looks like my 9 was the best.
Okay. So you like this squirrely, stinky little fucker, like is just hard to get a hold of in the fucking swirling.
He's all covered in sweat, and I just can't get him. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
He's also, I'm sure, crazed, trying to kill the demon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ari, that's you.
Sorry, I was catching up on the narrative.
That's fine.
Okay. No, that's not a good one. I'm looking through my ideas. already used it once. I don't want to use it again right now. I'm trying to see what I can do that's not going to cause a problem for everybody.
Well, okay.
Fuck it. I'm going to try calm emotions again, and it's going to suck. But
I don't think that sucks, babe. I think that's actually a really fucking good idea. It didn't work last time. It almost had an effect. You're not. Yeah, that's the way to handle this fucking guy.
she,
I think.
as it's going on, and Merle wades in to try and pull them apart, Aries spreads her hands out in front of her and tries again and goes, just calm down, calm down. We can sort this out.
Okay. So each humanoid in 25%, you must make a charisma saving throw. Let me roll Kurna's as well. So you're trying to make Measles indifferent about Kurna?
And Kurna indifferent about measles.
Okay. Measles goes. Yeah, Measles isn't really grappled by Kurna so much as like just holding on to that wrist. Measles looks and goes, fucking Shadowfell demon, and just kind of and spits on her. And Kurna goes, "You fucking freak!" and like goes to throw again. So it worked on Measles. It did not work. It did not work on Kurna.
Yeah.
I don't have a way to take another action.
Right, you do not.
That's all I can do. That's all I can do.
Calm emotions. Duration.
Oh,
Okay.
wait, I can cast that and then I can move in and try and stand in between them.
Okay.
That's
you
what I'm
can
going to do.
You can use your movement.
Yeah.
Kurna making athletics or acrobats to get in between them, or are they no longer locked in melee?
No, they're not. Well, what I said was that Measles goes to step up and to the side. So it's and Measles is moving to the side of the short sword. So Kurna's got to try to swing across. So yeah, you can. Yeah, roll me in acrobatics to make sure you're or athletics, whatever's better.
Acrobatics.
Acrobatics for her, yeah.
Athletics is strength based. 15 all day?
Yeah, that you're totally between them, and Kurna like it is already starting to swing by the time you get there. But just kind of you can see fast reflexes, good training, sort of figures it out partway through and manages to pull and whiff at the same time, sort of like straightens their arm out so it doesn't, right? Like, right? Sort of pulls back.
This would be a bad idea if I follow through with this. I must change plans now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to punch that halfling into my book, my foyer. Yes. Okay, we're not fully technically out of combat yet, but Measles is calmed and
Eight up straight.
say it again.
Nothing. I was being stupid.
Yeah, this is not, you have a concentration, but this isn't the kind where they get to like try to save repeatedly after each one. It doesn't work that way.
No.
So you have a minute of Measles calmed, and Measles on their initiative, because they're calmed, they feel sort of indifferent about it, like as indifferent as they're going to get. Sort of regards the daughter, who is now like screaming, mom, holy shit. Another kid has come down. Measles just pulls the short sword out of the hobgoblin and sort of stands there with it, sort of looking around, and says to itself, Measles must get the fuck out of here.
Measles don't go.
and bamfs out of the fucking scene.
Of course he does. God damn it.
No, never mind. I'm not justifying a goddamn thing to you. I'm the GM, and how I say it goes.
I'm a player character. You know what's happening. You know I don't.
Yes.
You also didn't have to roll for that if you didn't want to. You could
No,
just say
I
regardless.
do. That's a recharge ability.
Okay.
And I've been teching it, and that is the first time since. So how I've decided is a creature with a recharge ability gets it on its first round automatically, and then you have to roll, and like the times Measles is like, okay, jump, nope, didn't recharge, okay. But I really do like that mechanic that like even on things with dragons and breath weapons, that it's like it's a recharge. They don't just get to automatically
do it. Yeah.
Just fucking do it all the time, especially with the way legendary actions works. I'm like, that would be fucking evil, but okay.
Yeah.
But like I was saying, we'd like to take you and your children into protective custody.
She is sitting there, and she goes to sit up, and she's like, yeah, okay. Either one of you, or both of you rather, can make
Medicine.
Let's say either medicine or arcana, whichever, either one that you would prefer.
Arcana. Advantage or no?
Advantage, yeah. Excuse me.
Nat 20, 24 all day. I know Arcana. That's the only thing I can fucking do, apparently.
I'm sucking hind tit with an 8.
Okay. Merle doesn't pick up on this, but you see when she moves her other hand to sort of get herself up, that wound has got some necrotic damage, is gonna need to be seen to. Otherwise, it's just gonna keep going.
Yeah.
Super slowly. It's not like severe necrotic, but it's something needs to be done.
Area is going to say, we'll make sure.
Shadowfell has 2 L's, by the way.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead.
She's going to say, we'll make sure we get somebody to take a look at you when you come in. Pack a few items real quick.
They do. She just grabs a duffel bag, which you can tell by the way the heft of it is a go bag that very likely contains very compactly packed armor and some weapons and some other stuff. But they've got a go bag. She's got a go bag rather. It takes the kids a while. The son is probably 14, 15. Yeah. Okay. By this time, having heard, honestly, what was that, 2 rounds, which is like 18 seconds, maybe. I think it's 2, maybe 3 rounds. It's a surprise round, and then 2 rounds. So that whole thing took less than 20 seconds and possibly less than 15. The unis, you hear one has been, we're going to retcon, one was pounding from the back, and the gnome finally charged in sometime, as you were saying, take you into protective custody. Mm-hmm. But the units have sort of come on, and the gnome says, inspectors, are you taking them back to constable headquarters, or are we taking them into protective?
Oh, which is more expedient, Josh?
How do you mean expedient? Geographically?
Yeah.
They're take them to the Maze Hill precinct?
Because we gotta go to Roboche Reika next.
Yeah. So yeah, you take them in. I'm
Get
gonna-
a healer. There's some necrotic damage on her. It needs to get tended to right away.
and then we got to call that into headquarters what we did, and that we're gonna
Yeah.
be taking someone in the next district that also needs to go into protective.
Okay.
Angels, don't kill these people.
What did you say?
I said out loud, just like measles, don't kill the people protecting these people. Just
Do you just say it sort of generally out loud, or do you like shout it into the neighborhood?
yeah, no, out loud. Generally, like the measles is somewhere nearby listening. We just don't see them. Like
Jesus Christ, dude. It's sweet. It's been a long day already.
It's been a
It's going to be a
long-
longer
come on.
day.
it's just
Do you know the kind of paperwork we're already going to have? I don't have the energy for this.
Ants,
Yeah.
roll just a flat d20.
seen all that.
Okay, cool. So you have that other address in
Open the window, please.
Yeah.
We have the other address in Roboche Reika.
Roboche Reika. What time did I say it was? I said it by the time you got here, wasn't it like 7?
It was right around 7. You said it took about 30 minutes. It was about 6:30 that we left the station house.
Yeah, but this was like a 10-minute walk with a little few minutes detour.
Yeah, so
and-
7:15-ish.
Yeah, this is, you know, it's one of those things, the time dilation. Once we enter combat, time slows way the fuck down.
Yeah.
Okay, headquarters acknowledges that you are leaving Colonel Butcherblade and family in protective custody in the Maze Hill precinct, and you are proceeding to Roboche Reika. Whoever calls that in. So Anthony, you need to, you know what, I'll take care of it.
Okay. You're just expending charges.
I want to see if it works how I think it works. Cool, it does. Who called in to say that we're
That was me.
both times?
No, it was Merle.
So there was one to say get the unis, and then there's another one to say we're taking them into custody.
Get the unis was me.
Oh, okay.
So I'll expend a charge on mine as well.
No, you'll expend 2. Calling into the office is the 4th level. It's the 2 charges.
That's what I was going to ask. Is it the one on the 4th level or the 3rd level?
Calling each other is the 3rd level.
Okay.
Calling to the office is the 4th.
Okay.
Good.
Adjusted.
Did you say justice?
Adjusted. Adjusted.
Oh, okay.
But also justice.
Okay. So did you manually click down the charges, or did you just cast the 4th level spell?
I hit cast at 4th level.
Okay, good. Because that's, and I can see that they're deducted, but like, yes, it finally did that. Okay. It is, I can't remember what I was watching. I was watching somebody's, the D&D Chaos, which was on Roll20, and one of the players went, "Hey, I've discovered, you know what's a superpower in D&D? Just be rich." Just being rich is kind of like superpower. And somebody goes, kind of like in real life. And it's like, yep. Okay. Subwaying it over to Roboche Reika?
Yeah, it doesn't take too long, does it?
No, it's probably, between yeah, the whole thing is like less like 14 minutes between waiting for the train and then going there. And both of you roll nature with advantage for navigation. I thought it was survival, but nature's fine.
Maybe it is.
You could.
Oh,
No, it's fine. Doesn't matter. I'll let you guys decide on that one, like whichever
yeah,
one.
it's your intelligence nature check measures your ability to recall lore about terrain. That's why it was that. And then survival is to follow tracks, hunt wild game, guide your group through frozen wasteland, identify signs. So either. But
yeah, nature makes more sense because it's like recalling what you already know more.
yeah.
I got a 22.
I got a 20.
All right, you're like, oh well, we know where this fool lives.
There he goes. I think we're gonna head up this way. And Mo goes,
Yep.
yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah. Yeah, what I was thinking was listen to the halfling.
Who doesn't come down south of the river, but sure as shit seems to know it.
Yeah.
So it's around what, 7:30, 7:15?
No, it was 7:15 when you left.
Okay.
Maysville, so it's about 7:30. You are a couple. You are going to zoom out, Josh, and then yeah. The thing about Riboche Reka is it's not a lot of residential. So if somebody lives here, chances are they're in a live work, like over a warehouse or something like that. So there's this place here called Sandwich Fix, and there appear to be residences above it. And it's kind of dingy. There's all these conveyances all over the place, all these wagons and carts all over the place, which makes sense here. As you're walking up, what's your guys' badge number?
116.
116. This is headquarters. We have a report of a homicide in Blackheath, potentially related to your case. Sergeant Fallon Grimm and uniforms are standing by, prepare to take address, and they give you an address in Blackheath, which is the neighborhood just south of where you are and was just west of non-line, east of Maze Hill.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
It's slightly southwest of us, east of Maze Hill.
Yeah, so this is Maze Hill, this is Blackheath, and Riboche Reka is here. So you had to you crossed in the underground over to here.
Aries gonna respond. Copy that. Checking a potential lead, then we'll head over.
Okay.
Do you need to send another message to your wife?
No.
Oh.
I already told her I probably wasn't coming home tonight until dawn. So long as it's not dawn.
Which is technically tomorrow, not tonight, but carry on.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's
Wait,
this.
on the way we stopped for a sandwich.
Yeah.
So the address you're looking for is literally just above this sandwich shop, and you're stopping for a sandwich.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Listen, this is hungry making work. We've been going everywhere.
You ever ridden the subway? It's
All the smells make you so hungry. Mm.
Do you take the full hour for dinner to give yourselves a short rest, or just quick?
How much
Yes.
do I get back on a short rest?
With a sorceress, I'm not sure. I know that you can get, I think, up to a hit die back, but you're not down any.
No, and I don't think I can get any spell slots back.
I don't think. Yeah, that's warlocks. Merle might want a short rest though.
Yeah, a short rest would be good. I could get some hit points back.
Yeah.
All right. Do you want me to do that answer? Do you want to? Are you
Please.
here? Okay. There you go, and you're back to full.
Hooray!
All right, you guys sit there for an hour. You can have any. I'm going to stop sharing for the moment. You can, if there's any discussion about the case, or you could say no. We eat in silence, or we just make chit chat because we don't want to drag it down with role playing. It's up to you.
We're gonna.
We're going to talk about what's come up so far.
Okay, go ahead.
So
Think measles is Blackheath?
yeah,
Shit.
that's my guess.
Or it could be the wolf. They don't know about measles yet.
Could also be the ranger.
Vecna.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm calling it a delicatessen.
Okay.
Not a sandwich joint.
A deli. We know deli. So, the list of suspects. Vikra, measles, wolf.
Yeah.
These are all the likely suspects in the murders. Who do we know who's in Blackheath? Well, these were the two known contacts of Maruk Dalka.
Yeah.
We might have missed a contact. It might have been a new contact. Could be somebody else. What's his name? Oh, what's his butt? Head honcho, big bad guy. Grunbar.
Mhm.
Grunbar organization. You know, the one you promised you'd take out.
Mm-hmm.
So that'll be interesting.
Well, sure. I don't know. I just wish I could get ahead of somebody in this case. I feel like constantly playing catch up.
But we're not. We beat measles to Kurna. We got ahead. We saw it coming.
What was that? Oh, it was outside.
We have neighbors. It's those guys at the other table. Everybody wants a sandwich. What?
They're delicious.
I know it doesn't feel good because we got this call in, but here's the thing. We stopped at least one.
Yeah.
Possibly two, because if we hadn't been there, measles would have showed up regardless.
That's true.
There would have been nobody to pull them apart. So we got ahead. You got to take the wins where you find them, right?
Yeah. You're right.
Don't get downhearted. They have cheesecake here.
Yeah.
It's really good. I don't know if you've had it before, but it's amazing.
Just Becky inventing whole menus in restaurants.
Listen, what else do you expect from me? I will name the alley cats and I will give you menus. These are the only things I care about. And she's gonna go, take the win. We're still up. We're still kicking, right?
Yeah.
Nobody's got the drop on us yet. It's coming, but it ain't happened yet. Well, I mean, I don't know that he got the drop on you so much as you chose a bad fight, but you won.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
So we got Vikma, we got measles, we got the wolf. It's unlikely measles is responsible for the one in Blackheath because HQ doesn't know about measles yet. Much more likely it's the wolf because that's what was on Maruk that had HQ call us out and flag it for us.
Okay.
Vikma would be unusual, I think. So we're going to go there. We're going to poke around. We're going to see what we can find. We're going to talk to Hogar here first, try and convince them of the protective custody. Maybe they'll listen. Maybe they won't. We'll see. Then we check out Blackheath. We figure out what's going on there. Get our reports in, or at least get them written the first time. So we don't forget when we go to sleep. Then we'll take it again tomorrow. We'll have more information. It'll be fine.
Okay. Okay.
We got this.
Yeah. You talked me into it.
Well, I am holding a sandwich. I'm very persuasive when food is involved.
That's actually true. She really is.
Starting to see that is true.
It's a skill. It's a skill. That and finding my way around. Have you seen the old maps of this city? They're amazing. Some of the landmarks have changed a bit, but the streets themselves still hold up for the most part.
Mm-hmm.
The big manor houses have been replaced, chopped down into the townhomes and that. And you got the council flats around, but it's good.
Merle, that Erie really has made you feel better about that, but that thing you said about like to be ahead, not to be always running to catch up. This other sort of feeling that you can't put your finger on, like I just feel like we've missed some things.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, like you feel better because Erie's Erie's points are all well made, and that's like, behold, I have a sandwich. I am suddenly more persuasive. That does totally work, but at the same time, you're like, yeah, something.
We're missing something. Is what I feel like.
Okay.
It's not a helpful observation that I'm missing something, but I feel like I'm missing something.
Or like you have missed something, to be more.
Or like I have missed something.
Right.
Sorry, God is correcting me.
You have a strange relationship with your deities, but all right.
I do.
It's, all right.
They're very judgy.
Yeah, it's actually more of a loose, tight relationship with your god. They mostly like just let you kind of do what you want and everything's okay. And occasionally they will just correct your grammar. They're like more or less look out for you. They're not terribly judgy, except for when it comes to talking.
Yeah.
So let's reveal.
Okay.
We've got a case. Murder and importing of exotics, right?
Right.
Those are the two base crimes we're looking at here.
Mm-hmm.
We got suspects. Who are our suspects? For the import of exotics, let's go. We got Grunbar. We got Golka, deceased.
Mhm.
Got butcher blade. I think that's 3. We got
Just flashed on Hot Fuzz fingered. Okay. So, um, okay.
we got Barislav. So we got them.
Okay.
We got Droog Grim.
Wait. Let's. Instead of reviewing our suspects, how about we try timelines?
Okay.
Okay. So I'm gonna try this. Hang on a second.
What are you doing?
I'm
Yeah.
saving something and then I'm coming to
Cracky.
Okay.
So we're gonna do our time.
what's that? I am about to start typing. Okay. So our timeline. We have who in South Rome Forest. We have
Vikma poachers. Also the winter wolf.
Vikma poachers.
Vikma and the poachers.
Vikma. Vikma is the ranger lady.
Yes.
We're gonna hold off on her. We have the poachers in the South Rome Forest.
Right.
So they go to the South Rome Forest and they capture a bunch of winter animals.
Right. About 2 months ago. According to how long Vikma said she's been tracking them.
South Rome Forest.
Okay.
I am not as good at as typing.
It's okay.
Poachers capture and 2 months ago.
Yeah.
Okay. So 2 months ago, South Rome Forest, poachers capture animals, including winter wolf. Vikma. Vikma starts tracking them. Actually, before that, we have Vikma starts tracking them. And then poachers return to Haven with the wolf and
For animals, let's say winter animals and
starts tracking them. Poachers return to
the
Haven.
fuck is measles, by the way? Do you have any idea?
I don't have any idea. And I don't want to spend another 3 hours at the library trying to figure it out. I'm sure we can ask next time we run into it.
They'll be there.
Also, the rudest question I've learned from living in Haven City is, what are you? So just gonna leave that there.
Where are you from? No,
Yeah.
really, where are you from? Okay, where is your family from?
Okay, so poachers return to Haven. Vikma. Vikma follows poachers to Haven.
Mm-hmm.
Poachers.
Yeah. But that took about 2 months to track into the city
It took her 2 months to track them into the city.
because the journey took them 2 months.
2 months. Okay.
That's what Vikma was saying, was she followed him for 2 months as they picked him up and headed back north to the city. Unless, God, am I misremembering?
No, that's about.
Okay.
I think it's either 2 or 4, but yeah, it took a long time.
I think they had said that like the round trip was 4, which would make sense if it took 2 months to get out there and 2 months to get back in. Okay.
Okay. Then they pass these animals.
Off to the Green Witches. I'll be right back. Off to the Green Witches to bring them to the fighting pit. That's owned by a nebulous entity known as Oath Steel down in Eltham.
Okay. Would you add
Shell
that note?
company. Yeah.
Okay.
Nebulous Shell Company. Open Steel.
Right.
Fighting pits last night. 'Cause that's what we've got so far. They went out months ago. 2 months back, FICMA started following them, traced them back here to the city as they were bringing the animals in. We know they weren't in the city for long. The fighting pits last night, there was a protest organized.
And that's when the winter wolf escapes, which does not have tits. Where does measles? It's a reference to the harpy thing, Josh. That was never mind.
Yeah, I'm like,
Your face, you made a look when I said that.
yeah, I'm listening and I go, which does not have tits. I'm like, true, but probably not relevant.
We're
Why
trying
is
to
that a
do
problem?
everything, Josh. We're trying to do everything we know. You know,
Right.
the winter wolf does not have tits.
Sure. Yes.
So where does measles fit in?
Where does measles fit in?
When did measles escape? Was measles captured this trip or on a previous trip and is now seeking revenge?
Both of you roll flat intelligence rolls.
Why won't you let me roll it?
Just click on your
Okay,
intelligence.
Bess, I got it. I rolled a natural 20.
Okay. You remember when interviewing those 3 PTAC leaders that they kept saying, and there was a cage that was in the shadows, and there was something in the back corner in shadow, and we could never see it.
That was measles.
That's where measles was from. I mean, that makes the most sense.
Because they could never see it. It wasn't the winter wolf that they could never see. It was measles.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because he's shadowy and such.
And
Well-
like it just occurs to you, you're like, oh, that cage. And they said it. And Ari and I kind of glossed over it because it was so clear that the big threat was the winter wolf. or
Right?
whatever that was throwing Ray of Frost around. Yes, Cone of Cold would have been a much bigger deal.
So
What?
where is that from?
From the 12-pack in the room on the laundry stand?
I forgot that there was even sodas in that thing. Okay. Sorry.
Have you been holding out sodas on me?
No, it's absolutely
Yes.
fine. She drinks them. I just 4. No, I'm not.
Accusation.
A little bit.
Okay, so let's put that in there.
It's in there. Do you have the case notes file open?
I sure do.
I thought he was the one typing on it. Was that you the whole time?
No, it was Bex typing on it the whole time.
Oh, okay.
Fighting pits, measles, most likely. Okay. Yeah, no, I see it now that you're putting it in the actual game notes, which makes it useful. I was putting it into chat.
Yeah.
Which is dumb. That is significant for reasons.
What is significant for reasons?
Measles escaping at that point. Okay.
I'm here. I'm listening.
Is Measles in league with the wolf, do you think?
Possibly. Are we making did we ever have it confirmed that there was a wolf? Yeah.
Yes.
We had that confirmed. Ish. Sorta.
Have you talked to anyone who's seen it?
Well, I thought the PTAC girls said they saw it.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah, I think that was a genuine question.
A periton or a harpy or a dire wolf or another snowy owl bear.
Yeah, the periton, which is where they did it have tits, came from.
Yeah.
Well, no, it was also argued it may have been a harpy, and when that was argued, I said, did it have tits?
Yeah.
No.
It's the winter wolf matches with the fighting that they suspect. It's one of the potentials. Has it been confirmed? Actually, no. It's
Okay.
suspected, not confirmed. We haven't found a full inventory of the creatures here, unless I've missed something. No, we found the
You
book.
haven't missed. Yes, you haven't missed anything.
Yeah,
Okay.
we found the books, but we didn't have. They were in code, so we didn't have a way to confirm what it was. We strongly suspected it would be a what's the word for a shipping list?
Manifest?
Yes. But we didn't have a way to confirm that. Neither of us could read the language itself, and thus we couldn't begin to crack the code the language was written in. We suspect but cannot confirm. So, nota bene, Winter Wolf might not be here. Yes, it matches up with everything, and Herkimer's Razor says that the simplest explanation.
Herkimer's Razor.
Yes. Herkimer's become my stand-in fantasy-ish weird dude name.
Gotcha.
Herkimer's Razor says it most likely is a winter wolf given the items we've observed.
Right.
But we need to be ready to discount that if other information comes up.
Okay.
So, Measles was the creature in the cage.
Yes.
Hmm.
Uh,
Hmm.
Also, you rolled that nat 20 at the first, at that other murder scene, and you could tell that it was the one where Anthony, as you wrote in the notes, punched that guy into unconsciousness.
Oh,
And you could see the aftermath. Your Arcana was a perfect roll, and so you could see how it was a fight. There were scratch marks, claw marks all over the place, the door and the rest of the place. You had melting ice from the ray of frost, and then or cold breaths, and then you could see vestiges of the druidic defenses that were happening. So you know that the winter wolf is not speculative.
yeah. Okay. So there's 2 creatures missing, possibly 3. We say possibly 3 because we couldn't get a count on how many were in the shadowy cage, but if we assume 2 missing, that's the wolf and Measles, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So last night, during the chaos, Wolf and measles get out.
Right.
Wolf seems to be hunting down those responsible or involved.
Yes.
Measles seems to be doing similar. Bickman told us there were 4.
Yes.
Poachers, yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
4 poachers. Well, we've got Maruk. We've got Butcherblade. We've got Hogar. Who's number 4? The deaths at the scene didn't look targeted, did they? There weren't actual homicides. It was chaos at the fighting pit, but
Yeah, no, that was a riot. That was a melee.
okay. I believe you'll find the term is Donnybrook.
Yeah.
Let's have tarps off, boys.
Okay. Wasn't a targeted attack. It was just says well, the 4th is whoever we're gonna find.
Yeah. I don't know who the 4th is.
It's whoever's dead in Blackie.
Okay. Yeah.
2 out of 2. 2 out of 4. Half ain't bad.
So let's head to Blackie.
No. We go upstairs and talk to Barislav first.
Okay.
Let's get all the way to downstairs from the person we've come to talk to, then just fuck right off.
Yeah. I'm not smart. Okay. That's not my strength.
You actually are.
I'm incredibly intelligent. I take that all back.
I don't know what I was saying.
What you are not, I mean, you are in the plus on everything. You keep saying like, oh, 12's not that high. That's not true. I think you said you were basing that on D20 modern or something, but like anything with a bonus is above average. So.
Yeah, it is. I know. Yeah, he is a golden boy. I rolled those stats and was like, I'm keeping these forever.
Okay, so
Okay. So did you get your health back?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm all getting mad at dice rolls for NPCs over here. Well, this is bullshit. Like, calm down.
What?
I'm getting all mad at dice rolls over here for NPCs, and I'm just like, that's an NPC. Calm down. This is not the player character.
It's fine. We spent about an hour sitting there muttering back and forth. Erie's taking very precise notes as they review this information.
Mm-hmm.
She's got a whole system of arrows and stars and dots of differing sizes that apparently call different things out to her.
Okay.
She also has a very nifty pen that she uses that lets her use 4 different colors of ink. It's amazing.
Is one of them like a teal color?
Mm-hmm.
That starts leaking.
You fell right into that trap.
Oh no. Okay, well, I'm gonna have to get my pen fixed. I'll use another pen right now.
I cannot tell you how annoyed that is, and I think it was a limited edition on that sort of pen. And like, I legit use it for physical, for visual differentiation, and I'm like, and so
God damn it.
yeah, I mean, and I've got blue and a navy, but the navy looks black to me.
Mm-hmm.
Like unless I'm in bright light or unless it's next to black, and then I'm like, oh, okay. But so navy is not my favorite, but whatever. Okay, so you go upstairs to Hogar Bereslav's.
Yes. Merle,
Yes.
you silver-tongued wretch.
Oh no. It's never worked out well. Okay, let's do the same thing we did last time.
It worked last time.
How did that work? I'm genuine. What? Okay.
Your earnestness. Let me see those marks on your face.
You are on the steps having this conversation.
Yes. Yeah. I go. I'm gonna do the
that
same thing
work?
last time. It'll sound a little rehearsed, maybe, but that's fine. I got no tongue for deception.
You can do this. I believe in you.
Knock on the door.
You hear a. This is Hogar Bereslav. You hear a male orcish voice go, "Who is it?" There's no like people or anything.
Inspector Merle Sanderman.
Just a second, both of you roll perception with advantage.
He's gonna run.
He's a runner.
Mm-hmm. Nat 20.
15.
You both hear the very distinct sound of a heavy crossbow being uncocked and unloaded.
Oh. Well.
Well, never mind the thing I thought that was happening.
No, Erie muttered he's gonna run.
Yeah, and well, that's what happened. You said Erie said he's gonna run, and Merle said we've got a runner.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and you hear that you hear like a grunt and like a latch being and
the unratcheting sound.
The windlass this thing letting it detension safely, and he opens the door, and he's pretty actually average looking for an orc, which is still to say tall and bulky, but he just opens the door and walks away and is holding a heavy crossbow by the front of it. Like he's holding it by the front of it and walks away from you and goes and puts it on the wall. And do you step in?
We have not been invited.
We have not been invited inside.
And we do
he
not
opened the
have
door, turned around, and walked away from it.
Yeah.
That is not come on in. That is.
I acknowledge you. Stop knocking on my fucking door.
Yeah.
So far.
He turns and he goes, he's still in Orcish, by the way. He says, "Oh, come on."
Yeah. All right. Sir, we'd like to take you into protective custody. Would you like to tell me why?
Merle, make a quick flat intelligence check for me. Your partner has no idea what a word being spoken right now.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Probably doesn't speak Orcish. Okay. He goes,
but also you correct yourself into what? Common?
Yeah.
Okay. As you guys look around, there are two different, there's a longbow and a short bow mounted on the wall. There's a couple of long swords. There's a heavy crossbow. There is a literal bearskin rug in the middle of the room. you
seem
are
protective custody of yourself.
Yeah.
there are like what you might refer to as blackout curtains on the windows. Everything in this room screams Ranger.
Yeah.
So you said you corrected and said we want to take you into protective custody, and you said, you tell me why, and he goes, I have no idea why.
Well, you're currently being tracked by a winter wolf and an entity calling itself Measles. Do either of those things sound familiar to you?
Well, I know what a winter wolf is, yes, and I know what a measle is.
He gives a physical description of measles.
Yeah, that's a measle.
All right.
Would you mind telling me what a measle is? I don't know.
You know, they're some sort of like hermit sort of men, but not exactly, kind of like a twisted humanoid that has some ties to the Shadowfell, but they tend to live in mountains, caves, forests. They don't like warmer climes. They like some altitude and some solitude.
Okay.
So forcing those into a environment like a city by dragging them here with fettered ropes, that might make them bitter, yes?
Yeah, I imagine it would.
Yeah. Do you suppose if, say, you were guilty of doing such a thing, they might seek revenge?
Are we speaking hypothetically?
Here, speaking hypothetically.
Hypothetically.
Well, they're pretty bitter and what's the word? Anthro hates people.
A misanthrope.
Misanthropic. Yeah. Well, they're pretty misanthropic, generally speaking. And you know, if they don't pull some Shadowfell shit, then they're probably gonna garrote you from behind. So yeah, I mean, they're just hate driven, generally speaking. So yes, that makes hypothetical sense.
Okay. Hypothetically, wouldn't more eyes watching your back in such a situation be beneficial to you?
Well, hypothetically, if those eyes didn't have any idea what a measle's capable of, then I'm not sure they would be of much benefit to me.
Sorry to have wasted your time, sir. Let's go.
Good luck.
Ari still finishing that sandwich.
I had crisps.
Yeah.
The shop downstairs is amazing, by the way. Excellent location. Excellent choice of housing.
Right? I never go grocery shopping.
I'm gonna have to send Everard someday.
Mm.
We'll check back in a week and see if we find a corpse.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
We can't force him in.
We cannot.
So both of you can roll on procedure. I will say this roll happens before you just said, fine, well, fuck you. Which is, by the way, measles, stinky, extraplanar creature muttering to itself like a lunatic, all the compassion in the world. This ranger, fuck you, dude.
He is he's like the sixth guy in this investigation. Goes, fuck you, I don't know nothing. Okay, I'm tired of don't know nothing and get yourself winter wolfed or garroted by fucking whatever measles is. I'm done. I'm
Good
done.
luck to you.
Yeah.
I got a 21 on.
Motherfucker don't want no help. Motherfucker don't get no help. That's how that works.
Merle just at the end of his fucking patience. Ants, roll your lawn procedure.
Okay. Advantage?
You can have advantage. Ari, you can roll again just to see if you crit, but Ari's hit the DC.
No.
22 all day.
Okay, the both of you know that since he's listed as a known associate of somebody that you know was involved in this, you can bring him in. You don't have to go protective custody. You can just place him under arrest. Now, keeping him is a different story, but if you want to keep him where you can see him.
I don't. I honestly, Merle is kind of the opinion that he's a ranger and he knows what he's talking about. If those pairs of eyes don't know what they're doing, they're not going to be able to protect him from measles, who can teleport and has disappearing shadow abilities all over the place. Honestly, he's kind of the opinion, so I'm going to disarm him and then put him in the cell where he can't get away. That's going to get him killed, and Merle is neutral good.
Protective custody does not necessarily mean in a cell.
No, he's saying
no, but he's declining protective custody, so you would have to take him into actual custody, which is what Anthony's talking about.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't know that that's better, honestly.
Yeah, and had the thing with Kurna and measles gone differently, Kurna might not have been so hot for it, but measles coming in like a screaming fucking just your life is in danger.
Your life is in danger. See?
Case in point. Yes.
Yeah.
Out loud, Ari goes, as they're turning and slowly meandering to the door.
Yeah.
He's a known associate. We could just arrest him, you know. Why not do that?
And Merle says what he just said. He goes,
okay.
Because I kind of think he's right. Disarming him and putting him in a place where he can't get away is going to get him killed. And while he's a prick and a criminal, I don't particularly feel like putting the man's death on my conscience.
I mean, that seems an argument in favor of joining our cause willingly, to me.
What do you think?
There are options here.
You're not having this. Are you having this conversation in front of him or walking away?
Oh no, we're having it out loud as we're going to leave.
Yeah.
It's for his benefit.
He's like,
I mean, I think so far everyone who's avoided our assistance has ended up dead.
So far. Perhaps he will be the exception.
What a glorious thought.
And Merle doesn't cackle like Anthony does because it's not quite so hypothetical for him. But Merle does go, perhaps he will be the exception.
So he hears you say all this and he says, what you're saying does make a lot of sense from where you're standing. I'm sorry if I was being dismissive. I am not going to come into protective custody with you. And I'm assuming you said that stuff about he's right, if we disarm him and blah 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 and that sort of stuff. I don't know why, but the door behind Anthony just closed. Maybe just wind.
Wind.
Okay.
It's the door behind both of us, but yes.
Yes, but I saw it. It's blocked by shelves where I wouldn't have seen it close behind Becky, but I was looking at you when I saw it.
I see.
And it's a straight shot. Anyway, he goes, yeah, he said what he said. I appreciate that you think that you are looking out for me, but that's just not an arrangement that I'm going to be engaging in. And you said the thing about everyone else being dead.
Yeah.
Did you, Ants?
Yes.
Okay.
I did.
Becky
Actually.
did, and I said perhaps he will be the exception.
He looks thoughtful at that for a second, but he's not changing his mind.
Okay.
He's like, if you're gonna stay, I can fix a cup of tea.
You have a fruit platter. I'd
She's
like to talk
quite
with you
fond
some
of
more.
cheese.
No.
I mean, as we've established, I don't grocery shop because of the sandwich, but downstairs.
That witch of sand is very good. No. Constable, Inspector, Constable, Inspector, Inspector, Constable, Constable, Doctor, Doctor, Doctor.
Constable Inspector.
Are you having a stroke?
I think your partner's in trouble. in Orcish, I think your partner's in trouble.
He does look down at her. Are you having a stroke?
Constable Inspector Sanderman is right. If we disarm you and place you in an enclosed space, you're a goner already. So, genuinely, we wish you luck. We wish you well. We'll check back in a week. Do yourself a favor and write up who you want your items to go to if you pass. It'll make things a lot cleaner in the aftermath.
Injustice abide. And then we depart. Motherfucker don't want no help. Motherfucker don't get no help. I don't know what else to say. Yeah.
Sometimes your hands are frustratingly tied.
Yep.
Well, I mean, technically we could arrest him, but it does no good.
Yeah. And like I have said many times before with this character, I want to play him as a cop, but I want to play him as a cop that's genuinely doing this to better his community. Getting somebody killed to stroke his own ego is not doing that.
Right.
So yeah, he's not going to arrest the guy. The guy's probably right. So yeah, he's got a better shot. Stays here fortified with that fucking crossbow strung. He's got a fighting chance. So good luck.
Good luck. Just take that time to write up the list.
Right.
What?
Because you said, and then we leave, and then you come back and said this again. It's like you go back up on his door, and another thing. Anyway, all right, you guys are heading over to the address in Blackheath.
Yes.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna let Erie type those spells for a little bit.
We're good. Excuse me. Okay, we're heading on out to Blackheath.
Okay. You get there, and again, it's very similar neighborhood to where you met Colonel Butcherblade. Like the main difference between Maze Hill and Blackheath is, for whatever reason, there are street signs here and not in Maze Hill, and you're like, oh, this is a little bit easier to navigate because there are fucking street signs. You get there by the time you roll up, so it was 7:30 when you got to Roboche Reka. You had an hour for dinner. That whole exchange with Hogar Berislav took maybe 20 minutes, if that. So it's coming up on, it's about 10 after, quarter after 9 by the time you're getting here. you get there and there are unis there, but Sergeant Fallon is not.
We took some time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It happens.
If he's out hunting the winter wolf, fucking more power to him. I hope he finds the motherfucker. I don't.
If he's at home getting some rest, more power to him.
Absolutely.
It's 9:15.
Yeah.
So you get there and the unis have the scene taped off, and this constable sergeant tiefling says, why are you laughing?
Told us tieflings were rare in this city.
I know. I keep rolling. I have like a chart thing. So okay, fine. Not a tiefling. I have a chart rolled out, but I need to redo it because tieflings have just. No, I didn't say they were rare. I said they were uncommon.
Uncommon. That's right. Yeah. I'm just breaking balls for no real reason. I'm sorry. Just say you don't want us to play tiefling, Chuck. You don't have to.
They're for the DM only. They're his special toys. Don't touch.
All right, keep going. Keep going, you two.
Jesus Christ, how many tieflings is that in a day?
She's still going. It's not me.
What were the other ones?
Oh.
The DA.
Huh.
Oh, right.
Huh.
And then there's the tiefling back at the station house.
And the several uniforms. It's just we're breaking balls for no
Yeah,
reason.
no, I know. Well, part of the problem is like, so there's 10 playable races, and the problem is like you look at it and you go, oh, tabaxis are on an 8 and tieflings are on a 10. And that means like only they, you know, that technically everybody is mathematically represented as 10% here. So it's only a 10% chance. But the problem is that means they're all equally represented. So that doesn't really make sense. So I've got to figure out another way to do this, like where maybe it's a D12 or something, or 2D10 or a D20 or something, and they're just a much.
Yeah, I would do it a D100 and you put them in like a certain mark of 10.
Range.
Yeah.
So here's the thing. It doesn't need to be a D100 unless anybody's going to be less than 5%.
Sure. That's true.
Right? So,
Yeah.
yeah.
The reason I said D100 is just because it makes the math super easy.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm sticking with this tiefling because fuck the both of you.
Yeah.
It changes suddenly into a hobgoblin.
Yeah.
You're
Why
like,
did he was tiefling when he came on?
I don't know. We're tired, man. We're tired.
it's like, no, this tiefling who's made it all the way to sergeant has decided I'm going to go off to be an actress.
It's time to follow my passion. Haberdashery.
Yeah.
Because this half orc and hobgoblin appear to be very sarcastic. Okay, we have
My halfling,
halfling. What do they call you?
a hobgoblin.
Hobgoblin.
not even close, but okay.
Both H words. Fuck you.
The alliterative races have banded together.
Yeah.
Oh, look who's suddenly in the Becky School of Logic camp.
Yeah.
Okay. So this tiefling sergeant, he walks up and says, Sergeant, Inspector Sergeant Fallon, yeah, sorry. He's got a working class north of the river accent, which means kind of New Yorky, so I'll put it on. Inspector Sergeant Fallingrim said he couldn't stay any longer, but he left you this note, and what the note says is
Okay. I'm sorry.
what?
I said that, and the note says, "Go fuck yourselves."
Yeah.
Maybe-
You know what? I'll type it into the chat real quick. Did you mention Vikma to Fallingrim? I can't remember.
Yes.
Did we?
Yes.
Okay.
Of that I'm certain. I said they had.
That's right. You did call out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In fact, I think we wouldn't bother you with this unless there was a ranger already involved.
Yeah. Be right back.
Okay, man.
Do you ever get where like you think you remember a word? What is the word that sounds like quarry but means
Query?
no, like prey? Like quarry is
Quarry. It is quarry. It is the same word.
it's spelled the same way? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm like,
Yeah.
but quarry is where we get stone from.
Yes, yes. And if you look up the definition, that's the primary one, and the secondary one is the thing you hunt. And the reason I know that is because I looked it up earlier this week.
Okay.
I was going to say, how are you speaking with so much confidence there, Mr. Dyslexia?
Right? Actually wrote about quarries earlier this week. So Mr. Dyslexia is the name of my Red Hot Chili's code. Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Okay. That's what it says. So it says, I mean, he doesn't address, it just says, was on the trail of the winter wolf. I think was on the trail of the winter wolf, I think, but came across someone else tracking it too. Think it's the South Ron Ranger. Figured she was tracking my quarry too, so I diverted off. This attack doesn't seem to be from the wolf. Not sure about your Goliath friend, though.
Okay.
So you guys read the note, and the sergeant says, just got to write myself a note. And the sergeant says, so this here is the this is a human residence. The family are called the Chandrakatas, and I'll write that for you. And it looks like it's just kind of a mess inside. We think that the family was a man and a woman and one child. It looks like the woman's been killed, and the other two are missing. We're not sure where they are. And somehow I'm from Boston because I started in New York, and then I diverted off into a fucking different accent.
So long as you're still sounding somewhat racist, it's fine.
Your Vic's name is Lakshmi Chandrakata.
What do we know about her?
Local lady, works kind of just a regular job. Husband goes out of town a lot. They say he works for one of the importer exporters along the river. You should see the wound. It's kind of gross.
Yeah. Excellent. Let's check that out. That sounds like fun.
All right.
We're gonna go look at these gruesome wounds.
And while you guys are doing that, I'm gonna stand outside here and figure out how to get back to a New York fucking accent, because Boston is a trap accent for me. I get stuck in it.
Okay, Bill.
Both of you roll investigations with advantage. I'll be right back.
Not the boss of me. I got a 20 all day.
I'm gonna 17 all day.
Okay. We both got a +5 on our investigation. Do you want any Fritos?
No, thank you.
You have disassembled your hamburger.
Huh? I didn't play it. Yeah, because I couldn't have a quarter pounder. I couldn't order 2 quarter pounders because they were out of quarter pounders. And so I ordered 2 Big Macs, and Big Macs kind of gross.
The sauce.
Yeah, and so I took out the middle piece of bread,
Jizz
and
jacket?
it tastes better.
I like to call that middle piece the jizz jacket.
Oh.
It's what catches all the sauce in the goop. Plus, the alliteration is really just mwah.
Mm.
Okay.
Yeah. Did Rob ever respond to me? I don't think he did.
Yes, he did.
Oh, did he?
About wanting
Okay,
to have.
that would be cool. Yes.
Yeah, he said yes.
What happened?
Anthony was blipping about another thing.
Okay.
I was blipping.
Yeah.
Okay. I see a dirty 20 and a 17. Okay.
So, Chance's husband was 4th member of coaching party. Pretty high.
You find out the husband's name is Chand Chandrakarta. The woman looks like she's South Asian to our eyes.
Mm.
Starting with the body, you can see a pretty deep stab wound and a slash, and both of you roll. I don't think who made the Arcana check on the necrotic damage before.
X.
Then Erie sees that it's necrotic damage as well as slashing.
Okay.
You see there was clearly in an enclosed space, a highly mobile sword fight. Basically, you see gouges and carves in the wall. Things are crashed. This was a mobile and reckless attack in here.
Okay.
And you can see that it looks like there's some non-human blood on the floor here.
Well, of a fight he put up.
Yeah.
Gotta be honest, I'm more worried about the kid at this juncture.
Ditto.
How long ago was this called in? Neighbors called it in, or?
Yeah, the neighbors called it in, and it was you were, I believe you had reached Riboche Reiko when it came in.
Yeah. And it got called in pretty fast.
Do you mean, what do you mean? That it was called in right away? That it was reported right away?
Yes.
The sergeant says, yeah, I think the neighbors did get to it pretty quickly. You know, Blackheath's a little more, look, I got my accent back. Blackheath's a little more, you know, civilly conscious than Maze Hill, but yeah. Also, according to the neighbors, it made a hell of a racket.
Any of them give a description of what they see? They see where the husband, where Chand and the kid went? Who else was in here? Anything like that? I know streets like this, there's gotta be some lady sitting at a curtain somewhere, just waiting and watching.
When we came in, did we see anyone stacking boxes for cans?
Weirdly, no. And there were no bartenders who had memorized the entire bar's name either.
Fair.
So they said, you know, there was nobody said anything to us, but there was some old ladies who live in that building over there across the street, and they were out gossiping amongst themselves for a while. You might want to go give them. They didn't say anything to us, but maybe they'll talk to you.
All right. Thank you. What do you think, Merle?
I think that sounds like a good idea. I think this is one of the points in which you do the talking.
I believe you are right. Little old ladies find me charming for the most part. Watch that blow up in my face. You gonna
As a
hang
wise
back?
woman said to me recently, don't be pessimistic.
Whoever said that sounds like an idiot. Real dum-dum. Right. Well, we're gonna head over there. You gonna hang back by the gate or just come up behind?
I'm coming with you. I'm
Okay.
just, you're going to do the talking. It's better if we have two. We look more official.
Yes.
It's the badge and the tabard together.
Yes. So figure. Well, up to the house indicated. Are the old ladies still standing around outside?
They're like sitting on their stoop.
Erie is going to approach them and smile on her approach and very cheerfully. Good evening, good ladies. I am Constable whatever. Inspectable Conster.
Yeah, I should do the talking.
I'm Inspector Constable Crazy Spoonhead. Give me some candy.
Listen, do you have some cheese?
And I would gladly pay you Wednesday for a clue today.
Shit, it's already Wednesday. I'm Inspector Constable Maris Yondi. My partner, Inspector Constable Sanderman.
Good evening.
I understood you might have had a scene to what happened at the Chandrakarta household.
Oh, it was an awful racket, awful. Some vagrant walks up to the house and bangs on the door, and then the next thing you know, it's all crashing and screaming, and the right state at the whole. It were.
Sounds.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry for the side, baby. All I can picture are the Monty Python guys in drag. Okay, continue.
So Joe did this to me recently. I was doing something in his game, and he's like, you have to go to the washerwomen of this district. And I'm like, fuck you for making them the old Monty Pythons in drag. And he's like, it is established canon and has been for years that the washerwomen are these. And I'm like, all right, fine. This was not about me.
Yeah.
And I'm not doing it nearly as bad as he did, but carry on.
No, you're not. I just, for some fucking reason, all I could picture in that moment. Okay,
I might have been
really am breaking flow. I'm done. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
As they go on about it, Aries going to stand there and make the concerned faces and the noises. Oh, that sounds terrible. Oh, what happened next? And she's going to say, I'm hoping you ladies might be able to help us. We understand that Lakshmi and Chand had a child.
Oh, yes. Little Benny, quite a sweet kitty were. I think that Chand and Benny managed to escape, but it's hard to tell. There's a lot going on.
Understandable. If you had any idea of where they might have gone, we just want to make certain that they're safe. Clearly, a great tragedy has occurred this evening.
Oh, it is a great tragedy, and I would like to go tomorrow. I'm going to the temple and to leave an offering. Would you like me to leave an offering on your behalf, dearie?
That would be so very kind of you, good lady. I would appreciate it so very much. So sweet of you to think of us.
And how much would you like me to leave for them?
Here is what you might.
No, as she's talking, Merle reaches into his thumbs out of gold, passes it to her.
Okay.
That's rather parsimonious, but all right.
Yeah.
For us both, you understand.
I'm sorry?
For us both, you understand.
Oh, of course. I think, Chand works up in Greenwich, and I think I saw him running off in that direction.
Right.
I nearly went, that's a bit skinty, isn't it? But
It's a full gold.
You cunt.
I mean.
And I removed the gold.
No, she didn't say that.
Yeah.
Aries going to say, well, we'll go and check after them there. Then you said you believe you worked up in Greenwich? He was import-export, right?
Right. Works at one of them big shippers. He were gone months at a time though. Mostly I talked to Lakshmi, poor thing.
Oh. Well, my deepest sympathies on your loss.
Lost for the neighborhood, isn't it really? Because anyone could move in there now.
Merle, stop groaning.
Yeah, Merle was sitting there going, there's already a bunch of blunt ears. I don't know what. He doesn't say that.
Already a bunch of blunt mirrors?
Blunt ears, blunts.
Okay.
Remember, that's the British
Yeah.
epithet for humans.
Right.
Right.
Epithet, not epitaph. Epitaph is on like
Epitaph is a, yes.
Epithet.
epithet.
Pardon me.
No.
Quarry is where you get rocks, and it's also a synonym for prey. Anyway, okay.
All right.
Okay.
we're gonna head back to Greenwich. Drugrim. We know he's going to Drugrim, right, Murrow?
Right.
We're not idiots,
No,
right? We're just, well, I mean, we are, but that's not the point here.
no, we'll go back there.
If that smarmy fucking owner is around, can you punch him for me?
Perhaps.
I don't think I could reach his face. I also don't think it would do much. Less effective. Okay. All right. We're going to swing by that coffee stand. Then we're going to go.
All right.
It's been a while. They're on like a 12-hour day now.
Yeah, I like more than that, I think. I think you're heading actually into like I think you're heading into 10 o'clock, which is closer to hour 14, I think, actually.
I can't remember if we started at the library at 8 or 9 in the morning.
It was 8.
8. Okay, so yeah.
Because you were going to get a jump on everything. And then
Library.
what would you say is the biggest obstacle in this adventure? It would have been the library.
Burn them all to the ground, I say.
There's nothing to be gained.
Bacabble sort them out. Bacabble.
It's fine. All right. Well, back to another underground station.
Yeah.
Back up to Greenwich. It's not too far away.
Okie dokie.
Drinking my coffee along the way. Measles, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so you're heading heading to Drew Grimm.
Yes.
Yeah.
Roll on procedures. Both of you. With advantage.
Hooray.
Alone. In the rain. Okay.
For some reason.
20 all day, dirty 20.
Hang on. I'm rolling investigation.
Law
No, you're
procedure.
rolling roll on procedure.
Of course.
That's why I said law and
Law and
procedure.
procedure. And the reason I asked was because I wasn't sure if that's what you had said, Dick. Okay, so
It feels like we're in a good place.
okay, that's 20 all day.
You both get dirty 20s and you look at each other and go, we're changing locations again. Maybe we should tell somebody.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
You
All
want to radio it in?
Yeah.
Okay.
And-
Just a moment.
And just GM to players, after this adventure, I'm not going to remind you to do stuff like that. Because I feel like it's...
I already took
Helpful.
down for the for the notification of the murder as well.
Yeah, so maybe I'll remind you a little bit on the next one, but I just like it. I don't want to be harping on it. I don't want anybody to feel railroaded into expending those charges. Huh?
Yes, no.
I don't feel railroaded. I saw it as helpful. It's a
Okay.
world that we're not completely used to yet, and you're reminding us of common things in that world.
Right. Okay.
That's not you even being a dick. That's
Also, Anthony has fire.
I have fire again, just because you have the window open, and I like it when things smell nice.
Are you just ripping ass? Is that what's happening?
I am on metformin still, so that could happen at any moment. It could just start up.
I'm curious if that German Shepherd's going to come back.
That German Shepherd was like, wait, is that the incense I smell? Oh, I love it.
Oh,
I don't know where to
sandalwood.
put that German Shepherd in, but it was completely in our side yard. It was just like, hey, what are you doing?
Is somebody burning Nog Champa over here?
No, it's vanilla sandalwood.
Vanilla
Okay.
sandalwood.
We're classy and shit.
This
That
is why
was
you're-
Josh.
What?
Refusing
Josh is
to
very-
engage. Sure, whatever you want to tell yourselves.
What was happening was in my head, I'm like, well, you're not dirty hippies trying to cover up your BO instead of just showering. So, yes, that is what actually happened in my head. Because that is what Nag Champa is for. The only thing that can outstand fucking hippie pits. But okay. But I see how in the context it looked like I wouldn't go that far. But okay.
Let's not get loose.
I mean, let's relax. Yeah. Okay.
You want to turn the fan on at all or no?
Yeah. I didn't want to make it. We had trouble last time. Maybe if we. I'm looking at you
Yes.
because you were turning to look at me. Yeah, I'll turn it on. So long as it's not making problems for.
Making problems.
For you, can
For
you
the
hear us
audio
okay?
issues, if there's any audio issues, I see the side of my head and I fan my.
Look at those curls bounce. Hi, Josh.
Hello.
You look so entirely unamused with all of our bullshit.
I'm trying to. Something is behaving in a really strange way.
What's that? Are you hearing something? Are you hearing it?
Do you hear our fan going?
Not at all.
Oh, excellent
Could
then.
you turn him up a little bit then? Because
Yes.
I'm right in the path of it.
I'm just gonna delete you. We're gonna.
Can you talk a little normal and we'll see if this works for us?
I can talk a little normal. I can talk big normal. I can do lots of things.
You are excellent.
So manage character.
Amazing. We're going out to Cambria for the 4th of July, by the way.
Okay, cool.
We
You're
don't
gonna be at that house again?
or not.
Yeah, at Mark and Polly's again. We don't know if the kid's going to join us or choose to stay home.
Oh, so you're gonna let them choose?
Yeah, we're not dicks.
They're 16, almost 17.
They have local friends that they like to hang out with.
They have local friends who we have met and allowed to socialize and have observed in general. One of the local friends is also the gal who comes over and feeds our cats while we're gone.
Gotcha.
And there have never been shenanigans at the house, even when she's had unfettered access for a week, including to our liquor supply. There's been no shenanigans there. So I think the worst that Calvin could get up to if we let them stay home over the 4th of July weekend is they'll eat way too much junk food, make themselves sick to their stomach, and stay up way too late and then sleep until like 1 or 2 in the afternoon the next day.
Which they kind of already do anyway.
So not a big change. And we don't get a surly teen with us.
Yeah.
Although having the vapes for the drive back to Colorado was fucking amazing.
Yeah.
Having debates.
The vapes.
Yeah. The
Instead of pulling over for a cigarette, just being able to hit it every now and then when
Oh,
Calvin
got
was really just
yeah. It was really nice.
Are they just surly all the time now? Is that what's happening?
Most of the time. Especially after
a testosterone injection.
Yeah.
Which they just got Wednesday, the day before we left. And no, they're not surly all the time. It was particularly frustrating to me because I was already stressed out on a number of.
Yeah, I can't imagine it was you. They didn't have to be around your dad, did they?
No.
No.
Art and Brenda were nowhere to be seen, and we were very careful to avoid any contact. So no, there was no interaction with Art and Brenda. And they got to go out and do things. I think just as Anthony points out, and it was directly after a testosterone injection. I bet you when you get shot up full of hormones, you act hormonal.
Yeah.
It's funny how that cause and effect chain goes down.
But by the same token, I was very irritated and in a lot of pain. And so everything was very doubly irritating to me.
Yeah.
That's how that goes. Anyways, so
Okay. Yeah, because why wouldn't you do that? Also, Pass Without Trace is a ridiculously good spell. Like, why do you not have that spell if you're a ranger? Why would you not take it? You'd have to be an idiot.
you a dum dum.
Yeah. Okay.
Paris, France. Right.
Paris, France.
Also, one of their friends literally lives just end of
This-
the street and 2 lots down.
The same one we're talking about.
The one who watches the animals.
Interesting side note. They happen to be the people who own the house that I continually walk Daisy past because they tend to have dogs in their yard. I'm
Mhm.
trying to acclimate her to dogs. And so I found that out and I thought, oh, perfect.
You said Daisy was dog aggressive, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That sounded like it was several things at the same time.
I sneezed and coughed because I'm special.
Gotcha. Okay. You radioed in. You're on your way to Drew Grimm in Greenwich.
Yes.
Okay. You're coming up on the main road, or coming up front. You are on the main road coming up towards their warehouse and wharf complex. So you're coming in from here, and remember that their office is in this set of warehouse buildings, but they take up all of this stuff.
Yeah.
Okay. And I know that we left unis to watch them, but I don't think they're still here. They didn't just. You don't get to just say you are on this assignment until we remember to relieve you.
No.
No, we in point of fact, when we left Maruk Dalka's, we swung back by with sandwiches and coffee for the unis to ask them what was going on, what they saw, and then basically told them, okay, thanks for keeping an eye out.
Yeah.
Because we wanted to see if any other runners were sent off, if any other people were sent out or fetched or anything. And you said they didn't seem to notice any of that. It was just the one guy we followed.
Okay. Yes, that's true. All right. It is pretty late at this point, right? It's at 10 o'clock ish. The streets are the street. I'm sorry, Yes.
Covered in bees. It was a dumb joke. Continue, please.
Yeah, but I think your dumb jokes would not keep working on that headphones thing, because I think it would make the crosstalk a little easier. But the streets are how you would expect it to be in a shipping warehouse district at this time of night. Nobody's working. They're pretty empty. Yeah. As you
Especially in an area that doesn't have electric lighting and stuff like that, it's going to be practical. You're not going to have, at most, you're going to have some dock workers who might be taking any ships coming in late, but they wouldn't be coming in on this time.
Correct. This would not be a shift. This is not a typical shift change time. So here's my thing is this isn't a particularly well-lit area. Merle has dark vision of 60 feet. Aerie does not, which surprises me. I'm like, I thought halflings had dark vision, but they do not. They used to, though, right?
Yep.
Yep.
They were part of the everybody but humans has dark vision. Everybody.
Also, I didn't need to make a check to get through the spaces in between them because I have halfling nimbleness, which says I can move through the space of any creature that is of a size larger than mine.
Oh, neat.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that that's why I didn't ask for it initially, and then yeah, let's just blame Anthony for making me second guess.
Sure. Let's say that I was full of shit. I have no ego about that.
No. No. That's all good. I was just sitting there going, I thought I had something, but anyways.
But it's also it's the other example of us having making a rules error that ends in the mechanically correct thing happening. Just didn't need to have that die roll. So I guess my question is, as you are starting to walk back here, what are you doing about light? Because this is, I'm just going to be straight, it is full on not. So just for, I don't know if you can see that number, but from.
Yeah.
Let me do this again. So here, from the road to the corner of the first warehouse is 288 feet, is almost 300 feet. Then it's another 300 feet to where this building starts. And then, so each one of these chunks is about 300 feet. So this is a, 300 yards ish to the back.
Yeah.
Just FYI.
That. Right. Well,
Are we lighting a torch? Are we?
Erie is
Oh. Torches. You know what? Fuck it. We're not sneaking up.
I have a torch, and Erie's gonna be standing there, and it's when Merle starts to walk forward confidently towards the darkness, and Erie goes, I can't see you.
Yeah, he's gonna pull out a torch and go, oh, I'm sorry.
And she'll hold up hers, and she'll hit it with prestidigitation and light them both. Just
Thank you.
whoosh, whoosh.
Okay. So you're just, I'm assuming you're just walking together straight up this path.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
We have every reason to be here. This is our city.
Yeah.
Yeah. Isn't that an interesting difference in how, like, not Hans Carl and Hildy are used to playing that way, but also Hans Carl and Hildy wouldn't be in this situation. We would send minions into this situation.
Yeah.
But like, isn't it also an interesting place to be playing in an urban setting and be like, no, I am the fucking authority here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I don't need to sneak into shit.
I don't need to hide.
And neither of you are rogue, so it's not
Yeah.
like everybody gets sneak attack. I mean, one of you could have been a rogue inquisitive, and that would have been fine. Captain Thorngage is rogue inquisitive. When you get to about the corner here, both of you roll perception with advantage. Actually, I should have said roll perception with advantage and then described where it was, but whatever.
$20 all day.
17.
Okay, just a second. At that corner, good. And what are, narratively, never mind. I'm just making decisions. I don't have to explain why shit works the way it does. I'm fucking the DM. I am not fucking the DM. I am the DM. At the corner of that building, you see in shadow, partially obscured, and then when you go over it, it's very clear. You see Measle face down with an arrow out of his back and sort of ensnared in like thorny vines, not moving, eyes closed.
Got himself shot by a druid, huh? Or a ranger
Or a
with
ranger.
ranger spells. Yeah. And you'll get that.
What do we say? What did you say? And you'll get that?
You'll get
It's
that.
what Merle said out loud to Erie. Yeah, you'll get that.
It's what happens when you go on a quest like this.
Yeah.
300 feet is 100 yards. So yeah, it's actually 300 yards. It's 3 football fields down to the end. Okay, got it. I'm like,
It's a hell of a walk.
yeah, it's a big long walk because that's what the fuck warehouses produce. It's just long stretches of straight walks. Yeah, okay. Are you going to do anything here or just keep going?
We're going to keep going.
So
No, that's a lie. We're going to stop. I'm going to stop. I'm going to say to Erie, I'm going to check on it. On him.
Yeah.
And he does it with that same kind of resigned kind of, I'm going to be walking into a fucking trap doing this. He goes walking up to him.
okay. Are we rolling a medicine check to
Yeah, we're going to roll a medicine check.
okay with advantage?
Oh, good. I'm sure this won't suck. Here it is, not sucking. And it's a natural 20. Of course.
Oh.
Of course.
He is
Super dead.
no, he's making death saves. But he's not.
Okay, are the vines still strong?
I lied because isn't a natural 20 automatic stabilization like the way natural 1 is automatic full death in death saves?
Isn't a 20 a what?
Are you looking that up, Bex?
Yes.
Yeah.
In death saves, I think a 1 is an automatic full death, and I think a natural 20 is an automatic stabilization.
Oh, for fuck's sake, just give me the actual rule.
Fucking rules. Yeah.
Rolling a 1 or 20 on a roll of a 1 on D10 counts as 2 failures. A roll on a 20, you regain 1 hit point.
Yeah.
So he's knocked all the way out. He's fully unconscious and is, let's say, death's door.
Yeah.
Okay. Can I stabilize him?
He's got 1 hit point. He's stable.
Okay.
He's not looking good, but he's not failing for
Death's
Right.
door, not death. Yes.
Okay. Okay. Do you want to call the uniforms now? Do you want me to call the uniforms now? What do you think?
I know what I am doing.
While you guys are standing here, the ensnaring strike is starting to fade.
Okay.
We are going to continue forward. You're going to call for unis and Erie, as she starts to move her hand and mumble something, you start to hear a very rhythmic ticking sound, and you see glowing golden gears start to show up around her, and then a kind of shimmer goes in the air, and Erie talks to what is apparently nothing. I'm casting Unseen Servant.
Okay, I was going to say, did you just say a shark goes in the air? What was that word? What goes in the air?
A shimmer.
Oh, a shimmer. That makes a lot more sense than my unseen servant is a clockwork flying shark. Eerie.
Oh, beans.
That's
So
super fucking weird. Okay.
it is unseen servant. So I add the shimmer there as it finally coalesces, even though nobody can see it. It's just a little, I'm a loud, pretty thing. Shut up. And the ticking continues, and you hear you go, stand here
Sharky.
and repeat, I am waiting for the uniforms. I am waiting for the uniforms. Once they arrive, you are dismissed.
Okay. It starts to you. Right. It's unseen. So what you hear is, have you ever, like at Small World or any other sort of wooden clockwork thing, where as it's talking to a soundtrack, you also hear the sort of clunking of the wood moving. So you hear, I am waiting for the uniforms, like, and that clap noise is actually wood, sort of finished wood rubbing or clacking on itself like clog noise. So it's making this really sort of interesting version of that sound.
It's a wooden puppet that you can't see.
Right, exactly.
Cool.
And after it repeats it a few times, she goes, slow it down to a repeat every minute.
Once every minute?
Once every minute. That'll call the uniforms close enough.
If the uniforms are running, they could blow right past that, Bex. How about once every 10 seconds?
10 seconds then, yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So that is done.
Yep. And then the gears fade out of sight, and Eerie turns and goes, so we continue on.
Yes.
Call it into the uniforms, please.
Okay. He calls into uniforms.
Well, you call it into the office, and then the office has to, the constable headquarters has to call that into
Right.
the Greenwich precinct, and
Don't forget to
so
mark it.
I won't.
the office acknowledges on their way.
Unless Josh is still marking for me.
It's a spell.
I did not mark. I assume you guys are going to track your own spells.
And it's a 4 for the HQ.
Oh, you mean for that? Yeah, no, you go ahead and do it.
There we go.
I'm also casting alarm. I can designate creatures that won't set off the alarm. I'm designating uniformed officers. And I'm setting it to be a mental alarm alert, which says that if a tiny or larger creature touches or enters the warded area, it'll ping me in my mind if I'm within 1 mile.
Okay, and what are you setting? What is the designated area?
No larger than a 20-foot cube. So I'm basically setting it up 20 feet around measles.
Oh, okay. So you want to know if somebody comes back for the body?
Yes.
Or to... Yeah, they did technically take him down to 0, and then he rolled a 20 in his death saves. Which I just decided that this creature has death saves.
Excellent. So yeah, that's the other thing that she does. And
Honestly, during all of this, Merle is just watching incredibly like hearing things, and he's still so impressed by spellcasting.
If he's ever seen clockwork plays or anything, that's all of the sounds going on now as she's doing it, and the gears spinning and floating behind her and falling on each other. And then as she finishes each one, the way they just collapse into a single gear that gets slow and goes, boop.
Okay.
And now we'll know if someone comes back
Yeah.
who shouldn't be here.
Right. Hmm.
Okay.
Okay, you're up here when that goes off. Are you heading straight down and then going towards the offices? Are you heading straight down? Tell me what you're doing.
Offices? What do you think? Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
You get about halfway down and you see a ray of you see a cold breath spray
Okay.
on the ground.
How recent?
Roll Arcana. Advantage.
Advantage?
Yeah.
Yay!
Is this working? Yes. Yeah.
19 all day.
Probably between 3 to 6 minutes ago. It's fairly recent.
We've got a chance.
Yeah.
Merle, give me a perception with it. No, an investigation with advantage. Merle.
Are you doing the check?
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm like, what is happening?
Becky, and then they
You
said
said
Merle,
Merle?
and I went, I'm dumb. Okay, look at me. 9.
Well, this is a lot of more ice and fuck, that's bad. Sorry, dude.
It's fun.
Merle, for the most part, fights unhanded. Not unhanded, unarmed, unhanded. Merle fights with stumps. He has no hands.
His story is so inspiring.
Okay. God
He
damn.
flippers it, you know.
Right? He flippers it. Ari, are you drawing any weapons or just continuing to move?
Look,
Yeah.
please shoot at me. Please. I love deflecting arrows. I want to do it all the time.
I don't want to shoot at you.
Not you.
Oh, okay. I'm like, no. Yeah, I am readying my crossbow.
Okay.
Yeah. I am readying my crossbow, and I'm also kind of doing that roll the shoulders. Okay, I'm gonna be doing shit. Let's go.
Okay, you get another 60 feet or so, and there's another spray that's in the same time range. You get another 75 feet or so. So here was the first one. Here's the second one. If you're heading towards the office, like just outside the office door, there's another one in there, spraying into it, that blew the door off its hinges and shattered the glass of the window next to it.
While we're there, so are we going into initiative? Or
No, this is what we're seeing.
oh, this is what we're seeing, the aftermath of. I got it.
How recent is this?
This one is in the same age frame, maybe closer to 2 to 4 minutes. Both of you roll perceptions with advantage.
Perception with advantage.
No, got an 18. And I also rolled a 1. So,
12.
Both of you notice some longbow arrows stuck in the counter through the past the ice spray in the door. And then Merle, you can hear from sort of beyond, you remember this was an office and it sort of went back. There was doors back into the warehouse and there was stairs up.
Yeah.
And Merle, you can hear from back somewhere into the warehouse, you hear sounds of struggle.
okay. Well, he's going to start running then.
Okay, Merle,
He says, heads up. Do you hear that?
No.
And starts running. He goes, it's this way. Because I have a partner who
Well,
has
he's running, so I'm running after him.
very little legs, and he's not, and does not have.
I am moving all out.
Yeah.
50 feet per round.
yeah, and so here's the other thing is not only is your partner a small creature, like you're also a monk, so you move with monk speed. So it's just like
I'll catch up to you.
Yeah, that's why he went, wait, don't be a dick. And,
Yeah.
and then started running.
okay, you bolt through the door and what's here is like warehouse, just rows and racks of like shelves, like half empty Costco, but way longer, right? All sorts of sundry goods around here. Containers, cages, not with anything in them, grates, crates, all that sort of shit.
Right.
Are you pound through, you get through the door. Merle, are you what do you do once you're through that door? The sounds become clear. Once Merle's through the door and the door stops banging, Ari, then you start to hear that as well.
Does it sound like a wolf and a ranger fighting each other?
No, in fact, it doesn't.
Oh, okay.
They're not going to turn against each
Sound
other.
like
They're
two
on the
rangers
same
fighting each
side.
other? Okay. I'm sorry. I go running.
Okay. Are you just picking the nearest column and bolting down it?
Yeah.
Okay. You roll your perception flat. Both of you roll your perception flat again.
We are separated because you have very long legs.
Yeah. There it is. It's a 1. It's a 1. I rolled a 1. It was a 1 for me.
19 for me.
Okay. Bex, you hear Merle just tearing ass down the long length of here, and what you think you hear is what you think you hear, like again, remember that like this warehouse is, front to back is a football is 260 feet, and then
It's about 400 feet deep.
no, because it doesn't start counting over again. It's about 160 feet wide. So there is lots of noise here. There is lots of space and echoey here. And there's a little ambient noise from the river. But you hear sounds coming more off to here. And what you hear is you hear footprints, and then you hear the of an arrow being shot.
Yeah.
And then you both hear
God damn it! I told you to stop. In that giant
Big Mom.
accent. Yeah.
She's talking to the okay.
All right. You did not hear the arrow, Merle. You did hear Vikma shout, God damn it, I told you to stop.
Yeah.
We're still not in initiative because nobody's in imminent
Right.
danger. So Merle, you're deeper into the warehouse. You tell me what you do.
He's did I lose track of where I think they are because of my one, or did I just miss the arrow?
No, the one was you heading in the wrong direction.
Okay.
And then now you're like, oh, now you can gain bearing on it again. You're like, oh, I was going straight like they were for the back, and they're almost all the way over here.
He's afraid he's gonna miss it and somebody's gonna die.
Yeah.
And he hears Vikma and honestly thinks, well, Vikma's the source of order. Perhaps she's not murdering someone. I should go assist her. So he's gonna burn a key point to do his double run.
To do Step of the Wind?
Yes.
To fly like the wind, and you will fly.
Step of the Wind, which always sounds like he's just farting, and his fart propels him faster.
That's not what it sounds like to me, but okay.
What's that, Josh?
That's not what it sounds like to me, but okay.
What? Also, earlier when you were saying from here to here, you said from 4 times in a row, and all I heard was from the window to the walls to the sweat. To the sweat. Okay.
I am going to run off towards them as well. I
Okay,
am
so that's 120 feet. But yes, Ari, tell me what you were.
I am running off. I have a bonus action I can use where I can convert sorcery points to gain spell slots.
Uh-huh.
I am going to spend 2 sorcery points to gain a first level spell slot back because I have not had a long rest and it's a 14-hour day. So I'm just going to remove one of those and I will mark off 2 sorcery points in my actions.
That's legit. While you're running towards that sound?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to do some movement math. That is 50 feet for Ari. And that's action 40 dash another 40, Step of the Wind 40. So that's 120 feet for Merle.
Okay, does that get me there?
It gets you real fucking close. Remember, you're not open field, right? So
No, that's true. It's also enormous. So that's why I was asking. I wasn't asking out of a sense of irritation. I was asking out of genuine wonder. I did not know.
No. So let's do like from where you were, which was about here.
Okay.
If we were going as the crow flies, it would get you almost there, but it's not as neat and orderly. So it gets you really damn close. You're like an aisle over.
Okay.
And what you see is Morgan Fallengrim letting an arrow go, and so Morgan. Let me back up. Morgan is facing towards the river. Vikma looks like she's coming back toward him. And he's letting an arrow go. And roll a perception real quick. I want to see if you notice something because things are now moving very quickly.
So it's Morgan Fallengrim training an arrow on Vikma.
I noticed it, Josh.
Okay. Morgan is she's clearly attempting to obscure his aim. He's aiming at something past her. He's not stopping, so she's bringing up her scabbarded greatsword. It is scabbarded. That is the thing. And she's almost wielding it like she's holding it like this with the blade out this way. It's almost like a weird quarterstaff, but it's down at one end, sort of the Wing Chun way, where the staff is all the grip is all at one end, and she's whacking him. And they both look like they've been in a fight already.
Yeah.
So that all happens before you could. I'm sorry, I was talking while you were talking. Say it again.
I said because they've been fighting already. It was yeah.
Oh, okay. It's non-diegetic. Don't worry.
Yeah.
So she goes and hits that. The arrow sails, but goes up. And then you hear another deep, growly voice shouting something in a language you do not understand. And I'm going to give you a second to think about what you're going to do because I really have to pee.
Okay.
I would flash you, but Josh is still recording.
Also, he's recording him.
Right.
Yeah.
That's what I said.
Yeah.
Wait, no, even if I turn off my camera and turn to you, I'll be caught. Damn it. I keep weirdly collecting bottles and going, oh, well, this is for Daisy. I have to stop myself from just throwing them on the floor like a fucking barbarian. Just, what's the trash can for? Fuck that bullshit. Fucking the worst.
No, you're not. You're not.
I'm a weirdo.
I heard that.
All of that?
No, I missed the part about not saving bottles for Daisy or saving them, but I heard the part about I would flash you, but Josh could come back at any moment. Also, he's recording. Yes, that too.
I just wanted to be known. I've got some motherfucking self-restraint.
I mean, that is legitimate. Okay, Becky, you hear the shouting that I described, and then you hear this other voice. It's now starting to you can't make out the words that were in common. Oh no, you just hear, because Vikma's done talking, right? There was no talking, and Falangrim's not interested in talking either. So you hear another arrow noise, and then you hear something partway between barking and talking, but you can't make, you don't understand it. Now, Ants, you are in, if you are going to intercede in this, you are going to put yourself into initiative.
I'm going to intercede in this.
Okay. So I need you to roll initiative.
Yeah. I'm going to do a dumb thing. $19.
Holy shit.
Yeah, right?
Okay. It's you, dude.
Oh, it is? Okay.
Yeah, and they got pretty good initiatives, and then you rolled 19, and I'm like, oh.
Can I step between Falangrim and the wolf if I use Step of the Fart?
I don't think you need Step of the Wind. That gives you 120 feet of movement. That would be like shooting way out of the warehouse and then coming back in to do that.
Oh, okay. Just, yeah, it would be funny. I mean, hey, go.
Just shipped out and then back. Yeah.
What am I like? Okay. Yeah, I just.
Fair.
Yeah, so he just does that. He goes, whoa!
Between Falangrim and the wolf?
Yeah, between Falengrim and the wolf, mostly and near the wolf with his back to it.
Okay, so you go in there and it's not really clear how far away the wolf is from you,
Okay.
because that's not the direction you're looking.
Make a perception check to maybe notice where the wolf is.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. Straight perception with no advantage, and I'm going to suck it. Here it is, sucking at a 2. I rolled a 7. Fuck sake.
Okay, on a 7, it's either 2 feet behind you or in the back corner of the warehouse. You're just not sure.
Sure.
No, it's not that bad. That's a natural 1 thing. You do not, let me put it this way. It is not within 10 feet of you. You do not feel like it's within 10 feet of you.
Sure. Okay.
You don't have that. It's standing. She's right behind me, isn't it?
Sure. Yeah.
Kyle's mom is right behind me. Yes. Okay. So
That's what you did.
that's Vikma, who goes to.
Punch you in the face.
No, she's not going to punch you at all. She's going to, sword still on the scabbard, going to whack Falengrim.
Oh. No.
That's assaulting an officer.
That's assaulting an officer.
And
You can't do anything with that.
unless you've got some bonus action or reaction that I don't know about.
I don't.
Does she have to reach through his square?
Through Morgan.
Does it require her to move out of arm's reach of him?
No, not at all.
Oh.
No, those two, Morgan and Vikma, are tied up with each other, and Merle got between the wolf and the two of them. So no, not even a little bit. Is there no save for this? Disadvantage on it. Make a strength. Okay. And she hits, and you see some wintry sort of magic, where Morgan Falengrim's ensnaring strike vines were sort of black and urban and grimy. These are like a bluish white, almost look like ice. They're like ice vines, sort of wrap him up.
Yeah.
And then, right, so cast that. And then she did an attack. And then that sort of wraps him up, and he's restrained while that's happening. And then she turns and looks past you and puts her hand out, and yeah, none of that's gonna help. And shouts something in that language you don't understand again at the wolf behind you. Morgan on his go. So spell DC is 15.
Is that being nice?
No. Breaks out of those vines. And whips a short sword at Vikma. And slices are pretty good.
Yeah, he does. Okay. Shit. I gotta wait on initiative.
I am running still whenever it comes to me.
You are another. There's one more round and then you'll get there.
Yeah.
Oh no, I did that as a 1d6 ensnaring strike, so 5. Okay. Okay, we're back to the top of the order. Merle.
Sergeant, orders.
Are you asking him for orders?
Yes.
He points he's now in melee with the Goliath. And he's a dwarf, so this is an interesting proposition for him. He points he's got his sword out and he's dropped his longbow, and he, just as a talk, so it doesn't take his action, he points his chin, as I've started to do so many fucking times, and goes, kill that fucking thing. And then and it's just squaring up with what's her name? With Vikma.
He is the ring. Okay, can I make a law roll?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
20 all day. Dirty 20.
Yeah, just because he's a sergeant doesn't mean he's the boss of you. You asking him for orders was weird. But he's like, oh, well, you want me to tell you what to do? I'll tell you what to do.
Right.
What I want you to do.
But like, he's not, just because he's remember, this is the cops. Just because he's a higher rank than you doesn't mean he gets to give you commands. Lieutenant Yavelda Druckstotter is your commanding officer. Captain Thorngage can give you commands. He's just, right? Get it?
I was trying to bring him back into reality and out of his weird dwarfy rage, his weird dwarfy cop rage. And he goes, shoot.
Got to make a choice here.
Yeah, he does. He goes, yeah, no, Sergeant. Get a hold of yourself. Come on.
And then what are you doing? Are you taking no action?
No, he's going to continue to cover the fucking wolf.
Okay, so you don't let me. So I think I did say he
I
sort
don't
of
know where the
dropped.
wolf is, but I'm trying to interpose myself between any shots.
No.
Go ahead.
Okay. So what I said was he dropped his bow. So I said he discarded it to turn and face Vikma. So are you staying there just to be a physical barricade in case he tries to break from the melee with Vikma?
No, he's going to turn around and start looking for the wolf.
Okay, you turn, and about 60 feet away from you is this fucking huge ass winter wolf. And it's got that, like, this is what you see here. This thing is 10 feet tall.
Yeah.
This is a massive creature.
He's going to start rolling through things with his hands out. He's like, I mean you no harm. Orc, goblin, dwarven.
Common, I assume, right?
Yeah. Any of his fucking languages, he's trying to communicate with it.
Okay. The wolf just snarls at you, doesn't respond otherwise.
Okay. Yeah. So I'm burning this action on nothing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you turned and facing the wolf now?
Yes.
Okay. That's the thing about this spell. It's like Next time you hit with a weapon, a writhing thorny vines, target must succeed on a saving throw. Oh, okay. Strength saving throw. Yeah. All right. Yeah, you hear that wintry ass ranger magic go again. And then he says, do you speak Dwarven?
Yes.
And Dwarven, he goes, what does he say? It's like, keep trying, you big fucking savage. It's not going to work. In the meantime, since she's hitting him with the outside, that's just, oh no, that's just 4. Okay. Damage Morgan. Now he goes and he whiffs badly. Okay. What is the wolf? The wolf charges up to within about 5 feet of you. The wolf gets into your threatened area, so you can take an opportunity of attack. And big breath in, plants its front feet and discharges a cold breath. That's a 15-foot cone. Make a dex save.
14 all day.
Okie dokie. So
How much all day?
I didn't tell you I said okie dokie.
Oh.
It's weird the places that they so 12 and you saved because the DC was 12. So
Yeah.
you take 6 cold damage.
Fair.
Okay, so we're back to the top of the order, and Ari, I need you to roll initiative.
It's not going to be good. 16. That was actually really good. Why did it get wasted there?
So, Ari, you and Morgan are tied. So roll
A +1. If her modifier beats mine, she goes first.
did I say Vikma? I meant Morgan.
Oh, if he has a mod of greater than 1, he goes first. Yeah.
Okay, and he goes first. Okay, we're at the top of the order. Anthony.
Yeah. Well, he's going to start punching that wolf in the face.
I tried to be your friend, you
He
dick.
really did. I mean, he's got no choice. It's attacking him now. So at least and he still says, while he's punching it repeatedly, or punching at it, because I'm going to use flurry blows. That first one hits a 24. Now I'm going to use flurry of blows. That I do that twice, and it's going to key point, right?
Yes.
Wait.
Okay.
Oh, you are still at 1 regular attack per action. Yes. Okay. You spend, so your attack is your action, that 24 hits.
Yeah.
And then you spend the key point as your bonus action and you get 2 more attack rolls.
Okay. I hit a 12 and a 19.
Okay. The 24 and the 19 hit.
Okay. I did 8 and 6.
Okay. Yeah.
And he just says he's doing it. I don't want to do this. Without all the coughing.
Sure.
Yeah. I don't want to do this. Come on, in Dwarven.
If there's any girls there, I want to do them.
Come on.
Okay. That's Merle, then Vikma. And on her turn, Vikma shouts at you, please don't. If you back off, he'll leave. And then fuck this dwarf.
God damn it.
Why did you say God damn it?
I just realized I could have used Expeditious Retreat.
Yeah.
I can take the dash action when I do that. That's all. Anyways. Sorry.
No, it's fine. What was that? Yeah. 18. Ooh, fuck. Drives that, finally, like, flings the fucking scabbard off this clearly magical greatsword and fucking nails Morgan with it. Just a bad fucking slash. And she has another attack. And fucks him up again. Bad.
Yeah, that would have been. I'm not going to speak again until my initiative, but honestly, I would have loved to work with you on this. If only there was an opportunity for that to happen. You dumb bitch. But he can't say that, obviously. That's not diplomatic. That's just Anthony's player frustration. You know what I mean?
I do know what you mean.
Yeah.
Ari, after taking 2 fucking serious blows from this greatsword, Morgan is looking really hurt, and you recognize he casts rope trick and then shimmies up into that little fucking extra dimensional pocket that it creates and disappears. And it's your go.
Oh. Well, so to be clear on what I've run into, Merle is punching a wolf, and Vikma was beating the shit out of Falangren, who just zipped through a portal and badoobled.
Yeah, I mean, he was covered in his own blood.
Yeah, no. That's not dismissive.
Okay, yeah,
That's why I said beating the shit out of him. He had shit beat out of him.
She crit, and then on the non-crit rolled max damage on the next attack. She just
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Broad is not a fan of his.
Well,
okay, well, this seems like a situation that could do with some de-escalation.
Gonna just keep going back to that well, huh?
No, I can't.
I thought you got that spell back. Oh, you got back a first level.
Yes, I got back a first level spell slot. What I can do is I bet you that wolf isn't hostile towards me yet.
I'm not sure that wolf has even noticed you yet.
Sweet. I'm going to cast Friends on it, which is a cantrip. It's got.
Oh,
I
I
have
thought
an
that went
advantage.
out. No, Becky was just giggling to herself. Okay.
If it succeeds, I have. Oh, yeah. There's no if it succeeds. It's an at will. I have advantage on all charisma checks directed at one creature of my choice that isn't hostile towards me. When the spell ends, the creature realizes that I use magic to influence its mood and becomes hostile towards me. But that's a problem for future me, and fuck that bitch.
Yeah. That's a problem for 1 minute into the future you.
Yes. But here's the thing.
Fuck
It's a
that rock.
cantrip, so I can keep recasting it. I just have to keep it calm and make it forget me. I'll just keep jumping behind Merle to distract it. He looks like he can handle it. This is a great plan. More importantly, we now have a plan. Let's stick to the plan.
So wait, what's the plan? It's friendly towards you and then fuck Merle? What's the plan?
I mean, pretty much.
For the
It's
duration.
friendly towards me for a minute. As long as I can maintain concentration on it. And that means that I have advantage on all
Okay.
charisma checks directed at it.
Here's the thing that doesn't make sense, and sometimes how they write spells, like Ants, tell me if I'm wrong, especially coming from prior editions. You can definitely tell that guys who work on magic cards write these spells. But it says range itself, but that can't be. But it just says for the duration you have advantage on charisma checks directed. It doesn't say you need to touch them, but you're obviously not going to cast it on yourself. I think where it's says,
Well, it is cast on myself. It's a buff.
It's a buff to her. She gets advantage.
okay, I got it. So you're not charming them. That's why the wolf doesn't get a. You just
Right.
get advantage on charisma checks directed at the thing. Okay.
I have a ham sandwich.
In the middle of a very serious fight, your partner breaks out a cheese board and a small table.
Sure. She has methods. What do you want from me?
Fair.
This bitch knows what she's doing. It's fine. So I'm assuming casting that spell, casting that cantrip consumes my action.
Yeah. Cantrips still cost actions unless you had a feat that allowed you to cast cantrips as bonus actions, which I don't think you do.
I do not. So I have cast Friends.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the only other thing I can do, I don't have enough sorcery points to convert for another. So yeah, I have cast Friends, and later on I will try and persuade the wolf to just chill, just calm down. Things are gonna be cool. We'll get Figment in there to play interference. It's gonna be fine. But first she casts that buff on herself and then goes, okay, Wolfie, we gonna be friends. And that's all.
Gotcha. Okie dokie. So that is 16. That was you. On the wolf's go. The wolf does another breath attack.
The wolf does what?
Another breath attack.
Oh, good. Okay.
So everyone needs to roll a dex save.
$19.
Good.
22.
Good.
And I don't have evasion yet.
And you don't have what yet?
Evasion, never mind.
Okay. Oh, that was a terrible roll. So that's the DC is 12, so I think everybody made it, and that is 11 points halved to 5
if you made the save.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, back to the top of the order.
Oh shit! I did something wrong.
What did you do wrong?
I'm supposed to take away temporary hit points first.
Yes.
That's true. But you can fix that math, right?
I fixed that just now. Yeah.
Okay.
So what do you do, Merle?
I'm going to go back to punching the wolf in the face, which worked out so well before.
Wait, how do we get your temp down to 0? There we go. I got it.
I already did it. I'm at 18. Right
Yeah, but you did the math, but you left the 5 sitting there.
now. Okay.
All right.
Anyway. Okay. Unarmed strike. Let's see how well I do. I hit him in the face.
Him in his face.
More time.
Nothing. I was just going, I hit you in your face.
And I'm going to spend my final key point. The flurry of blows again. That's a 1. That failed. And then and a second 1. 2 in a row.
Okay, I'm not going to do much narrative. Here's what we're going to say, Merle. With all the ice on the ground and these 2 critical fails on flurry of blows, you have knocked yourself prone.
Sure, that's fair. Can I still roll damage for the one that did succeed?
Of course, obviously.
6 damage.
Okay. That's Merle. So Vikma, seeing what has happened, you can't understand the language she's speaking. She's speaking giant right now, but from the tone, you can definitely tell it's God damn it, I told you. There's definitely a God damn it, I told you, and she goes wading into the fray with this.
Okay.
Okay, she does a gnarly move things to where the tabs make sense to where you put them. Sorry. Yeah, she takes 2 really, really hard blows and is yelling something at it.
Yelling in Klingon.
Yeah, yelling in, you're not far wrong. Yelling in Scots Gaelic at it.
Yeah.
And with that, this is a giant size creature. This is a large size creature. And yeah, this is a large monstrosity. When you hit, it takes extra. Okay. And she's used to fighting large creatures. She's clearly, she is herself. She's at the high end of medium, right?
Right.
But she's used to fighting creatures like this, and is clearly frustrated with where this situation has gone. But she's, you can make your decision here, right? She's interposed herself between your slipped on your ass self and the wolf. Erie, it's no, because it's Vikma Morgan who is in his rope trick trying not to get killed. Erie, it is your turn.
Okay. I would like to try and use deception. don't know exactly how this would work, but basically to trick the wolf into thinking there are more coming up behind us, perhaps in conjunction with prestidigitation or something, to try and drive it away and back. There's got to be other doors that'll lead out of here. Vikma can go. It'll get the fuck out of the city. It's done what it's come to do, or at least it can get away, and Merle can, I don't know, breathe.
Yeah.
So I would like to try and do that using deception.
Well, so you're going to cast prestidigitation?
Yes. And I'm going to use the prestidigitation and deception, like to throw sounds through the aisles to try and make it sound like more coming up.
Cool.
I
I've
just
decided to kind of use prestidigitation and thaumaturgy, or as somebody in Joe's group insists on pronouncing it, thaumaturgy. Almost interchangeable. Technically, rules as written, thaumaturgy is a little bit better suited for this, but that's fine. Combine it with a deception roll. Really good idea. Roll deception.
and this is targeting the wolf, so I get to roll it with advantage.
Because
I cast friends, which means I get advantage on all charisma-based checks against one creature of my choice.
there you go.
Nat 20.
Oh shit.
26 all day.
Okay.
I'm too small to fight.
So you use your prestidigitation and do you say anything, or is it all just spellcraft?
It's she does say out loud so that Merle and Vikma can hear her. I'm trying to drive it back. It can calm down. We can take
That's
a minute.
not what I'm asking. I'm asking, you directed this at the wolf.
Yes.
Was it just spellcraft, or did you say something? You know the wolf speaks languages. Are you saying anything? Or is it just a straight spell shaping? That's what that deception was.
And in Dwarvish and Gnomish both, she's repeating, saying back and forth, you need to run and hide. Others are coming. Leave this fight, we'll stop.
And you've got that the same way you didn't understand, God damn it, I told you to leave, in Klingon, as Anthony called it.
Yes.
You're saying in Dwarvish, Gnomish, you've got that urgent tone of, you have to go. Like, yeah, okay, like run, swim, Free Willy, swim. Okay.
Save yourself.
All right. The wolf sort of snaps its attention to you, and then I'm gonna, yeah, this is the wolf's initiative. It goes after you. Fucking let me get back to here. So, and make sure that you can see what I'm saying. I need to hit escape here. So
you have a very long line.
Yeah, that's not what I mean. We're about here, and there is a big sliding door here, and the wolf bolts out of that door. Yeah, like this on that nat fucking 20, and what is, yeah. On that nat 20, that the wolf bolts out of that door into the night. And we, unless somebody's gonna, you shouted that, I'm trying to get it to flee, right? That thing that you said, that I didn't mean to be rude and cut you off. I was trying to ask the spell effect though.
I'm trying to get it to move back was her idea, just so there was space so it couldn't keep hitting Merle.
Yeah, okay. And then you rolled a nat 20 and overcorrected into terrifying the wolf. Okay.
Not know I would do it that well.
Right. Well, to be fair, this particular set of circumstances has not ever aligned for you.
Yeah. Usually I have some beverages.
Okay.
At least a sandwich or two.
Oh shit.
The wolf,
I didn't mean to do that.
the wolf bolts out the doorway, unless somebody is going to pursue. We are out of initiative.
Erie is pretty fucking tired, and she's gonna look at Bigman and go,
Hey, Ants, that second thing of 5 damage from the second breath, did you take that off? Oh, yes, because of the temp hit points.
Yeah,
Yeah, okay. I'm like, Merle's doing better than I thought he was, but
I'm at 18.
yeah.
Yeah.
But you'd be at 13 without those temp hit points.
Right.
Which is in my head kind of where I thought you should be at, closer to half, but you're not. You're actually
"You're rough,"
Yeah.
but
Vikma sees that happen and just sort of walks to the big doorway. There's no way. Yeah. She stops and kind of looks at you two and drops her sword and takes out her short sword and puts that on the ground too in kind of disgust and sort of like, and just hands on hips looking out into the night and just doesn't say anything.
Yeah, we have to arrest you. I'm sorry.
Luke, when you came up here, you saw what I was doing. Your, not her, but your other partner was trying to kill it for no fucking reason. I had it calmed down, but he just came here to kill.
Yeah. Yeah, we didn't have a ranger that we could work with. He was the best we could do.
He doesn't care about this. He didn't care about this creature. He just came to kill it.
He didn't. Someone did and refused to work with us.
Right. And why would I work with you when this is how you treat animals?
It's not how we would have done it. And the opportunity for input and your counsel is gone. The wolf is injured and doesn't trust us. I lay the fault here directly at your feet. You are bound by law.
Yeah, I assume you put binding on her or a binding on her.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's not resisting.
No, actually, I take that back. He goes, I don't have to bind you, do I? You're not going to do anything stupid, right?
I already took off my weapons.
Right. So I'll carry those.
Oh no, please let Ari carry the Goliath-sized great sword of giant slaying.
Why? I hope he didn't run out of the building and come back in. We're not the Keystone Cops.
yet
Despite how our fucking
rolls have gone.
roles have been going, we're still not the Keystone Cops.
We are seasoned professionals, god damn it. And it would be nice if the dice would agree.
Yeah, I was about to go, what are you talking about? You did really well. Oh no, wait, you rolled 2 nat ones on your flurry of blows.
Yeah.
You went from like straight fucking Bruce Lee to Keystone Cops. Whoa.
Yeah.
So you collect this stuff up and Morgan, well, never mind. He hasn't come out of that rope trick. Actually, Merle didn't see that happen, so Merle doesn't know where he is.
No, Merle doesn't know where he went.
He'll do what he needs to do for himself. We got paperwork we gotta do.
Yeah.
We got a lot of paperwork.
For sure.
We might have just violated a treaty. I think theoretically we're in the clear.
Yeah.
There was clearly assault on an officer at the law. a duly announced officer. The courts are clear that at this juncture, humanoid intelligent sapient life takes precedence over that of mere creatures. So we're probably in the clear on the treaty thing, but I'm not
she'll be
100%.
released like immediately, I'm sure. But
Also, here's the bigger problem. I didn't really think about what I was doing, and there's a wolf running around the city now, scared.
yeah,
That wasn't great.
no, none of this is great.
This was what they like to call a fuck up.
A clusterfuck, yeah.
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 So you know that.
So you're taking her back out towards the front, towards the street.
Yeah.
Remember, combat goes really fast. That was a few rounds of combat. By the time you get back here, the measles still here. Man, I can't remember how many minutes I rolled for the unis to get there. I guess I just have to do it again. Yeah, okay. Yeah, the fucking fully unconscious ass measle is still here, and your unseen servant goes, I am waiting for the uniforms. Isn't that what it?
Yes.
Okay. You walk up. As you're walking up, you hear it go off a few times.
She's going to dispel the unseen servant and the alarm.
She looks down and she's like, I don't mean to tell you your business, but measles are not to be trusted. Like, they can be very dangerous. They're shadow-filled creatures. So if you have any way to sort of find it and maybe abjure or prevent its teleportation ability, that'd probably be a good idea. They're not generally well in the head.
Yeah. Being trapped in a cage would probably do that to it, just like it would to a winter wolf. You know, another dangerous creature that's not well in the head, that we've been fighting everyone around us to try and help. Thanks for your help on that one, Vikma. We'll take your suggestions under advisement.
If there's one thing out of character, Josh, we're
not mad at you.
Haven. No, we're not. Well, that obviously we're not.
Yeah, I wasn't worried about that either. Also, just go ahead, Jens.
I can't remember what we're called. We're not the oligarch. It's like the GCS or something. What is the name of our nation?
No,
The
hegemonic is we're the Geldar Union. The hegemonic empire we're the hegemonic union. Yeah, Becky is a full-on. Ari is a full-on traitor who just admitted that she's an agent for the hegemonic empire. No, the Geldar Union.
And then I noticed her hat is red, and she's
got a little skull on it.
This whole time she's MAGA.
Well, and weirdly, she has these really heavy boots. You're like, you're some sort of weird Trump red cap. What the actual fuck is happening here?
No, what is the name of our nation state? It's
the Geldar Union.
Yeah. He goes, one thing about the Union, we understand the anger that comes with bondage. I've heard this thing today described as misanthropic and a creature. I don't blame it. Nor do I blame the wolf. I would see it not injured or hurt. I would see none of the people in my city injured or hurt. Okay. You've heard all this before. You don't care. I know. We're getting a lot of that today. Okay. We got work to do. We got to deliver this prisoner.
You're a little hard to understand when you talk with that in your mouth, Hans.
I said we've got paperwork to do. We got to deliver this prisoner.
Okay.
So we get going.
Both of you roll not advantage, just sort of flat insight.
Flat intelligence.
Insight.
No, insight.
Dirty 20.
17.
You didn't get an 8, you got a 17. Oh, I think the audio cut and I heard Ants go, I got an 8. And I'm like, you didn't not. That wasn't anywhere involved. The two of you, you're not getting like, I don't care, I've heard this before from her. What you're getting is less that it's not like apathy or I don't care, and it's more of like, let me think of how to say this. Her position softened a little bit when she saw Merle doing that, because she doesn't really trust city folk, like to just play it that way. But now the two of you are, well, Merle especially, Aries not really, leaning into the
Very surly.
the whole, all this shit is your fault. We don't need your advice anymore. We don't need your advice. We've already heard all this shit. And it's like, oh no, I was right in the first place. The fact that she didn't, I'm getting this from both of you, and Ari would be picking up on this as well, right? And the other thing, you were a little dismissive of the warning about the measles, and she kind of looks at you, Ari, with a like, no, for reals. If you're gonna leave that thing, like, she doesn't say this, right? This is all in the look. No, I'm serious. That's a very dangerous creature, and we were just facing a winter wolf, and right. So, yeah.
Marley, you take her on ahead. I'll wait for the uniforms and catch up with you to fill out the paperwork.
Also, both of you roll like a, I guess just intelligence with advantage.
$22.
22.
Both of you at the same time look at each other and go, hey, we were tracking Chand here, and we still haven't found him one way or the other. And we didn't go upstairs because we heard the fighting.
Oh.
Shit. Fuck are the Yumis?
Yeah, we gotta go do that.
I can wait here and catch up with you if you want.
About 5 minutes after that occurs to you, they get there. But if you're gonna do something in that intervening 5 minutes, that's fine. I'm just gonna let you know.
I gotta go up and check if they're there. Right? Yes, that's what
Yes.
I'm gonna do.
I'm gonna stand with Vikma and measles and wait for the unis. Like I said, Merle, I'll catch up to you.
Okay.
Let me know where you are. Call if you need me faster.
Okay. I was gonna go up to the offices, and now I can't hear you.
That's because I'm arguing with myself about something.
Okay.
But it's just coming out in my face. Okay. You get back to the office and you head up the stairs. It's pretty dark in here. You have dark vision. Upstairs, there's an office at the top of the stairs. Then there's a hallway and a couple of rooms off the hallway. In the last one, roll me a fuck. I hate where I say that in the sentence. Roll me a perception.
15.
As you got to the top of the steps, for just like
it's super hard to, hey, was something moving? It wasn't something moving, but you think you might have seen candlelight go out just like as you were at very, very weak candlelight from down the hall, just as you were getting to the top of the steps.
No harm. We would like to take you into protective custody. Your boy probably need healing. We can get you that.
Are you just standing there? Or are you walking down the hall?
Yeah, standing there, and he's. I'm gonna come into there now. I'm coming in. I'm unarmed.
The candle.
He
Sorry?
doesn't say I'm unarmed. He goes. I mean, I'm armed.
I mean, you almost never use those weapons, but you have them listed as equipped, so I assume they're there.
Yeah.
Sort of as you're coming back through the doorway, there's that weak candle's lit again, and like a South Asian looking, a darker skinned looking human, with a long sword and a short sword. The short sword in reverse grip is sort of like, and he is injured. Looks is sort of like he's literally backed in a corner, and he's like looking, and he's waiting for you to come around the corner to see what's going to happen. And then he sort of sees you, and he's like, "Are you really you're really a inspector?"
Yeah.
Here's my badge.
And then he
points to his badge, and he goes like that with his
okay.
with his tabard.
And then he puts his weapons away, and he goes, "Benny." And this kid materializes out of fucking thin fucking air. Not really, but this kid was so well hid.
It's super sneaky. I didn't.
Yeah.
And then yeah.
Yeah, this kid was so well hid that you're like, oh fuck, I didn't even know you could fit a human child in that area. And he's like, I heard the fighting. Did you kill it?
No.
He's walking. He's clearly going with you. He's like, well, what happened then?
Are you talking about the measles or the wolf?
There's a wolf.
Yeah, it's the measles. It's damaged. He's pretty fucked up. We're gonna take him in and heal him, and probably put him in a jail cell. We'd like to put you in protective custody.
Yeah, that's fine. But and he says there's a certain kind of binding, and he describes a binding that incorporates some sort of like what we might think of as sort of pseudo clerical folk magic-y sort of things. And he's like that it can stop its teleportation abilities. You need to like protect it. If it finds out where we are again, if you don't stop it from teleporting, it's no good.
I'll make sure that we put that on him.
Okay. And he's sort of like, yeah, you're like, we're now in the part of the conversation like, do I follow you because you're the cop? Do you walk behind me because because you're the cop? He's kind of like, I don't know what the marching order is here now.
Yeah, that's why he goes, come on.
Okay. By the time you get back, like Merle emerges from the by the time you get back, the uniforms are there talking with Ari. The uniforms arrive about 3 minutes before Merle gets back, Ari. And they're kind of like, what is this? Like this is a pretty fucking unusual creature, right?
Yeah.
It's what's called a measle. Whatever Vikma said about the binding and given information, she's gonna say get whatever magic user in to get a binding on this thing. Put it away from everyone else. She goes into We got Sanderman coming, I hope.
Yeah.
He hasn't messaged me at all.
He does message you
Yeah.
once he's got that guy and the kid.
Burn the charge.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got Sanderman coming down with 2 others. We're going to take them in for protective custody to headquarters. Just let us know when she walks.
The one of the uniforms looks confused. Why would she walk? Do you give them her weapons, or what do you do with that?
I don't hold them. I'm
Oh,
not in
that's
the
true.
business of looking ridiculous.
Uh,
They are on the ground where Merle left them, and I
Okay.
indicate those.
Yeah.
Make sure you catalog those as her possession. She's going in with. Diplomatic, I don't know. People can argue. I'm not sure. I don't care about the argument at this point. Vikma, I hope before you leave, you'll consider coming by my place again. Gave you the card last time. I'd really like it if you'd use it.
She just kind of she does this sort of like looking down at you, kind of half nod thing.
Sanderman and I are headed back to headquarters as soon as he's down with the 2 individuals. Seriously, get your magic users.
So are you directing the unis to take for her to go to the Greenwich precinct and not to constable headquarters? Is that what I understand, Vicky? If you don't specify that, they're going to send her back to constable headquarters because you are not constable headquarters. I should stop saying that. To inspector headquarters because you are an inspector.
Okay, yeah, she'll take Vikma with her. Then, she doesn't have room for everybody. They're going to be going back on the underground. It's going to be.
Yeah, I can't remember where you guys left your conveyance.
We left it back at the station.
Oh, okay.
When we left it back at the station because we went out to
So you
Laurel.
can tell them that they have a wagon. They can take Measle and her back to headquarters, which is what they think they're supposed to do, unless you say,
Yeah.
Because you tell your magic users, which you wouldn't say that, you would say the alchemists.
Okay.
And then, and when you say that, and because you're an inspector, they're like, oh, these go back to the inspector's headquarters.
Yes.
Okay.
Get them back.
You were specific with the other one of take them into protective custody in the Maze Hill precinct.
Yes. Anthony was killing flies. Yeah. No, take them back to headquarters. Tell the alchemists. I'm just going to sit right here and wait.
Constable Inspector Ari Mariasandi, terrifying to wolves. Wolves Bane.
There's the park outside of Maze Hill. Chances are, is it still in Greenwich? See, because here's the problem. I don't know if we're going back. Well, I'm waiting for Merle.
Yeah.
And his friends. And when they show up, I'm going to stand up again and brush my pants off. Merle.
Harry.
Chand and Benny, I assume?
Yeah.
Was that in English? Oh, Chandon. Yeah. Okay.
Racist.
Sorry.
Well, we're going to go ahead and take you back to headquarters. Merle, we got to figure out what our next move is.
Yeah, we do. Yeah.
It's going to be a quiet ride back to headquarters on the underground.
Mhm.
Okay.
How long does that take?
Part of me, the two of you are just so in a like, well, that may as well have happened sort of defeated thing. I really want a random encounter to happen on the underground, just so you go like, fuck this whole goddamn day.
You know what? Fuck it. We don't even like these guys. I'm gonna turn the AC out.
No, it's a quiet subway ride. There are no one is accosted on.
Oh, that's good for them. No one's gonna come and fuck with the inspectors. This is not the night.
No, it's like no like busker gets on the train and then somebody has a random freak out at them, or just people doing random dickhead shit on the train.
Yeah.
And it kicks off and you're just like, I'm just gonna punch the fuck out of everyone at this point.
Will you close the window?
Yes. You're welcome.
Ooh. Every turn it.
Yeah, with one thing and another, it's like 11 o'clock at night by the time you guys get back to the station.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
What are you guys doing?
Paperwork.
Paperwork. Yeah. There's reports to write. There's concern. We should alert the precincts down in Greenwich, Maze Hill, and Blackheath that there's potential of a wolf on the loose. Keep an eye out.
An all points bulletin for
It's
a winter wolf.
yeah.
Okay, so all things considered, right now of the 4 poachers, you've only lost 1.
Yeah.
You've got 2 injured but in protective custody, and you got the 3rd going like, "Fuck you guys, I'm John Q. Ranger. I don't need your help." So,
Right.
It's not going to last forever.
right, you're not
Hogarth's
doing
the
so
one
bad.
we don't have. Hey, get extra patrols around, and she's going to give the address of the sandwich shop.
Okay.
Those sandwiches are too damn good to be lost.
Yeah.
Our sandwiches now come in delicious and extra frozen. Okay. I need to, speaking of closing things, it's gotten cold here. This paperwork is not, this is not an insignificant amount of paperwork. This takes a while.
I'd figure at least 2 hours. They've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 individuals in protective custody. They've made 2 arrests. There's 1 animal on the loose, and there are 2 murders.
Okay, so your top priority are the 2 protective custody orders. Those
Right.
are your, and then you have regular, then you have your sort of more narrative reports that you need to file. Remember I told you the holding cells are on the ground floor. Vikma is just in a holding cell the entire time. She doesn't say anything in it. After about half an hour, she lays herself down and goes to sleep. One of the alchemists comes up and assures you that we think we've got the magical binding. We've got the magical binding sorted out for measles, the measle, and says they're going to heal him up a little bit more, and then is like, so does that creature go to the cell once we've got him a little bit better, or are they in custody?
They murdered someone.
Attempted murder at the very least.
Well,
Who
So
witnessed an attempted murder. We're
I'm
making
pretty
assumptions about the other.
you have pretty strong circumstantial evidence on Lakshmi
human woman.
Chandrakarta. Yeah.
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 Okay. They're like, oh, okay, we were just because it was shot up, we weren't sure if they were just a victim or
I mean, aren't we all?
right. I mean, that's
Says the rich little halfling girl.
Yeah.
because
Basically in the force because
this alchemist goes, oh, who's Inspector Mellon calling now? Okay. And then walked away.
I've been up for a really long time.
Yeah, you guys are actually working at it at 2 hours, and then the duty officer comes over, who is a constable sergeant, but when Lieutenant Yavelda's not here, and she can't be here 24 hours because that's not realistic. And why isn't there another lieutenant? Because I haven't made one yet, so shut up. The duty officer who's basically like not structurally in charge of you, but administratively in charge of you, basically tells you both at like at 12:30, tells you both you've got 30 more minutes, and then I'm sending you both home.
Yeah.
These reports will be here in the morning.
Of
Well,
course
we
they-
take those 30 minutes.
And then he goes, also, have either of you heard from Sergeant Fallengrim?
No.
No, he was pretty beat up. I figure he'll put in a call if he needs us, but he might be off somewhere looking swamps.
Ahab is most likely out hunting a wolf still.
Okay.
No, his name is Morgan.
Sorry.
Well, I wasn't taking that bait. I'm glad somebody did. Okay. You both go home, and he's like, and I'm putting it in the duty log that
Partner.
you guys went home really late, so you don't feel like you have to be here on time.
Okay.
And I'm going to give you both a long rest, and then I'm going to pee, and then we'll come back.
Okay.
Okay, I have to have a conversation with my partner before I go home.
That's fine. Do you want me to wait to go pee for you to have it?
Okay.
Okay.
I'll show you my balls right now, but Josh is recording.
We can go have a conversation at Starkins.
Okay.
Trust me, your wife's gonna be happy to not get woken up by you rattling around trying to make something to eat.
Yeah.
What'd she do?
Oh, don't get
She-
started yet. He's gotta make a heartfelt apology to her.
Okay.
Okay. So we get shivvied out the door at around 1 a.m. and we go across the way to Starkins.
Yeah, he Erie, I I gotta apologize to you.
Before.
I haven't been on top of my game this whole case. I've seen you be resourceful and responsible, communicative, and professional this whole time.
Well, that's why I'm 116 Alpha.
That's right.
Merle, I don't know what you're apologizing for. We're doing fine. We're getting what we can. How many other people are taking on a fucking winter wolf roaming around Haven City? How many other people are busting up a smuggling and poaching ring that benefits a kingpin south of the river and chasing a creature that's so bizarre and unknown we don't even know what the fuck it is? You don't have all the answers, bud. You don't gotta. I might recommend against trying to punch a wolf in the future, though. That didn't seem to go in your favor from what I saw.
Yeah.
I'll hold off on trying to scare them away because that went a little too well.
I don't know, Wolfsbane. You pulled it out tonight. I think the only reason I'm alive is because you were on your game and I wasn't. I'm really sorry. I will bring a better game tomorrow. I put people's lives at risk, including my partners, by fucking up where I shouldn't have, and I'm sorry.
Okay.
Okay.
It's just a question for you. Does that hair shirt come in green? Because I think it'd really bring out your eyes and make you
No,
look great.
I got it. I know.
You're fine.
Sure.
You're fine. I have majorly messed up and not sent a message off to Everard. Chances of whether dinner has been held are unknown to me. There are two options. Either dinner wasn't held or it was, and there's now a smoking crisp in my house.
Yeah, tomorrow will be better.
You'll be fine tomorrow. What is it? 1, you need time to go home, wind down, settle in. Spend some time with the wife and kid before you come back in.
Yeah.
Noon, 1.
Let's go for 1.
Let's go for 1. It'll be great.
So what I'm about to say, I don't think affects anything. And I forgot to say it as you guys were heading out to Starkin Diner. Vigma's laying there as you go, more or less, you have to go within earshot of the holding cells on the ground floor as you're leaving the pen. And just kind of out loud to the ceiling, she goes, "It speaks common and giant and their own language, not Gnomish or Dwarvish. In case you go after it again."
Thank you.
Okay, and then you guys go off to the diner. And when you say you're going to go for one, are you guys going to get a drink?
Yeah, no, we're going to get a meal.
Okay. Are you going to, well, at this hour, Starkins is that what you were going to Starkins for? Or you were at Starkins when you said that and you're going somewhere else?
No, we were at Starkins when we had that conversation.
Okay.
It's probably just going to be greasy hash browns and coffee while they talk and then go, okay, go to bed.
1 o'clock. Yeah.
Would you, we'll have some hash browns and coffee. Would you like the regular hash browns, the smothered and covered, or the special cup greasy hash browns?
This
Greasy cup hash
special cup. Yeah. Common, Dwarvish, and Giant, you said?
No, I said it doesn't speak that. She said it speaks common, giant, and its own wolf language. It doesn't speak She basically was saying it doesn't speak any of the things. You specifically said you yelled at in Gnomish and Dwarvish. You skipped right over Common when as a player. So this was
Yes.
like you skirted the one language you had in common with it.
Of course I did. Excellent.
And Vickman noted that, and so she's
Okay. I got this one. You get home.
Okay,
Ready or what?
he does. That's what he do.
Vikma has a card. She's going to get bonded out soon enough if she hasn't already.
Yeah.
I
Vickma
have
has the what?
Vikma has Erie's card.
Oh, okay.
And I suspect she'll be bonded out fairly soon, if not already.
Ants, roll percentiles for me.
No, he does not want to, and you shall not make him.
$49.
Okay. You get home. Everything's awesome. Well, everyone's asleep.
Yeah. I don't know. There's a 2-year-old. It's a possibility.
Yeah.
Bobby's 2-year-old has taken to, as Bobby says, hold her hand about 5 inches apart and says, "I'm powerful."
Bobby has a 2-year-old again?
Yeah. Maddie,
Michelle got yeah, it was a surprise. They were very happy that Michelle was able to have her.
yeah.
But he does have other kids, right?
Timmy, who they adopted, who is 10 now, I want to say.
He just came out to them, and Bobby's reaction was, Did you think we didn't know?"
Anthony, Bobby, and I have also very quietly joked and gone, we all acknowledge that Timmy's the most fabulous boy ever.
Yeah.
It's fine. We love him.
He's super athletic, but also fabulous. And
Bobby sent us a video of them in a Mexican restaurant where you had to go through a hallway and down it to get to the restroom. And it's a video of Timmy approaching the door and like vamping
yeah.
and then doing a very dramatic turn, including arms, and
Yeah.
doing this like swirly wavy and then just sliding off into the hall and out of view. And that was one more of the times that we said we acknowledge he's the most fabulous boy that ever did live.
Yeah.
We love him.
And
It's
this
fine.
is like, is this like not realizing he's being recorded? This is just Timmy in his
No,
natural
he's
state?
been recorded. That was
Huh?
Knowing he knew.
he knew
Okay.
he was being recorded. He was vamping for the camera. That
Oh,
was-
okay. Well, because there are kids who will do that just because they're living their own Torch Song trilogy in their head.
That's true.
But he yeah, that boy.
Sweet kid though.
Sweet kid, really sweet kid.
We've sent him some Legos.
Yeah. Also, he's holding Bobby's phone and playing games on it. And I was texting Bobby, and Bobby goes, and Timmy go T as he's called. T go as Bobby's telling you the story via text. She goes, Dad, Anthony is texting you. He goes, that's okay. I'm driving right now. I'll answer him in a bit. He goes, do you want me to text him back? And Bobby goes, no, it's fine. He goes, but it's Anthony. And he goes, T has apparently noted that I always answer you right away. So
Did I not make myself clear about who this is?
yeah, no, but it's Anthony.
Can I make a lawn procedure check?
For
The way
sure.
our rolls have been going tonight, I don't know. Can you?
I'm trying to figure out. I kind of figure she's got some sort of diplomatic immunity. There's some sort of group that she can talk to, get in touch with, or whoever who will come down and argue on her side. But that's based on our version and our way of doing things. And I want to know how it is in Haven City.
Yeah. When is Ari thinking about this?
She has sent Merle home. She is sitting there finishing her hash browns, and she's already paid the bill, and she's sitting there thinking about it going, well, she shouldn't still be there. It's been a couple of hours. Even at night, somebody would have gotten up for something like this, right?
Say that again.
Even at night, somebody would have gotten up for something like this. Somebody, right? That's got to be the thing. It happens. I'm sure I've read about it, although I guess we don't have contact with a lot of other countries, especially not diplomatic contact.
So this is after you sent Merle, after Merle left?
Yes.
Okay. Are you going to roll this roll or?
I was asking if I could, and
Yeah, go ahead.
okay.
I thought I said yes, and I'm like, okay, you're.
Yeah, no, that's totally how this works. That's a nat one. That's completely how this works. They got the guys to do the thing. They pick up the things and they talk, and it's a system. It's fine. It's fine.
The other thing that comes out of this is, I really feel like all of this could have been avoided if I already spoke giant. That's what I need to do. I need to learn to speak giant.
I mean, I really do need to. It would make it a lot easier to call out for them to, watch where they're walking, which is a serious danger for me.
All right. And you go home because you realize you're exhausted and nothing you've thought since Merle left. None of the words that have not left your mouth make any sense right now.
Yeah.
I don't know if you remember the text message that I sent to Anthony when he was still truck driving.
Mm-hmm.
He let me know that he got in somewhere safely and he was going to go check in. And I said, hooray, hooray and shalom. Now go and make the hats for the morning. Handsome, handsome baby.
Sure.
It was, I will find it because there is a screen cap of it. I think it's on Anthony's Facebook.
It's made.
So but
What did you say, Ants?
I said it's madness. I remember it well.
was so bizarre. But Ari always has a notepad that she's making notes in and jotting things down. And that's what I imagine the equivalent of the last 3 pages of notes have looked like. For her, is just tits harpy, baby. Whoa.
Yeah, you wake up the next morning and you're like, they definitely drugged my greasy hash browns.
Acid? Was it acid? Okay, I have taken a long rest.
Okay. Well, I already did that for you guys, but
Oh, okay.
doesn't matter. It doesn't change anything to do it twice.
I'm particularly rested.
Yeah.
Did Everard leave food out for her?
Is Everard the name of your domestic?
Yes.
Everard's a he, right?
Yes.
Everard did, but then it clearly was it wasn't left out this late because you were just so fucking late.
Yeah. Oh no, I'm imagining this was something left out around 5:30 or so. She keeps the windows of the house open. There's a very good chance that it's been picked at by the cats who come in and out.
No, Everard closed. It's winter and it's been looking like rain. Everard thinks you're a loony who keeps opening the windows in winter and keeps shutting them when you're gone.
Everard probably has the right of it. Still, as she gets home and stumbles in,
Why are all these goddamn windows closed? Yeah.
she does. She circles through the house, opening all of the windows back up. He's gonna be so mad. Yes.
I can't wait to find out you have a servant.
Your daughter should meet me.
Yeah.
She should come and visit my closet. Has
Do
your
we
daughter
have
ever dreamed of being a princess?
I don't know. Right now, she's very into pretending she's a waitress.
Good. That means she can top up the coffee. Come on.
Yeah. Don't manifest destiny, my daughter.
No, she does though. She circles. This is a silent battle that they have never once discussed. It has been ongoing. There was a period where she was sick with the flu, where Everard won,
Oh.
and all of the windows were closed. And he thought perhaps he had triumphed. He did not. He returned one day and they were open, and she had found a way to wedge the cranks. It took him 2 days to fix them so that they would close again. They've stepped back from sabotage. They've realized quickly that that was a Cold War that would only end in sorrow. But the windows are a thing. Also, she likes the cats. But yes, she very tiredly, handsome baby, opening the windows all around the house and then going in and falling asleep face first, face planting into her nest, and passing out.
Okay, Everard does not live with you though. Okay.
No, he leaves.
Yeah.
He arrives most days between 7 and 8 a.m. He leaves most days between 5 and 6 p.m. He has 1 day off, 1 day fully off per week. Usually, unless she's got something major going on, he just pops in and out. There's not a lot of cleaning that she actually needs. There's not a lot of cooking to be done. There's some light shopping. And it's not a busy social season right now. If it were a busy social season, that's when Everard would be there the entire time, bringing dresses out or arranging appointments and fittings and stuff like that.
Right.
But the social, it's in the lull between social seasons. She has a job that's keeping her out of the house, which means she can't keep coming back with more diagrams and schematics, demanding that he find somewhere to neatly organize them all or otherwise display and preserve them. So it's been nice and easy for a little bit. It's been a good couple of, it's been about, because she was in for 2 months or 6 months as
The the academy is that long, yes, and then it's a month on the street, and then so it's been actually a bit longer. It's been about 8 months ish.
Yeah, so it's been 8 months of her not frivolously buying and demanding that he somehow make more room for things. And just moping around. That's the hardest thing, is that she sits around the house all day.
Okay.
So he comes over. He usually gets a fire going and closes all the windows. Make sure there's tea going or coffee going for her breakfast.
Roll as you're going through the daily battle of the windows. And because you're exhausted, roll an investigation with disadvantage. Well, you're not mechanically exhausted, but you've had a really long day.
No, I am exhausted.
But you don't have a level of exhaustion. I have not told
No.
you.
That would be a 16 and a 17 that I rolled +5. So my disadvantage roll is 21.
Okay. Well, that's good
I
enough.
know my house.
There's a big pile of post, like letters and stuff and notes, and you see like a note from, hold on, wait for it. from Madam Namfen Sparkle Dust Home for Wayward Children. There's a note addressed to you. And the return address is Madam Namfen Sparkle Dust's Home for Wayward Children.
Will you put that in the chat for me, please?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, this is the full name on the. And across the it's addressed to you, and on the back when you turn the envelope over, it says, "Thank you for your generous." We want to thank the children. Wish to thank you for your generous gift. And it's the full name is Madam Namfest Sparkle Dust Home for Wayward Children and their subsequent education into polite society. And you instantly recognize this as one of your mother's favorite charities.
Oh, this feels passive aggressive. What important holiday or important family day have I forgotten that she has done this to remind me?
Do you open this up?
Yes.
Okay. You see a letter thanking you for your donation of used books and clothes and dresses and stuff. And you're like, I didn't do that.
Oh, Everard, you
And it occurs to you,
about dresses. That's fine.
and it occurs to you that Everhard has donated some of your old things. It names books, clothes, children's toys, and what do you call it? Trinkets.
Okay, well now I'm going to be reviewing
And
the
many
shelves in my room.
ceramics.
Okay, you pass out and fall and sleep overnight on the floor of your wherever it is that you're.
Well, not the floor. She has her bed,
Okay.
her nest, as I call it, because it's the softest of mattresses piled with super soft blankets and pillows and fuzzy things. It's like you've seen those big love sacks, right?
Yes, and I maintain that those are the most poorly named fucking things ever.
Most likely. But think something slightly more rectangular-y shaped as her bed. She sinks into it, and I mean sinks. When you look in the bedroom, you know she's in bed because there's a divot instead of the blankets piled up.
Right. Okay. Merle, when you got home, the baby was asleep. Everyone was asleep. It was actually pretty quiet. Yours was fairly uneventful. You don't have a passive aggressive domestic civil war going on in your house. It's you and your wife against the baby.
Yeah. It's not a civil war. It's a full-on war.
There's nothing civil about this, sir.
We love her. She's trying to kill us.
She's a demon sent from hell to punish us for many sins of which I am yet unawares, but for
Why
which I am most
won't
sincerely
she let us
sorry.
sleep? We're keeping her alive. Okay.
Did you run home or do you ride the underground?
He takes his double home and then runs home from there. Tonight, I think he's doing none of that shit. Yeah.
Okay. For the long rest to happen, you both need at least 6 hours of sleep. So just keep that in mind.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. We're being up late. That was the plan. Oh, excuse me.
No, you idiot. Anyway. Merle rolled the hard 6 and everyone was asleep and he actually got to sleep for 6 uninterrupted hours.
Nice.
How long did I get to sleep?
You got like 8. There's nobody and nothing keeping you awake. But you know, your head does pop off the pillow and go, inventory. Okay.
Thank you for being a DM that pays attention, Josh.
Yeah. Merle, you and your wife are awoken. You and your wife are awoken to find that your daughter has been visited by the stinky duty fairy, and she's just had a man-sized crap in her diapers. Okay, and that's like what wakes the two of you up. You're just like, ah.
Oh,
and
good.
you immediately start to play the game. What the hell have you been feeding our daughter?
You think this is bad? You should see her after she's had a day out with you.
Yeah.
Well, he gets up and tends to his daughter, I assume.
Yeah.
No, she can lay in her filth until she learned. No, we're gonna get right on that.
We're gonna take this diaper and we're gonna save it for somebody we really, really dislike. And
I go back to Vic Massell. I blame you for this too. No,
just stinking it up on the train the entire way.
yeah, I know what I'm doing.
I make people call me measles. Yeah, okay.
Was it that this feels like a passive aggressive swipe from her mother, by the way, that made you laugh, Josh?
When?
A few minutes ago. It's all good.
Yeah, when you went, oh, this feels like a passive aggressive swipe from her mother. I'm like, I for a hot second went, yeah, just that's not what happened, but let's let Erie spin this into a completely different narrative. Yeah, and then I just didn't. Because once you read it, you're like, thank you for your donation of blah, blah, blah. I haven't donated anything to them, Everard. Because in the notes, he's been in your family for 20 years. So like, he's known you since you were very young. He's like, yes, he's a human and you're going to outlive him. By the way, anyone not elf, I'm capping their extended lifespan at 200 years. So that's for you as well. But you're going to way outlive Everard, but also like, you're never not going to be a kid to him. So every once and again, he's just sort of feels weirdly empowered as a senior domestic sometimes will to just do things like this. And honestly, had he not, I rolled to see if he paid attention enough to the mail to pull the thank you note so he wouldn't get caught, but he just missed it.
Not so spry in your old age, are you, motherfucker?
But he's definitely doing the mom thing of like, yeah, I'm going to donate these and she'll never even notice because she doesn't play with these toys anymore.
Yeah.
Those are Pokemon cards. They're worth so much money. Yeah.
Leaving Everard a note. Gotcha, bitch. Yeah.
Okay, so to domestic life for a while for Merle.
When you said thank you for being a DM who pays attention, what was I paying attention for? Or
Beck,
to?
Beck's thing about you made her pop her head up off the pillow and go
Yeah.
inventory.
Yeah.
You gotta play with that motherfucker, Doug.
It was you for paying attention to what the character is like. That was
The notes are the dresses. Now that's not a problem. But the books and trinkets, she's gonna have to take a look. She'll start a list. She'll review. She'll asleep in her bed.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Do I wake up to the windows closed?
Because you slept late, right?
Yes. She doesn't get up until her body makes her get up.
Yeah, you wake up to the windows closed and the smell of like fried English breakfast. Like, yeah.
Fried bread and eggs and bacon.
I woke up to the smell of shit.
One of us clearly has a better life than the other.
Well,
I'm not
one
saying it's your fault for being poor, born a lesser race, but also
yeah.
I mean, you're from Dog Island. You're Isle of Dogs. It's practically south of the river.
Yeah. I recently rewatched Caddyshack. God damn, that's a good movie. But I the thing we forget about with that movie, with so many other comedic talents in that, is Ted Knight is amazing in that fucking movie. He's so goddamn good. Holy shit. That was what struck me this time while rewatching it.
Yeah, he's, I think, a pretty underrated sort of physical comedian. Facial expression stuff is just,
Well, we're waiting.
yeah.
And I was
It's,
saying because of all the waspness coming off of her just then. That's what it reminded me of.
It's the what was he did that sort of daytime sitcom that my sister watched forever, where he was a cartoonist that used a puppet.
It was the Ted Knight Show. Or no, it was
And like they had that neighbor Monroe who was
AJ, yeah. God damn it, what was that called? And he had two daughters, one who was really serious and the one who was blonde. And
Yeah.
it was the 80s, and that was her character. Yeah, it was.
Rachel fucking loved that show.
Who loved that show?
My sister.
Yeah.
well, she's got poor taste. No, I don't know. I have no idea.
What we're talking about.
It's the way you said it, is why I said that. You made me do this.
Oh, Too Close for Comfort, I think.
Too Close for Comfort. That was the name of it. Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't know if it was ever canon that Monroe was gay, but Monroe was pretty gay, which was
Totally gay. Yeah. Yeah. He
which was pretty like forward for that show in the early 80s.
Yeah.
Jim J. Bullock. Yeah.
AJ Bullock. Yeah.
Anyway.
He hosted, and I know there is a clip of this online because I used it in an argument years ago, an online argument years ago, but he was hosting Hollywood Squares, JJ Bullock.
Jim J. Bullock, yeah.
Yeah, and he and a player flubbed a question, and he goes, "You are wrong and you lose." Like, really?
Well, I know he was center square for a really long time. I didn't realize they moved him to hosting it.
only temporarily, but Yeah, he hosted a few episodes. You were wrong and you lose.
That's probably why it was only temporary.
And goes, and you win. And the other person, really,
Really big. Yeah.
Anthony has killed himself. Congratulations. Fine.
Okay. Next morning, domestic life inventory. Eating with that, and you eventually head into the station. I
I
assume.
think you mean the curating of grievances.
Sure.
He took my books. Doesn't matter that I wasn't reading them. I had them. They were there.
And she's a covetous little half.
Me.
When you said that to him, he goes, yes, Mistress Ari. Yes, Mistress Ari, I will endeavor to be better at intercepting the letter in future.
So long as we've identified the true problem here, Everard. The dinner looked good. I'm sorry I didn't get to eat it.
No,
Very well night.
don't worry about it. When your mother asked if you had made it home safe, I lied and said you had. So I'm glad you actually did.
You're a good man, Everard. A very good man. Here's the deal. Lose at least 2 invitations for the winter balls. And we'll call it even.
Okay.
I have to go back in. Nobody told me working involved being awake so much.
He just dreadful.
You are an oak, madam.
Yeah, he just goes and he goes, dreadful, isn't it?
He's at least 40.
Yeah.
Just you're such a little shit. But she says it with a smile, and it's clear she's joking. This is a conversation they have had before. There's a sandwich shop in Verboche Reka, by the way. You should try it at some point.
For some reason, you went way out of focus.
Yeah, you're really blurry. Just go out of frame and then come back into frame and it'll be fine.
There is no other.
Well, not unless you move. Yes.
I don't want to move this hard. Here.
Hey, there she is.
Yeah. You go. You start. There is an excellent sandwich shop in Verboche Reka, and he goes, ew, no.
Madam, you know that's south of the river, don't you? I have tolerated small sales. Do not push your luck. All right, fussy britches, Jays. That's what you sound like.
Well, I do say.
Where is okay? Yeah, I take my bike in. Beep, beep. No, I don't take my bike in.
Okay.
I don't think I took it home last night. It's still at the station house, I believe.
Yeah, that's entirely possible.
Because you're also an artificer, I'm sure there's a possibility it drove itself home.
She's a sorcerer.
Sorcerer, not
Oh,
artificer.
sorcerer. I thought you.
I come from a
That's
family of
right.
artificers.
That's
You
right.
and I both have bucked the family tradition in a very similar fashion,
Yeah.
as it turns out. Since our parents could share their tales of woe and disappointment after all they've done for us. Just my mother? All right, fair.
Yeah.
Well, and then Anthony's parents might try to rob your parents. So.
I mean, we're not going to invite them into the house.
Yeah.
We'll meet them at a park. It's outdoors. The fresh air will be good for us all.
There's a thing those people like.
They enjoy nature.
As long as it's in a well-manicured park, yes. Okay.
Oh, we're doing her so much bitchier than I mean her to be.
Yes.
Yeah, most
That's fun.
of this is not canon, but the conversations with Everard absolutely are canon.
Yes.
But not the talking about our partner's parents as though they're street trash. That part's not.
Well, I mean, the street trash portion is canon, just not the talking about them about that. He's made it quite clear. There's a whole thing. She had to tell him about Auntie Mariella just to move on from the awkwardness.
Yeah.
Right.
So yeah, she takes the underground into headquarters, kind of vaguely hoping that she left her bike there.
Yeah, I mean, I think that you did, right?
Yeah, it's because she started off at the office and then went from the office to the library yesterday. So yes, and I took the underground to the library. So yes. Now, has it been stolen from right in front of a police station? Do you think some cheeky little bugger has come up?
No, because remember, it's a walled it's sort of a walled tower. It's the Tower of London, basically. So no, that
Oh,
didn't
that's right. Oh, good, it's there. Good. I'll remember tonight. Probably. I hope.
That bike's worth more than my home.
All right.
That I rent.
Good afternoon, Merle. It's good to see you. How did you sleep?
Well.
Good.
Yeah.
All of the windows were closed again. You know, if you die of hacking up a lung, your wife is going to figure out how much you smoke on duty.
I really have to cut back.
You really do.
Yeah.
Listen, before we go inside and take a peek at the cells, there's some sort of deal that if you're a fancy pants, let's say ranger from the South Run Forest,
She's not going to be there.
There's some sort of agreement in place. There's somebody here who cares and does something,
She'll
right?
be out soon if she's not out already. Because I don't know what their embassy status is like in Haven. I mean, they might not be quite on the ball, but yeah, I imagine soon enough she'll be free.
I mean, because I was thinking about it this morning,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm pretty sure, I'm positive that there's some sort of agreement. Okay, so I don't have to walk in there and feel like an asshole walking past somebody who got stuck in his cell all night while I got to go and lay on a nice comfy bed. Okay, we can go in. This is cool. Hey, who's in the cells? Is she in there?
Oh yeah, she's there.
God damn it!
Yep. Yeah. Of course she is. Come on.
That's what, as they cleared the door and hearing very God damn it, I was wrong. Oh,
What time of day do you think you're rolling into the office? 11, 12?
No, one.
we agreed on 1
Oh, okay.
because it was 1 when we got off.
Okay.
It's 12 hours off, yes, but it was a 17-hour day, and yeah.
Yeah, no, nobody says anything to you.
And also someone who wasn't our boss went, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
That guy told us to.
Yeah.
Shift boss says fuck off, so we fucked off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't argue with shit boss. So you
Yeah. Sergeant Fallengrim's at his desk looking messed up still, like patched and mostly healed, mostly magically healed, right? But like as you walk in, you immediately clock him and Vikma playing a non-verbal game of fuck you. Okay, fuck me, but still, I could kill you if I get out of this cell, right?
Yeah.
But she's, yeah, like there's not really any aggression or aggro coming from her. It's all Morgan being very fucking pissed.
Aggro. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
And he's not,
it's brutal, semi-corrupt cop. Yeah.
he's yeah, and he's heavily fucking bruised and shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing about all your hit points coming back after a long rest. It's like he lost 50 hit points in like 3 shots. Like she fucked him up. Well, no, it was 2 of her shots and saving on a cold breath, but
yeah. Well, I'm gonna stop by his desk and check in and go. It's good to see you. I was a little worried last night.
yeah, he goes, yeah, I'm really sorry on bailing on you two like that. I was watching from the rope trick. If it really came down to it, I would have come back in, but I just needed to get away from that fight because I was very.
It was rough. I can't believe you stood up that long. I'd have been toast in a minute.
Yeah.
It's good to see you. Good morning, good afternoon.
Thank
Late
you.
today. So listen, you're probably still a little upset about things. I know last night didn't go great. Here's the thing. I'm not technically sure we can keeping her in there.
And why would you think that?
I don't know. I've read a lot of books and I don't know what applies. I was thinking about it last night, and according to my notes here, I have flirple fling, foop foop. But if the word shock, 17.
I don't know what that means.
I was hoping you spoke crazy. No. These were my notes from last night wherein I had that epiphany that maybe we're not allowed to be keeping her in there. And I was pretty sure of that. But I'm beginning to second guess that because my arguments are a little on the flimsy side, you see.
Your arguments for not keeping her or keeping her?
For not keeping her.
Yeah, I don't know what arguments you have.
Yeah, I don't either. I was hoping you could tell me what this meant, especially the 17 at the end. That's the part that really gets it. It's very precise. Look, I underlined it 3 times. I don't know what that means, but it seems significant.
Had you received any sharp blows to the head yesterday?
I mean, no, I haven't. I did, however, eat at least 3 roadside food stands, and I got 2 very questionable cups of coffee. Also, I finished the night with the extra greasy hash browns at Starkins. That might have been a mistake.
I don't think I have ever had food things that made me right in the babble that you just read back to me. But yes, it's entire. But I'm also not halfling, so maybe food affects you differently than it is me. But you're sure nothing in this whole area hurts you?
Well, I mean, yes. Myrtle took some blows, but that's okay because I'm the brains of the operation right now. And as you can see,
Yeah,
I'm pretty good footing.
she goes footing. Yeah, I get this from when he slipped on the ice last night. But I will say I've never seen anybody punch a large monster just dead in the face and keep going like they did there. Your partner's your partner's incredibly brave.
And
Or
insane.
very stupid.
Yeah, he doesn't. Do you say that? Because he doesn't say that.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
Here he goes. And
Actually, he
insane.
says it from his desk without looking up. He's
Okay.
writing paperwork or very stupid. Possibly both.
Yeah, this is possible. Possibly both.
I talked to him for a few more minutes. I'm trying to break up the tension and aggression and just distract him a little bit and then go and sit back down and figure out what the hell we're supposed to do. I gotta look up and figure out, do we keep her? Do we not keep her? Do we have, are there embassies? What other groups are there that we keep in contact with? How do they operate? I don't understand any of this. Yeah.
If only you knew a legal expert.
Oh, but she does. Who does she know, though?
Temerity.
Yes, Vorlance. That's right. Okay. So, we have some paperwork to finish up.
Yeah, you still have a minimum of an hour of paperwork still to do, which means that if it only takes you another hour, that's like 2:30. And you know, the prosecutor's office, you need to get there. I mean, theoretically, they finish by 5. Temerity doesn't strike you as a 9 to 5 kind of person.
She's what they call a blue flamer.
Hey, no, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to write a note and send a messenger. We can sit here and write reports and send the question. That way we don't have to stand around if she has to look up answers or figure things out. Here's the information. You're the person who knows this. You don't come down and watch me cook fries. I'm not going to watch you cook fries. There's a fucking fly and it's driving me insane.
I have been trying to kill them.
This is the note. This is the note you write to Temerity Vorlance. I have a question for you. I'm not coming there because I'm not going to come there and watch you cook fries. You don't come here and watch me cook fries. There's a fucking fly and it's driving me nuts. Send. Okay.
Let's try that again without the insane.
Did you see my notebook?
Yes.
17 underlined 3 times.
Inspector Sanderman, your partner is being put on psych leave.
Makes sense. Makes sense.
That checks out.
Yeah.
No, everything's good. Yeah, she's going to write the note and send it off to Temerity. Temerity can respond when and as she's able. It's also it's gonna wait. They got reports to do. There's no need to go fucking around back and forth. If she'd been thinking this morning, she would have sent the note off this morning, but it didn't occur to her. So that's what it is. They sit there and they write their reports as she sends off the note.
Gotcha. Okay.
Sorry.
Okay. So you're doing your paperwork about. Fuck it. I'm using D12s because I own them and I'm going to use them for something. God damn it.
It makes sense for a day.
12, 22. No. What did you say? It makes sense for a day?
Yeah.
Okay.
We're breaking things up into time segments.
Oh, okay. Yeah, like an hour and 20 minutes or so later, you get a note back from Tim. What did you actually ask? Or you don't have to write it. Just what did you actually write or ask?
She says the situation, hey, here's the deal. She's not technically from Haven City, not sure. I assume our laws apply, but need to be sure. Here's what happened. She's currently in a cell. Can somebody bond her out? Do we hold her?
When you say here's what, so this is important, right? When you say here's what happened, do you simply say she assaulted an inspector? Or do you get into the details? If you get into if all you say is she assaulted an inspector in the course of her, even if you say in the course of her own duties, she assaulted an inspector, then you're going to get one answer. If you, right? Do you understand what I'm asking here? Like,
I understand what you're asking. She does not write a full narrative, but she lays it out. Came here to recover those who were poaching. They have to answer those laws in the course of. While there was a fight between them, it appears to be more of a defensive issue than an aggressive or assaultive issue. What can we do here? What do we do here? And Erie will also add her own note of, for what it's worth, I don't think it's worth pursuing, but we also arrested her, and I don't know what to do.
okay. So the answer you get back is, well, there's no reason she wouldn't be subject to our laws. You don't have to be, like, she goes, and you can sort of hear her kind of ebullient voice. It comes back. It's a long note, like she's, yeah. So she's like, so this is a really interesting question. Of course, she's subject to our laws. It doesn't matter if she's a citizen. Otherwise, any non-citizen could come here, do anything, and then we just couldn't hold them legally accountable for anything. So on that stand, like, yeah, you're fine. Second is
she offered the same protections as our citizens, though?
Hold on.
Because that was another part of it. That
okay. She said, in terms of protections, not entirely certain what you mean, but we will follow the same criminal procedure that we would with anyone else. If you charge her with assaulting an inspector, then that's what she will have to go through. If you don't, however, I suspect Inspector Sergeant Morgan Fallon Graham will do that. So it's almost immaterial whether or not you charged her. Because unless you can somehow keep it from Inspector Sergeant that you're not charging her, and he will be within his rights to do that. And she goes, ellipsis, well, that's up to you. And then like paragraph break. And then she says, in terms of, because you were asking a sort of diplomatic question in there as well, right?
Yes.
She goes, in terms of diplomatic issues, I'm not really sure what you mean. While we honor the authority of South Ron Rangers to come into GU territory in pursuit of cases there's nothing that grants them any sort of diplomatic immunity while they're here. And if ... new line, fun little geopolitical side note, the South Ron is really more of a loosely affiliated region that we don't want to go into militarily than an actual nation state. So there wouldn't be anyone to come get her out anyway, unless another ranger wanted to come track her down. But even then, there wouldn't really be official diplomatic standing. P.S. This was a really neat and intricate question. If you have more questions, I would love to come over and talk to you, or you can come to my office. Either way would be fine with me.
Erie's gonna send back a quick answer. I'd love to talk more with you. We've got a lot of reports. If I can't catch you at office, maybe dinner and drinks after.
You get a note back. Dinner and drink sounds super fun. Oh, forgot to tell you in the other note, but I totally meant to tell you in the other note that Oaken Steel.
Oathen Steel, I want to say is what it is. I have it.
Yeah, it's bolded. That's why.
Yeah, we're now at 14 pages of notes. I'm gonna have to split it up again, I think.
Oh, I tracked down Oathen Steel Finance, which was a shell, like we said, was a shell company. And the name that I've come across is Blackford Holdings, still tracking them down.
Blackford?
Blackforge, sorry. Yeah. Blackforge Holding Company, still tracking that down.
So, imps, we need little imps. Messenger imps. Instant imp messengers. Erie has offered the first note back over to Merle to read and review.
Okay.
Is Fallengrim still at his desk, or is he?
Oh yeah, he's doing his own paperwork.
Okay, because you said it was about an hour and a half later, right?
Oh, by 2.5 hours in, that's a really good question. You're right. So no, yeah, it was an hour and a half, and it's not 2.5 hours because you wrote that and then you sat down and started doing your paperwork, right?
Yes.
And then so you keep interrupting to write these notes back and forth. But yeah, he's still there. And you've successfully distracted him from
Erie.
From actively glaring at Vikma. Yeah.
Okay. Well, Erie's going to hand that over to Merle for his review.
Okay.
And go, what say we take him to lunch and try to make the case of things just getting out of hand last night.
Sure.
An apology across the board. We're going to try and work together to fix this because that's what we're all interested in.
Okay.
And then when we get back, we'll bring back lunch for Vikma.
Yeah.
We'll make the same argument. Listen, here's what we could get you on. We want to drop it. Let's fresh slate it. Sound good?
You want to have a conversation with the lieutenant first about that plan?
No.
Okay. He goes, okay, then I don't either.
This is not the lieutenant's problem to solve. This is ours. We pulled everybody into this. We fixed this.
Okay.
We can find a way to fix it. We can find a way to square it up.
This really hurt my knee just now, banging it into the
arm of the
here
table.
under the table. Yeah.
Excellent. Good.
Your knee?
His knee.
Arm.
Yeah. It's
Okay.
a plastic table with the, yeah. So, and Erie's sending the other responses back and forth. And she gets up and she goes over to Fallengrim. She goes, hey, can Merle and I take you out for a coffee, quick snack, talk with you for a bit about last night?
He's like, oh yeah, sure. Can you give me 20 minutes? Or 15 minutes. I'm almost done with this report.
Absolutely. I've still got, there's a lot of papers, but it's okay. I've got a system. It's a really good system. It's been working out really well. I just have to make sure that Merle follows the system. It's going to be great. I'll check back in 15 minutes. And she does seem to have a system as she's sitting there doing all of the reports and the paperwork and the annotation she's putting on them and the secondary set of notes she's keeping for herself on them. She's very organized.
Okay, 15 minutes comes and goes, and he goes, so, or unless you're doing something in that 15 minutes.
working on the reports. We're
Yeah.
trying to get those done. We have so much paperwork. Do you know
Right.
how many people we yelled at yesterday? A lot.
You did.
So-
15 minutes comes and goes, and he comes up to your guy's desk and he goes, "So, shall we go over to Starkin, or did you have somewhere else in mind?"
Is there anywhere else but Starkins?
In the whole city, of course.
Oh,
Oh
wow.
no, that was in. Sorry, I thought that was out of character. He goes, Not for an inspector, no." And
Love it.
sorry, I didn't mean to totally step on your nice role play moment. Um,
It was fun. I could
seriously,
see-
Becky, you think I put one restaurant in this whole fucking city? No.
No, we've already found the sandwich and the collared queen.
I
Right.
really like that name. I'm stealing it.
What'd he say? What'd you say?
He really likes that name. He's stealing it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we'll go across the way.
Say the Colored Queen is a sort of weird mix of a drag and BDSM bar and leather bar. So,
Why was Erie so certain about where it was located, and why was she using it as one of her landmarks?
Yeah. Dum, dum, dum.
She said-
Erie's form of drag is also still dressing as a woman, but just dressing as a taller woman.
Yes, there's stilts involved. It's
Right.
fancy.
People are like, "That's not a lady. That's three raccoons in a trench coat trying to get into an R movie." Okay.
It's exactly it. So yeah, we're gonna go across to Starkins and
In front of you. Okay.
and we're gonna sit down, and after we order and get whatever, Erie's gonna go, "Here's the deal. We've got Thicma on assaulting an officer and interfering in an investigation. From what we saw play out last night, I don't think that was anybody's original intent on either side. I think everybody wanted the same overall goal, and
And what overall
Who's
goal
that
do you
even?
think that was?
I'm sorry.
And what overall goal do you think that was? That everybody wanted?
Keeping the city safe from the Winter Wolf and protecting our citizens.
Yeah. Okay, I will go with this.
I think that was the overall ultimate goal. We all had different ideas of how to reach it, and they came on into conflict. It was late at night. Things were rushed and harried. I don't think anybody was at their best self last night. But
His eyes flick over to Merle for a second.
Merle gives him nothing.
But I'm also not the one who had the nerve to stand toe to toe against a Goliath. And I'm not the one who put myself out there without backup, trying to do the right thing alone. I am not interested in pursuing charges against Thicma, but you have that right, and I'm leaving it up to you. I will not interfere. I will not raise a contradictory report. I think that heads just got heated. I think that if we can try and put it aside and sit down and work together with the knowledge that you both have, we can fix my massive fuck up last night. I set a wolf loose on the city. It was
This is a dramatic overstatement, and forgive me if you don't see it this way, but this is almost a grandiose way of thinking that this is all your fault because you set it loose. It was already loose.
Well, I do think I'm a very important person, what some people might refer to as the protagonist or main character. She's
No.
trying to be charming and fun.
He is, and he goes, this combined with your journal, like, I'm learning a lot about you today.
It's your call. I will personally stand a bond for Vikma if you are willing to see her out. If not, again, I understand you're the one who took the blows and they looked awful hard. I was scared, but you didn't call into headquarters that I knew, so I didn't want to bring them in on it. But it's up to you. And now, done with that, let me tell you.
Can you turn your camera off and on again?
Yes, I always have my camera feed hidden, so I don't know when I go fuzzy.
Yeah.
Is it better again?
Yes.
Yeah. It's like, and I remember this happening last game too. Just fucking, but I thought that time is because, Ants was more coming in and out of frame, and so I thought it got confused. But it's like just sitting there looking at Becky, looking at Becky, looking at Becky. Hey, what's that other thing? Fuck, I don't know where Becky is anymore. It's just all blurry now.
Yeah.
Like, I think that's what your camera's doing. I don't know what the fuck you are. Anyway,
Maybe I need to wear very vivid colors so I don't blend in as much.
with the doors, maybe. I
Yes.
don't know.
I'll put on my work shirts. It'll
It
be
doesn't
fine.
make any sense. That's my point, and it's irritating. The technology is irritating me. You aren't. Anyway, do you want to, like, you're sitting here with food. You're not necessarily providing him food, but does this fall under your racial ability to try and make a roll here?
I'm looking it up too because I want to see.
Oh, it says brewer supplies or cooking utensils. You can add a D4. So unless you've made something here.
Previously we were counting it, but I had like a sandwich board where it could be assembled. This is food coming out. And no, I don't want to I know it sounds
Funny.
no, I know it sounds reasonable, but she doesn't want to try and put extra juice on it. She's laid out her case. She's appealing to logic and reason and a greater good.
Well, this is just a persuasion check. Do you feel like a persuasion check is extra? This is DM to player. Do you feel like a persuasion check is extra juice?
No, I would feel like trying to find a way to use the
Using
Emperor's magic or the
ever
mark of
hospitable.
hospitality
Okay.
on top of it would
Well,
be
Okay.
much.
No. Understood. But I definitely think you should make a persuasion roll. And based on Merle gives him nothing, you do not get advantage.
I'm sorry.
12.
Okay. It's not detrimental.
Yeah.
So what you propose, that we just let her out and she goes back to what she's doing? Or do you propose we escort her to city lines and send her home and tell her that we've got it from here?
I propose that that we make the offer to her. This is your chance. You may either leave now or you can assist us with your skill and knowledge. This is your one and only chance.
So if she doesn't help us, she stays in. We charge her.
She stays, we charge her with interfering with a criminal investigation, assault officer.
Yeah, this is all good. I'm fine with this. But let me add a wrinkle. So you said what we were all trying to do was keep the city safe. Yeah. But the problem is she thinks the city can remain safe if the wolf is captured alive. And I don't think this is true. And I don't think that Haven City should go to the trouble and expense of shipping those monsters, or is that monster? No, he means measles too. Those monsters back from whence they came. So I don't think that wolf comes in alive. And then I agree to this. You're very reasonable. If Ikma agrees to this, she can help us.
We make an effort to bring it in alive. If that doesn't work, then we take it down.
No.
I don't think we could get an agreement, but we'll still present it with your conditions. As I said when I presented this to you at the end of the day, it's your choice.
Josh, I didn't understand when I gave him nothing that I was doing that to her.
It's okay. It's a total player thing. It happens.
It wasn't a player thing, it was a character thing.
A character thing. That's what I
Yeah.
meant.
That's even more to the point of why nothing should change.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's exactly how it goes.
Okay.
Do let me know one way or the other what you choose. But for now, they're bringing the cake. Have you had the cake? I've had the cake. I have had the cake 3 times. It is delicious and amazing. They found a way to mix in coconut. Have you had coconut? It's fantastic.
You said creatures. Sorry.
Yeah, measles and the wolf.
I think I said monsters.
Okay.
Carl, our velociraptor stenographer, can you read back the
Yes, sorry. that sticks in, that clearly sticks in Merle's craw.
Anthony, I'm going to need some of that incense over here. Stat.
Sorry, buddy. You're too far away.
And based on the fact that you need that, we are not interested in coming anywhere near.
That is appropriate. Yeah.
Give me a minute.
Yeah, me. I got to pee too.
Okay.
Um, he agreed. He's like, yeah, yes, I've had the cake, and yes, I've had coconut, and I agree that yes, it is delicious.
Excellent. We're on the same page. Merle, I don't care what your opinion is on the coconut. It's amazing. 2 against 1. You're outvoted.
Fair. That's
You're very good at asking questions and then moving on to the next thing without waiting for an answer. It's a very interesting interrogation technique.
It tends to keep people a little bit off balance, I found out. It was the way I kept my parents off my case for quite some time once I realized it was what they were doing to me first. You get so flustered trying to answer the first couple of questions in an acceptable fashion that you don't give it time to think about your answer to the next ones. You just blurt out whatever's in the top of your head. Talk fast, have a smile, always try and be polite. It goes very far. Trust me, I wouldn't have survived this long without it. The academy put some muscle on me, you see.
Ah, yes, it's very clear you have become much stronger since you joined.
This is why I have to have the smile. This is why I have to have the unique interrogation technique. No permanent injuries, no permanent damage.
No. He, what is his charisma? It's like, just my pride. And my record, if you will.
Wow. I know a fair bit about that. I have a few more reports to write. I've got a couple of letters to get off really quick. Let us know what you come to. I've got the snacks, and she's just gonna lay. I don't know, how much would it be?
For a meal for 3 and stuff.
Yes.
I think they have like costs for things in here somewhere.
I was thinking you did. On Order Haven inspectors, maybe.
No, I don't. Franchise costs. Maybe prices. I think
There is a standard in the book. Let's see.
oh, yeah.
Expenses.
What is that? Are you in the player's handbook?
Player's handbook. I'm looking at expenses, food, drink, and lodging. There's meals and lodging. Meal cost for a comfortable meal, it says 5 silver pieces.
Yeah, so let's just call it 5 silver pieces, 15 silver pieces.
Okay. So she's gonna pay 2 gold and 5 silver on the table because a tip for your waitress. Don't be a dick. And say thank you again for joining us.
And as this conversation plays out, you can either roll deception, or I'll just tell you on his 24 insight. What is he getting off of you? Because you're stone cold silent during this whole thing.
Yeah.
You can either just say, or you can try and roll to beat that.
What was his insight? No, he's gonna pick it up off of me.
You could get a nat 20. You don't know.
I don't know. That's true. Let me roll a deception. Let's see how that goes. I rolled a 3. He really wrinkles at him calling Measles a monster. When he realized he was including both of them, like Merle choked. Merle said to
Gotcha.
That's why the coconut cake was brought up.
Right. Yeah, that was some deft work on your part. Bringing that cake up.
It's distraction. Just keep them from remembering they hate each other.
I don't hate him. I'm not
Bond.
really rankles at the idea of somebody who was held in bondage and seeking revenge. Very sapient qualities.
Sapient enough to go crazy. Yeah.
yeah, it's like, yeah, um, Merle totally sympathizes with the monster that he's naming there, and Winkles more than a little bit when he does that. Bringing those monsters, fucking,
So it's a couple of just mechanical notes. Is a measle is a monstrosity, so he's technically correct, which, as we know, is the best kind of correct. But with the new, what's the name of the new source book that has all the the one that had all that just came out, and
Is it the Mordekainen one?
yeah, but like when it's listed in the sources list, it doesn't. They don't have that on it anymore. Monsters of the Multiverse.
oh yeah,
Although that's technically Mordenkainen's Monsters of the Multiverse, and it sort of displaced Mordenkainen's Tome of Foes. So if you look in the monsters listing under that search, it says, Measle and Legacy Measle. And as far as I can tell, the only difference between the two of them, and I really like that they did this because it's the same with a bunch of creatures that were in that book, is the only thing different is the alignment. In the Legacy version, in the old version, it's neutral evil. And then in the new version, it's typically neutral evil. And I like that even some of the monsters got like, we're removing racial alignment. And
Yeah.
I think that's based on an intelligence level. So I was also just thinking, like, I wonder how they figure out challenge rating, right? Like, because it sort of strikes me as there must be an algorithm or some formula for it, because otherwise, why would you ever have 1/8 and 1/4 and 1/2 challenge rating? Why not just have that be 1 and 2 and 3, right? Like, it's like THAC0. Why was armor class 0 ever? Because somebody had some math that they liked. And so, like, why did we have to get into negative armor classes? That was stupid.
Yeah.
Can't believe somebody would be so enamored of the THAC0 armor class system.
yeah. Oh,
Will you open the window again? I know.
what's that, maybe?
Will you open the window again?
Yes.
And then,
yeah. Are
she's-
you gassed out or hot?
I'm having a regular cigarette because
Of course. Yeah.
because I'm
Anthony Suarez has left the meeting.
Me too. I didn't.
he totally did.
Anthony's like, fuck Sergeant Fallon-Grimm, I'm getting the fuck out of here.
No, I
Go ahead, I muted you.
hello?
Yeah, go ahead, I muted you.
Okay. Okay. No.
That's
I,
fun.
with my I
Yeah,
had
no, I'm sure it was an accident. I'm sure you just
and it right clicked, it left clicked rather on the bottom of the laptop, and so it just apparently it was hovering over something, and it just went, well, fuck that call. No, no. Oh, sorry about that.
no problem. Okay, so we're done with our sort of cake.
Yes.
And on your way back to the headquarters, he asks, so are you going to talk to her, or are we going to talk to her, or am I going to talk to her?
If you're up for it, I'd like for us to speak with her.
Sure.
It'll be all of us involved. I think that the two of you have a lot of complementary skills that could actually work very well together. You clearly know more about this than Merle and I do. So, yeah. Hey, this is working. This is working. This is working. This is okay. We're just going to keep confidently moving forward. We haven't screwed everything up. People aren't going to find out that you're a complete fraud. This is good.
Yeah, why would she be thinking that? Why would?
Because she failed as an adventurer.
Oh, okay. You
And
you
we're
say that
talking
thing
about the shit beat out of him
Yeah, and
last
he
night.
turns and looks at you and he goes, it's
She's
just,
not saying any of
she
that
didn't
out
say
loud.
that out loud.
All
no,
of that
she was doing in my head.
I did not see that she was doing it.
Yeah.
So you say you guys have a lot of complimentary skills. Yes, we do. And this would be very good. But, it's good to know that we don't really need her if she is not cooperative.
as stated. And they're going to approach the holding cells. And Erie also got like a bagel sandwich, let's say. A bagel sandwich or whatever for Vikma.
Stop by Einstein's and got,
Well, Starkins would have something like that.
sure.
And he's going to stop and go, do you want to join the three of us for a talk, Vikma? I think we can work something out.
Sure, why not?
I brought a sandwich for you.
I love a sandwich.
Excellent. I know so many good sandwich shops. They're my go-to place. Anyways, and she's saying all this as she opens the cell. They're going to use an interview room, but it's going to be a comfortable setting. Wherever Vikma sits, Erie's going to take the seat next to her. So it's not 3 against 1 and it's not somebody hovering.
Okay.
It's a psychological thing of going, I'm on your side. I'm working with you, not against you.
Gotcha.
And then when they're all standing in there, some of them furious and silent at others, he's an asshole. They're all assholes. Let's be the one reasonable person involved.
Everybody in this room is mad at somebody else except for me. Okay.
Quick, fix this. So once they're all in, Erie's going to hand the sandwich over and she's going to go, so I've checked with one of our attorneys. Technically speaking, while you do have rights to operate in the city in pursuit of your own activities, those do not extend to flaunting our laws, including assault on a police officer, interfering with a criminal investigation and criminal mischief. That said, I don't believe that was the intent last night. I think that we all had the same goals in mind and just picked different paths trying to work to that goal, which was to keep the city safe from the wolf and keep the citizens safe and get the wolf out of the city. Things just came crosswise.
So, excellent sandwich, by the way, but just a couple of wee corrections is I don't think that any of those charges, she does not do that. She does not accidentally bite the inside of her fucking corner of her mouth.
I hate when I do that.
I think I might have been sharpening my teeth in my sleep or something. Fuck. Yeah, seriously. Don't brush your teeth. It makes them like blades. She goes,
The cavities add infection.
and the only one you could really truthfully argue, in my opinion, is assaulting the officer. But I did try to warn him, and not that the wolf did not need killing. You saw, she gestures to Merle, I didn't even draw my sword until he was really insistent and kept going. Second, you're very nearly there. I want to protect the citizens from the wolf. But you said protect the city from the wolf. You've got that flipped. It's protect the wolf from the city. I understand that on its own, it is a fearsome creature, and it is, but it was dragged here, and I expect that nobody here has any interest in understanding it or caring about it. And so, and this is why I didn't work with you before, because I thought you might all behave the way I have seen some of you. She looks at Morgan and goes, I have seen some of you behave. And then I even said to stop, and he wouldn't.
I'm not a lawyer. I'm only going off of what lawyers said. We could leave it up to them what they think will stick and what won't. I'm sure there's arguments to be made. What you're saying, though, is in agreement with what I've said here. We are all working towards the same ideas. We have the same goals in mind. We just went about them differently. And things got very out of hand very fast. It was not intended to go that way on anybody's part. That was not how any of us wanted to see that evening end. That was not the purpose of it. I would like, instead of having this adversarial relationship, I would like us to try and put that behind us and see if we can work together to accomplish those goals.
What goals exactly? And
Protection.
Morgan, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. If Morgan's answering, I will.
Morgan goes, to stop the monster, of course. The wolf, you mean kill it, don't you? And he gives that curt Prussian nod. And she looks at you and goes, see, that's what I'm talking about. At least this one, she points at Merle. This one, she points at Merle. This one went toe to toe with it. By the way, ballsiest thing I've ever seen, punching a wolf. But
Right? Insane.
Merle just goes.
Credit where credit's due. You were tough as knackers right until you slipped. And I'm not gassing you for that. I think if you hadn't fallen, well, whatever. But I I'm not going to sit here and explain my life to you because I don't feel the need to. But where I'm from, we don't just kill all of our problems. We try to live with them. So, like, if what you're going out to do is to just kill it, then you don't need me for that. And if that means that you charge me and you do whatever, then be done with it.
He looks at Falangrim. He goes, "All right, I know what we agreed to. If she can get it out of the city alive, if we can subdue it, would you let it live if she could get it out to the Southron Forest alive?"
I mean, this creature has already killed, has it not? It has caused a riot, has it not? You're proposing that we just let it go? And our laws don't really...
No, I'm not.
She claims it understands language. Are we going to put this monster on trial? Vikma crosses her arms and says something in Giant. Mutters something in Giant.
I think that if we were to consider putting this wolf on trial, an argument that could be made that it was attempting to escape imminent death, as well as unlawful imprisonment, kidnapping.
It sought revenge.
If this was
Protection.
true, it should have fled. Yeah, did you say that out loud, or was that Anne?
Yeah, no, Merle said that. He said it sought revenge.
And he does that. He claps and gestures at Merle. He's like, it broke out. It could have got its freedom. It maybe had it made a line in a single direction, trying to get away from the city.
Yeah.
Even if it ate somebody on its way for food, you could make this argument. But It tracked around. We have murder scenes. This creature is a murderer. We don't put four-legged things.
Out of character, Merle is just completely fucking defeated. He's like, he looks at Vikma and he goes, "You're not wrong about city folk. Erie, I'm sorry. I'm sorry."
Okay, so then let's take your argument, Bellingrim. Okay, you're right. It understands and it sought revenge. Then by that meter, it has capability and culpability for crimes, which means that we arrest it and we do put it on trial, but we don't execute suspects, right? That's not allowed, right? We don't execute suspects. We arrest them, we put them in the cells, they get charged, and they go on trial. That's how this goes. So either it's a monster bent on revenge, which makes it intelligent enough to demand the same trial that we would offer the lowest of our citizens, or it's a creature incapable of understanding what it did wrong. Which one is it?
Morgan looks at you, Merle, and he goes, "So you grow up on Duck Island, yes?
Yeah.
You have experience with a lot of canines, yes?
Yeah.
Have you ever in your time seen an abused dog bide its time and lash out when
Yeah.
it feels like it has the best opportunity?
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you think that dogs are capable of standing trial? And Anthony, before you draw on Anthony's knowledge of history and the medievals putting fucking animals on trial, that hasn't happened in this world.
Okay. I was exactly
Yes.
about to do that. Okay.
Yes.
It's exactly what I was about to do, Joe.
Dearest temerity, query, could a wolf stand trial?
He goes,
XOXO, query.
Do you put this dog on trial after it has mauled people, or do you eliminate it?
he goes, none of those dogs spoke common.
Well, I didn't hear this supposed to be common. These two seem to share language, but you know. I still think that it's not fit to stand trial.
Well,
We
let's
could
see what
try-
the prosecutor's office thinks about it. Vikma, please bear my indulgence while I contact the lawyer.
When you say that, he just is like, in Dwarvish, is like, we just fucking Christ, and then walks out of the room. Yeah, go ahead, ask the tiefling, or ask the prosecutor. He doesn't say ask the tiefling, he says ask the prosecutor.
Yeah.
Come on, that was a good argument.
Yeah, no, it was really.
She looks at you and he goes, and he puts his hand on your little shoulder and he goes, I could kiss you, thank you. I didn't have anywhere to go from there. I'm so sorry.
You just have to keep talking fast. I told him. You talk fast, you smile big, you keep them on their toes so they're not thinking about the best answers. Vikma, if we capture it and potentially have it stand trial,
Or is that farcical to you?
I'm trying for something or anything.
If would putting it on trial, that would be like what you do with your people, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, do you think your trials are farce?
Yeah.
I think that we're trying very hard to make them better and to make them not. And I think we make mistakes along the way, but we go back and we try and correct them. And maybe this is the start of correcting another mistake. Because it's not just the wolf at stake here. Measles is down in a cell as well. And I know what you said about that creature, but if it's intelligent enough to go mad, then it deserves the same dignity that we offer others, right?
Well, I mean, that's a really good argument, but measles is gosh buggering crazy, and I don't know if he's going to. I mean, that's a whole different situation, but mostly just because I don't know, like the difference there is I don't know if measles has the brains to do it and to be treated like a person like everyone here, but he's also quite clearly mad, and he might teleport his barrister to the Shadowfell. I mean, like that's a buyer beware sort of situation. If you just want to do that, I think.
I don't necessarily think putting a wolf in the witness box will do well either, but
Merle goes, what do you know of the history of the Union?
Of the history of what, Anthony?
The Union.
No, I mean, I know that you broke free of the elves centuries ago and you were all slaves.
In the breaking away and the breaking of the power of the hegemony, when we first broke it, there were a lot of people who would later become instruments of the law as we stood them, that went straight away out and found a lot of collaborators and did very unlawful things to them. Mentioned that because bondage has a way of making people mad. I understand where measles is coming from. And right now I'm starting to feel like I'm the only person that really understands where measles is coming from. I get they want to be left alone and that they have their ways about them, but I understand where measles is coming from. I'm going to contact the lawyer. I'm going to see what the prosecutor's office has to say about this.
I already sent that message.
Of course. Of course.
No, did you?
Yeah.
I literally
I
overhear.
missed that you sent that. I'm sorry.
I caught that.
I literally, dear Temerity, question.
Yeah.
Could a wolf potentially stand trial? XOXO Erie.
Yeah.
Did you say wolf or did you specify winter wolf?
It would be the wolf is what she would have said. And she said winter wolf earlier in giving the summary.
Yeah.
These are now like notes passed back and forth in school trying to relay information.
Yeah.
Okay, so it maybe fell apart. Ah, fuck.
So while you're waiting for your sponsor, you guys just sitting in the interrogation room with her, or?
I'm gonna tell her we can leave you in here, put you back in a cell. Mara, I have decided not to bring charges against you. I do not believe that what happened last night was in any way intentional or the desired outcome. Merle, I believe, has accepted that decision. Falengrim still holds that potential. He indicated if you were willing to work with us, he'd let it go. Head's getting too hot. But it's his call to make, and I've just made a crazy gamble that could introduce a ridiculous precedent.
I don't know how ridiculous it is. It gives me hope.
So you can sit here, you can sit in the cells. Either way, you're going to be confined until I know where Falangrim stands.
Okay, she's like, you might as well put, I'm sure you've got other things to do than to leave me in this weird mirrored room. You put me back in the holding cell and go do your work while you're waiting for your prosecutor.
Do you need anything?
I mean, nothing that you can give me right now.
Okay.
All right. We're going to keep you separated. Not about you, just about not getting anybody.
I'm not bothered.
I want you to have to punch somebody out, and I have a feeling that's how it's going to end, because that's how some people react to a big woman. And I have no doubt you would do well, but it'll just add more paperwork, and we already have so much paperwork. There's just like this. So
Yep.
much paperwork. So we're going to put you in your own cell.
That's fine. You put me with whomever you want. I think, you know, I live a much more violent existence than you do, I think.
Most likely, yes. My domestic keeps closing the windows and trying to jam them shut. That's been my big conflict of the last 8 months. It's getting very sneaky about it.
What is a domestic?
A gentleman who purportedly keeps my house clean, but I suspect truly spies on me on behalf of my mother.
You have a single word for that?
Yes,
Oh.
it's understood.
So you tolerate the being spied upon by your family because he cooks and cleans for you and opens your windows or closes your windows?
He closes my windows. I want them open, and he closes them all the time.
But it's winter time?
What's that?
But it's winter time?
Earl walks out.
It's winter time. I like the fresh air. I was on the trail for a while. And it's eerie is going through this as she walks Vikma back to the holding cell and puts her in and stands at the door for a minute before going, I know, but I was on the trail and I got used to the fresh air. And plus, it's so much nicer when it's cold to snuggle in deep in the blankets and stay there in that cocoon of warm where it's just the end of your nose that's cold. It makes you so much happier to be in the bed and warm. It's a really great feeling.
Okay, I'm gonna go back to my cell now.
Yeah, that's. I'll get another sandwich for you. Have a. I'm gonna lock this, for the look of the thing. Bye, Vikma. We're on a show.
Right. About oh, there it is. Okay. About 20 minutes after you sent that initial note, Temerity comes striding right up to your desk holding the note and goes, "What?"
Right. I figured it was probably a little confusing. It's good to see you, by the way. Thank you.
It's good to see you too. Thank you.
So I thought it might be a little confusing, but the basic argument is at a certain capacity, at a certain level of intelligence and capacity and understanding, one could be considered knowledgeable of right and wrong and held to account for violations of such, correct?
Yes.
Would you say that an individual who has shown an ability to plan revenge and to carefully plot out a path of revenge,
Orchestrate.
and orchestrate same.
How do you
Is-
mean orchestrate?
I mean, stock. And he's sitting at this. Remember, we share the desk, so
Yeah,
he looks.
no, I remember how your offices that I created and set up. Yes, I do.
Oh, good. Okay. Also, I want to just point out we may go to part 3 on this one fucking adventure. Um, and our 14 pages of notes. I don't know what that says about us as players. I think it says more about us as players than it says about you as a DM.
We talked a lot.
do.
I mean, some of it, yes. A couple of encounters have not gone. Yeah, have not gone how I thought they would have gone, and some of that is dice rolls, and some of that is player choices, and I still think it's sometimes odd that Hans Carl can throw you, although I don't think I've thrown you in a while. But yeah, well, just so you know, the two of you are doing it a little bit too. So
The two of us are what? Doing it a little bit.
doing that a little. You're throwing me a little bit as well. Yes.
Okay.
Was it the putting a wolf on trial?
Yeah, that was not in my fucking notes
Yeah.
at all. And then they will argue that the wolf has enough sentience and intelligence to be considered fit for trial. The way, well, we'll get to it after, but yes.
He goes, okay, so he says, so listen, it has the capacity for reason, the ability to implement and follow through with a plan.
Including the ability to judge different potential attack times as opportune or inopportune, and to choose the best times from that. Does this represent a level of sentience
I mean,
that you would say would let it stand
pretty-
trial?
that's pretty esoteric. Do you have, I mean, yes, but depending on how the magistrate goes on that and which one we get, like, do you have any other examples of like a little more concrete examples so it couldn't just get dismissed? So we're talking about, is this just a regular wolf that we're talking about?
Well, the wolf is the first one in question.
I'm sorry?
The wolf is the first one in question.
But like, even if this is a dire wolf, animals can sort of plot, and there's all these like folk tales of beasts of the mountain and the wood, plotting out revenge against certain creatures, but like that doesn't qualify them to be standing trial.
No.
Like, what other, you're talking about intelligence as opposed to like raw instinct and cunning. So do you have another example of this thing? Is this just a wolf or like?
It's a winter wolf.
Oh, I think I've heard of that. So this is like okay.
Monster. It's a monster is what they keep being referred to.
Right.
Oh,
I
it's
think
not-
I was going to say a magical creature, but okay.
Yes, it is a magical creature. It's not the only one in question, however. We also have a measle.
Right. You have a measle?
Yes. It too appeared to have been captured and transported at the same time as the winter wolf. It's the alchemists have found the measle, but again, the question arises.
I mean, the
Is
measles, this whole
creature-
other sticky situation because the churches the clergy are going to insist it's evil because it has Shadowfell connections. They're going to insist, and the law doesn't measure good or evil. The law measures legal and illegal, but they could theoretically petition to deal with it themselves.
All right.
They could, but that would still be a recognition of it, right?
In an ecclesiastical court.
It wouldn't be great. I'm not saying it's great.
Both of you make perception checks with advantage.
I'm gonna love this roll. I feel it.
You are like British in your resolve.
Yeah.
A 16 for me all day.
A 19 for me. Yeah,
But you were so certain you were gonna
fuck that one up. Yeah.
Yeah. You sort of are not sure how you never noticed this before, but you suddenly noticed that around her neck and sort of in several places on her scale mail, you see holy symbols of Tyr.
Oh, I have to look up that one.
That's a paladin. She's a paladin. She a paladin? Yeah, she's a paladin. Okay.
It's balanced scales resting on a warhammer. Tyr is a lawful good god of justice
Yeah.
in the war domain.
Yeah.
Well, the suggested domains are war, but when you look at deity, it's Tyr is a god of justice.
Yeah.
Okay, well,
So,
Forgotten realm gods.
huh?
it's bad if it goes to an ecclesiastical court, but we can't just classify something as good or evil. That's
Right.
not.
We can't, but that's not our purview. But what I'm saying is, look, I think you're conflating two things that are not really conflatable here. Okay. So the measle will be considered intelligent enough to stand trial. The second we do that, I can think of no less than 3 different ecclesiastical courts who will petition for a change of venue to them.
Yeah.
Which is certain death.
It is certain death. It's not certain that it will happen, but it will be out of my hands as as union prosecutor or city prosecutor. So, like, measles, not hard, right? That's a known factor. That's a known thing because of ecclesiastical history. So, cool there. Are we cool there? Let's go back to Winter Wolf. Also, you have the measle in custody, so I could even interview it to see something. We don't have this Winter Wolf in custody, right?
Not yet.
Okay. So,
We will.
right. Everything you've said so far, I need, if I'm going to go before a magistrate and say it's intelligent enough to put a quadruped on trial and not get like tossed out on my horns, what am I going to be able to give him as an example of enough intelligence other than it planned murders? Because it can come back and say, yes, clever predators can do that. That doesn't mean we put lions and tigers and bears on trial.
Oh my.
Okay. I can look for that. I can send it to you. It's going to be a little while.
Both
Because-
of you roll intelligence checks with advantage. Keeping in mind, she's like, that's less of a known quantity. I don't know much about that.
Nat 20. So
Yeah.
23 all day.
Yeah, so nat 20, that's all you ever need to say, nat 20. Vikma told you it's bilingual. It's not just responding to commands like an animal who understands sounds. You've heard it speak language, and Vikma says it speaks common, and she didn't say it understands. She said it speaks common and giant, not any of the languages you were using.
He
What if
said
you
that
could
in the
interview him?
cells earlier. I know that for certain. Did he not say that in this conversation?
Who he?
Merle, me. Did I
So,
not?
so this might be a technical issue, Anthony, but I did not hear anything about language. I have been specifically listening for that, and you guys keep not saying it.
That's fine. That's fine.
So if you
Oh,
did say it, I
no.
couldn't hear it.
So you could interview the wolf. It speaks common and giant.
Oh,
If it can speak and communicate,
right. So you're saying it doesn't just understand and
Mhm.
respond to commands in those. You're saying it can converse.
it can
Yes.
speak. Yes.
Okay. That's enough to get us in the door with the magistrate. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so where's this wolf? I mean, obviously not in custody.
That's an
It's a
excellent-
suspect at large. But given that, with that information, given that it's a suspect at large and we believe that it could potentially be tried with a crime, that means that we treat it the same as we treat other criminals and we make every effort to bring it in alive unless it poses immediate deadly threat to ourselves or the citizenry, correct? The same rules that we use for every other suspect?
Yeah,
Yeah, he says, or any other visitor to our city are also protected under our laws,
yeah,
accountable to them.
right. They all should have basic due process.
Excellent.
And he goes,
That was a gamble.
With-
I have something to ask my partner at some point in the future.
Yeah.
Thank you
So
so
you
much,
said-
Mary.
You said this was a gambit. With whom? With whom was this a gambit?
Falangrim and Vikma.
Yeah.
Who's Vikma?
The Goliath I was asking you about, the South Ranger. She's a tall drink over in the cells.
Yeah.
I don't know how you missed her.
I'm not looking for her. Where's Falangrim?
Probably
walked
out killing
out.
the wolf as we speak.
He wasn't happy. I was making the argument he didn't think it was possible that it could potentially stand trial. I made the argument that if it did, then we needed to bring it in alive. And if we agree
Yeah,
to bring it alive.
Like, I know that you guys are like newer, but like bringing suspects in alive is not really Falangrim's strong suit.
The hell you say? He does kind of bitterly laugh at that. He goes, yeah.
Yeah. Well,
So
I understand that there
Strong
is
suit, no.
a difference of opinion on how to approach certain matters. I am hopeful and optimistic that I can get my fucking power strip. There we go. Sorry. Fuck you.
Erie just suddenly totally distracted with shit on her desk.
Yeah.
That is exactly
Which is
what
not
was
out
saying.
of character for her.
Right.
What's happened is that as Temerity has pulled in closer to speak with them, Erie has been going, oh, we need a space. I need to organize this. What is this room over here? This should be over here. How did my binders get out of order? Yes, no.
Yes, no, those are the choices. Yes.
I don't know where he is. He left the interview room where we were discussing this, and then we had these
When we
reports to
made it
finish up.
clear our course of action was to speak to the prosecutor's office about bringing the wolf in.
Well, then, if you have any idea, do you have any idea where this wolf might be?
I'm going to be entirely honest with you here, Temerity.
Mm-hmm.
Wolves are not my forte.
No.
This is not what one could consider a strong suit. I know I look like somebody who deals with them a lot and has a
Sayla.
lot of notions.
Is that her strong suit? Pointing over at Vikma.
It is. We would very much like to use her assistance in tracking down this wolf. So long as the wolf has a legal shot at a fair trial, I think she'll be game for that.
And she walks over to, and keep in mind, Temerity is 5'9". But she walks with that, she's got, the paladin swagger. And she walks over to,
It's not quite crotch first, but almost.
yeah. Well, also you could argue she leads with her tits. But it's just more like she's an Oath of the Crown paladin.
Yeah.
Who is also a strong adherent to the god of justice. Like, have you seen Toy Story? I think it's 3.
We've seen all of them.
Okay.
Yeah.
So when it might be Toy Story 2. No, it's Toy Story 3. When they're in the vent work with the newly unwrapped Buzz Lightyear, and Rex goes, "Are you sure, Buzz?" And he goes, "I'm Buzz Lightyear. I'm always sure." That's
Yeah.
in a very like, you feel how you feel about Temerity, but she's Temerity Vorlance. She's always sure.
Yeah.
This
She
is
walks over to the cell and she says, "So your name is Vikma?" "I." "What's your whole name?" And she says, "Vikma Odaliga. Vikma Whisper Killer Odaliga." And she says, "Your middle name is Whisper Killer?" "Well, it's my nickname." And she goes, "Fine.
Yeah.
Hold up." She says, "Hold up your right hand. Do you swear by all that you hold sacred to follow for the next 24 hours to follow the lawful directed authority of Inspectors Sanderman and Mary Sandi, and to pursue this winter wolf, to try and bring it in alive for trial, to not exceed the mandate that I'm giving you, and to not attempt escape or obfuscation?" And she says, "Sure. Nope, I'm going to need something a little less glib." "Okay, yes, I swear to the things that you just said." And she's like, "Fine. You're now a 24-hour deputy of these 2 inspectors. Constables, I suggest..." What did you say?
The deputy comatose.
Yeah.
Raise the hue and cry. Fucking you're a deputy. Neat.
She looks at you and says, actually, she looks at one of the switchboard operators and says, and looks at you. "What are you guys? 116?
116.
Okay." She goes, "Do you have a spare 116? Do you have the moo for 116? And he's like, "Yeah, but we're not supposed to give out the moo unless can you just give me the moo for 116? And he's like, "Okay." And he hands her a badge and she goes, "Okay, here. See this? This is the moo of your badge. I bet you didn't know that existed. In case one of you gets sick and you have a temp partner, they're the moo. So I now have a direct link to your badge. When you find the wolf, don't try to bring it here. Call me to where you are."
Okay.
Here's the thing about Falengrim. Bringing in suspects alive is not his strong suit. Tracking them down is. So I suggest you get out there and get after it.
Right.
Thank you, Temerity.
Thank you, Mary.
I'll
She
send you
nods and leaves.
interesting questions.
Huh?
I'll send you more interesting questions.
Well,
Okay, we
we're
get
going to
outside.
answer this one first.
Yeah. When we get outside and get to going, I go, actually, as she says, "I'll send you more interesting questions. I really need to talk to you." I really-
Okay. Well, we should probably clue Lieutenant Ivelda in on what's going on here, maybe, and then get going. Give her the quick rundown, then we can hit the road.
I think
Bigma.
it might be for the best if we let Temerity clue the lieutenant in on what we were doing, and perhaps we get going with Vikma post haste, so that we don't allow Falengrim too much more of a head start.
Yeah.
Yeah. Temerity, would that be an issue for you?
Temerity's already gone.
Temerity's gone. I was getting ready to talk to Vikma.
Oh. Yeah, let's go. Let's just go. We'll go.
You return her weapons to her or no?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, of course. She's a deputy. Why wouldn't she have?
Just listen, I put a lot on the line. don't kill Felingren, please.
Who are you talking to?
Vikma.
Why would I tell Falengrim?
Because he's an asshole.
I'm not following your line of reason, but
Merle
maybe we should
does
just go-
laugh his ass off at that.
Okay.
Merle says, I have to ask you something, and I'm really genuinely curious. And if I am completely 180 degrees wrong, please forgive me in advance. You can't forgive me in advance before you know what I'm gonna. You ever think for temerity? It's okay if you do.
I like interesting people, and she's a very interesting person.
Okay, I thought I was getting that. I wasn't sure, but I was just curious.
Are you
Good.
worried
I
about
root
the
for you.
state
I
of my
think you would be
undercarriage?
adorable. What's you could climb her like a tree. It would be fun. I want that to happen. I ship the two of you. I'm going to say that out loud as we're walking to the conveyance with
Yeah.
our giant, and we look like the evolution of man, like just the ramping.
I mean, but it's so not a. It's the curve is not like this. It's more like that.
You guys slow down.
Yeah.
I gotta-
Her little legs carrying her.
Yeah, I think that.
I was hoping you were going to ask me about my brilliant legal mind.
No,
Like,
no,
came
I
up with
totally
that.
wanted to know if you wanted to bum temerity. I'm sorry. It was just I'm way more of a gossip than a lot of people flew into right away. I'm sorry. I really am.
What about you, Vikma?
I'm pretending not to understand what you're talking about.
I like her the more I'm in prison.
Seriously, your wife is going to find out how much you smoke on duty if you die.
Yeah,
There's going to
she's
be no hiding it.
she's
No.
nearly a whole foot taller than you,
Yeah.
Merle, and she's just like she's been muttering things to herself in giant.
Yeah, I know. But
like-
it's true. He really does admire her, and her opinion of him really bothers him. If she
Well,
has,
I mean, from her, she's like, well, he did a 180 fast from her perspective.
oh no,
because-
no, he was pissed at her because he thinks highly of her, and the fact that she has opinions of city folk that he kind of has. He thinks civilization is bullshit to a large degree.
Yeah, and I mean the way things have all gone down this so far, she's like, this exactly is why I didn't want to deal with any of you. Like to her, everything that's happened is completely justified. She's like, I haven't had a growth arc because I haven't grown because I've been known this shit from the beginning.
Yeah, and she's not wrong, and that's what bugs him the most. Like I've said
Yeah.
about him before, he believes in what's right, and he thinks the law is a tool to accomplish that. And when the law starts getting in the way of that, the law is bullshit. He's an agent of the law, however, so that's why he was so fucking defeated earlier. But that's enough about Merle. Let's go find the wolf with Vikma's help. Hooray!
Vikma? Do you know how to find people very well? I'm terrible at it. Unless you've got rather distinctive shins, I tend to do poorly.
I'm a ranger, so we need to go back to the warehouse where you scared it in the first place. It should have, and Morgan will know this as well, so we need to go quickly, because it will have tracked blood, making it easy even in this terrain.
Right.
Okay. So, Merle, floor it.
Yeah. You see. He puts the pedal to the metal, by which I mean he whips the little things. He doesn't.
All right, you haul ass over there. You even like there's a the alchemist or the artificer ability where you can make objects make sounds. So that's how you have like a siren. You are basically lights and sirens being most of the way. I don't know. You decide when you want to cut them off, if at all.
By the time we get to the district in which those warehouses are.
Into Greenwich.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So you haul ass over to Greenwich, and Josh changes the base map. Okay. And then Josh throws dice all over the place.
Josh, why did you do that?
Okay. You get back there, and remember how, you guys left the front of that office like Winterwolf cold breath, blown the door out, shattered. Like there are still repairmen working on the front of the office. Now you could do this two ways. You could walk here. Let me share the screen.
Yes.
So this is where that is. This break in the cars right here is where that big slider door was. You could either come in through the office and tell everybody what you're doing, or tell people here's what we're doing and stay the fuck out of our way, or you could go around to the side and just try to pick up the tracks. When you get there, if you don't say anything to her, Vikma's instinct is to walk around the outside of the building.
Okay.
Yeah, I say go around the side. And also, I'm sure if he cared so much about this place, he'd have hired security to walk the grounds and they'd have reported a break-in or a fight down here. Fuck it.
And by fucking, she means we're not too worried about announcing ourselves.
Right.
That guy was rude to me.
That guy's a dick. Fuck that guy. Okay.
That guy? Dick.
I love you, Sorsha. I don't love her. She kicked me in the face. I hate her. Yeah, Vikma picks up the track right away. And it heads north for a while and comes up across into here. And then here it breaks back east and tracks in this direction. There's a point at which somewhere around, right as you're first starting off, she goes, I think Morgan's been here, but he's tracked off in the wrong direction. Which I don't know what kind of ranger couldn't follow this track, but there you go.
An underground one.
I gotta do it.
Yeah.
That is not what I meant to click. So instead of this being a giant, as it breaks over here, instead of this being a giant parking lot, this is a stone quarry of some form.
Okay.
Okay.
And it's like an open pit that has horizontal shafts that go off as like spokes off of the main pit, which is, I know, not how big open pit mines work, but we're doing that.
Sure.
Becky's like, I work in an open pit mine. You don't know what the fuck you're doing right now.
I would never say that to you.
Okay. So
Not a good idea.
it's this sort of corkscrew down, and she gets down about 2, and she goes past one of the openings, and then she's not quite to the second, and she's like, fuck, I've lost the track.
Okay.
And she just is like, turn, and she's like, hang on a moment, hang on.
I go, Vikma, it's fine. We trust you. You have time. It's okay. He went the wrong way.
Oh, that's not going to help. Okay. Yeah. It takes her about, okay, so by the fourth one, he finally picks it up. Okay. It takes her about 15 minutes of sort of walking back and forth, and she goes back into that first one and she's like, no, I swear it's coming out of here. And then she does finally pick it back up, and she's like, it's headed into the second shaft. Wolves sometimes like dens and caves, so winter wolves as well. So it's probably looking for someplace to hide while it healed. What have you guys been doing? Are you